craziness. Flat Earth makes me sick.
Good evening.
Yo. What's up, man?
Not much, just got your invite. I was here working on a documentary.
Right on. Give me 1 sec.
Oh, I can see here you just got started. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Let me tweet this out and see if I can get some of my followers to show up.
Go for it. Sounds good. Invite them on if you want.
Okay, see if that brings anybody. I don't know who's up at this hour. Actually, it's a 24-hour a day thing.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour world anymore.
Yeah, I did like 3 different live casts in the last 24 hours, just different periods. And every time you get 200 people showing up or 100 people showing up, it's just like people are always looking for this.
Yeah, it's insane. It's kind of spun me for a loop lately, to be honest.
Well, you know, I look at it as a way to crowdsource intel, ideas, new information, new developments. It's like you're your own spy master. You just bring up a topic, and anybody who knows anything about it just gives you information.
Oh, yeah. It's great, but after you do it for a while, you kind of run out of topics.
Yeah, I guess you could. It depends.
It's very addictive.
Well, it does. Yeah, that's where the drama comes in. I've noticed that whenever there's a lull in any new discoveries or new topics, if Bill Nye the Science Guy isn't out there like marching in the streets, people get back into the habit of dissecting one another, and the drama is hilarious, but it's pretty bad and pretty ugly at times too.
Yeah, I mean, we all get triggered, but I think the best conversation comes from people that with different worldviews, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing I like about YouTube, like I treat this as it's kind of it's an arena. You know, if you're in here and you're debating a topic, then you pretty much you can't really complain about there's nobody getting offended here. There's no room for being offended. There's no crying on YouTube. On the streets it's different, but here I think that we can be a little more free and open with our opinions and not be so politically correct. Hey, what's up, Kyle McDonald? Looks like some of my my peeps are here.
Whatever, man. Please don't bullshit.
Yeah, so man, it's all this judgmental shit's pissing me off. It's like, you know, all the banning and censoring. It's getting pretty bad. I was guilty of it too at first, you know. You give the wrong person a wrench before you really know what's going on. And the thing is, you know, you could sneak back and chat and ban people without even like the host even realizing it. It's extremely difficult to unban people, at least for me anyway.
Yeah, I've only banned a few people, and I only do it if they have an agenda or if they're trying to derail the conversation. And so I'm pretty free with my wrenches. My goon squad. And I'll be like, yeah, hit that person, because once you get a lot of people in the chat, you know, 10 trolls can ruin it. And so you got to be ready to take them out. It's just quality control. But I won't judge somebody if they have the wrong opinions. Like, if you're wrong about something, I'm happy to talk about it. It just doesn't give you the right to, you know, drown out other voices. But it looks like you have a pretty good collection of people here. Doesn't look like it's too disagreeable.
Right. Well, like my channel's kind of dead. For a while there, it was one of the more popular. Like there wasn't 50 of them going at once, but you know, it's kind of nice to have a little variety and a little choice. But the conversation has really just been lacking, if you ask me, on Hangout.
Well, I've been like not blackballed, but like put on like a mute or something. I think I get blocked from a lot of channels, like Flat Out Elected. He invited me to talk and hasn't allowed me on his show, and I can't even comment. And I think that they want to kind of, and I know I respect that. I mean, freedom of speech is one thing, but people have the right to associate with those they want to associate with.
Exactly. I mean, I can't say I'm butthurt about it, but it's just kind of disappointing because we used to have the best conversations with just, you know, all different kinds of opinions and worldviews and things like that. It's almost like the information, the topics are, stale. They've all been talked about, but you're really good at talking, just interacting with chat, which I could never get enough people really. I'm not a solo type of guy, I guess. I really enjoyed the chat with me and you and Rob and the other night, a couple weeks ago, whenever it was.
Oh yeah, that was just a random chat I kind of stopped in on, and the topic got into spirituality outside of religion, which I think is a very good topic. It never really gets dull.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now actually what I'm working on is a project. It's sort of a documentary. It's more narrative based than a dry recitation of facts, and I'm just trying to explain why I have the certain views I have towards religion and why I view the globe itself as a religious icon. And I believe the globe has replaced the cross. And that's been my contention.
Yeah, I've heard you say that, which is interesting. I was kind of up in the air about the cross for a little while anyway, but because it's like almost, I've seen it kind of like a graven image at one point. Because all the churches, put it up there and everything, but I kind of backed away from that a little bit. But.
Well, I was raised Catholic and went to an old Catholic church where the statues were still covered in blood, and it was very ghastly and morbid. And I grew up around a lot of the images of Christ with the crown of thorns bleeding all over the place.
Yeah.
The bloody wound in his side. And so, my early life was just filled up with images of that agonized, tortured person on the cross. And it wasn't until I was like a teenager that I started to really look at it objectively and say, man, that's pretty grotesque.
Yeah, it can be, for sure.
Kyle McDonald in the comments pointed out that people get upset when he compares the globe and the cross. It's like they spit out their coffee. And there's another one I really can nail people with that just triggers them. I'm like, hey, if you're an atheist, but you believe in the heliocentric model, you are a de facto Catholic. Because Catholic is the Latin for universal, and the universal religion, the original one world order religion, was sun worship. And it still is today, disguised as heliocentrism. So basically, most of these people defending atheism and promulgating atheism are actually promoting the crypto state religion. They're not atheists.
Is somebody coming?
Yeah.
Huh?
Sorry, somebody knocked on the door.
What is it?
For my dad.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I was hanging out over here earlier. We watched a little live racing on the internet. It's kind of a hobby of mine, but you do anything? Do any extracurricular activities?
Do I?
The internet.
My only extracurricular activity is, well, everything I do is really tied to this at this point. Right now, we're in the process of setting up a kind of a, how would you call this? It's a newspaper, but it's a type of format where you set up this. It's a website where you have a newspaper template, and then you get a URL or an RSS feed from each of your writers, and they publish on their own schedule, and the newspaper updates automatically. So it's like an aggregator of news sources and blogs and video channels. And if it's all on a certain theme, like flat earth or whatever, it ends up being basically a flat earth newspaper. And I'm going to use that to organize, half a dozen or so content creators. And I'm trying to see what happens if we start organizing people in creating content, which itself brings a lot of discussion material to the table, because these things do stagnate, and movements need constant agitation, and they need goals and objectives, and they need people to work on things. And right now, it's like I think people are looking for direction.
Yeah, have you ever looked into the use of like Adderall in the college level and like military use of amphetamines and things like that?
Yeah, the one I mostly looked into was called Provigil, and I think it was tested out by the British MPs or something first. And it's just it It was developed to treat narcolepsy, but it has this effect on people who aren't narcoleptics where increased concentration for long periods of time, and it allows you to skip sleep without any of the negative side effects associated with missing sleep. And so they call it a nootropic, a smart drug. I've never used it because I get the same effects, I believe, as I could get from that just by exercising every day and taking a lot of B12, which is not really a nootropic, but if you look at like what Valium, for example, which is um, I guess you would call it an anti-anxiety. It's nothing more than an attempt to synthesize these B vitamins, from what I've read.
Yeah, where do you think anxiety comes from, really?
A lot of it depends on the sources. I think a lot of it is dehydration. A lot of it can be as simple as dehydration, poor diet, but there's also an element of cognitive dissonance, bad meta communication, toxic relationships. There's so many things that can factor into it. Kyle McDonald's recommending a book on speed, all about uppers, from Benzedrine to Adderall. Interesting.
Nice. What's with the numbers?
That's the UPC. So if you search that on Amazon, it'll pull it up right away.
Oh, right on. Cool.
Personally, yeah. I wouldn't mess with anything that hard without first doing everything I can to optimize without adding anything, such as fixing poor diet and poor sleep habits way before trying to add any new pills to the mix.
Yeah, B12 is, and cannabis, and I heard that same thing, Russian gland, Russian England, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I think, especially the U.S., they understand how to make the brain, get the most out of the brain through drug use. And like Adderall, from what I understand, is like extremely hard to get prescribed unless you're a college student.
Yeah, and I think that they have this. I don't know if it's intentional, but sometimes it seems like it, where it's almost like these psychiatrists will prescribe pills to treat symptoms without first evaluating to see if the person actually requires selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Like, do they really need their brain chemistry fudged with, or is it something else? And there's a really good YouTube channel, Flat Earther. She's Daphne Rimmel, and she often talks about how most illnesses can be attributed to dehydration and poor diet, some type of deficiency. Let's see. But anyway, my point here is simply that I try not to mess with anything.
Yeah, I'm not like recommending it or anything, but I recently came across an article where ISIS is on what they call Captagon, and they like seized a couple million pills or whatever, which explains why they're, whatever they are, we don't really know. I don't know. It's hard telling.
Well, I do think that those drugs are probably helpful in helping overcome.
I find it interesting how, Iran's probably going to be the last one not under central banking. So it kind of sets up the, us, them versus everyone else scenario that they want us to pursue, so to speak.
Yep.
You think we'll see the crash of the U.S. dollar anytime soon?
I don't necessarily think so. I mean, I think they try to promulgate this notion that without centralized government, without some centralizing organizing authority, everything will fall apart. And I think the opposite is true. I think a lot of it's just to keep us in a state of fear and make us think we depend on them. I've been drawing people's attention to the movie The Purge, which is about a government shutdown and how if the government shuts down for a day, how everybody would just kill everybody. And I think that's them trying to scare us into believing that without a big nanny state controlling everything, it would all fall apart. And I think the opposite is true.
Yeah, the legal weed, fake weed, whatever you want to call it, K2, spice, whatever, that was like a huge thing. Every gas station had it around here, but they kind of pulled it off the market. That was like what all the people that had jobs that, you know, required drug testing, they would smoke that stuff instead, and man, it messed people up bad. I know people that were like $500 a week habit and stuff on that stuff, like worse than heroin coming off of and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, I never tried any of that. I mean, I remember that case where that guy in Florida ate some homeless person's face and ate out his eyeballs or something. I think it was bath salts.
Yeah, and I've never even seen bath salts. I don't even know if they really exist. I'm not sure, but
You know, it could all be a psyop. It wouldn't shock me. I mean, this whole thing about regulating drugs, prohibition, has never been about protecting the public or securing our health in any way. It's always been about just state control, cartels, monopolies. That's all it is.
it seems like the mainstream media has kind of died down a little bit too, as far as the false flag slash, you know.
Yeah, you notice that. I've noticed that too. I've noticed that since we've had a change in administration, we haven't had like all kinds of school shootings or anything.
I can't even remember the last one, to be honest.
And I pointed this out since I started my channel that if you study the psyops in the last 10 years, actually just go back to the 90s to Timothy McVeigh. If you look at all the psyops, left-wing Democrat politicians always do the homegrown domestic terrorist or school shooter, and then climate change is part of what they push. And then the right wing, when they're in power, it's always going to be Islamic terrorists and threats to national security that they have to respond to. And so each one has its own way of using psyops to advance their particular agendas, but both of them advance the growth of big government. So they're both wrong. But it's fascinating how psyops do fall on partisan lines. Just name one, and I'll tell you what political party backed it, and you'll be able to see the pattern. It's so blatant these days. Let's see. Russian England 31 says that North Korea reminds me of how we viewed Russia in the Cold War. Yeah, one thing about North Korea that I've been paying attention to lately, and I'm going to be discussing this in my documentary, is that their governmental structure is mirrored off of the old Roman imperial sun cult, even down to the obelisks and the astrotheological holidays. They celebrate Day of the Sun, worshiping the dictator as a sun god on a 3-day festival for Easter. They celebrate the Virgin Mother, the Sacred Mother of the Revolution, on Christmas. They say when the dictator's father was born, who's still ruling from the heavens, which should sound familiar, when he was born, it was like in a manger by a mountain, and a star appeared above it. And their entire governmental structure, though, is literally based on sun worship, astrotheological sun worship. And so I've been calling North Korea it's a pharaohic elite. We have a Korean pharaoh. And so when I see them doing things with rockets, now I'm like looking at it not as military threats, but part of that's how the elite worshippers of the ancient obelisk fertility god, that's what Baal worship looks like today. It's no longer the bowing before the obelisk, although some still do that, or they go into churches with steeples. But now it's celebrated with the rocket launches, these so-called tests. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's hard to say. You know, the whole, for whatever reason, the whole, I don't know if I'm just burnt out on it or what, but I just get this uneasy feeling about the whole community of the whole what flat Earth has become. It's crazy. I was wrapped up in it for a long time, but then I discovered it like 2 years ago. But Yeah, it's just I see the way it's kind of like grabbed a hold of people, you know.
Yeah, I've actually been monitoring a lot of live streams and videos, and I watch. I mean, I really do keep up to date on a lot of stuff, and it's kind of funny. I've noticed about 7 or 8 people specifically mention how it's becoming, as they see it, as very cult-like, and then others are afraid that it's being taken over by um, people who are too religious or people that are anti-religious. It's fascinating what's happening, and it's going to appear cult-like because it's developing its own culture, and you're going to see more of this as this thing moves forward. That's what we're pushing. We're pushing for building a culture and a community around this concept, and this is going to be. I see this as a new renaissance. We're not trying to preserve the status quo. We're trying to expose everything that needs to be eliminated and changed. And I think we're trying to pave the way for something um, literally transformative in so many ways. And I think it's going to look scary to a lot of people. Like the paradigm shock has only just begun.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way to rock somebody's world, that's for sure.
Well, what would happen, do you think, if there was this great apostasy where there was a mass um, movement away from organized religion? If the whole thing was just discredited on a fundamental level, you're going to have some people cling even harder to it. And they're going to see people leaving it as a validation that they're being tested. And so we're going to see people move to extremes. And that's what's going to be fascinating. Kyle McDonald has remarked that he hasn't heard of flat Earth until about 4 months ago, and it can be moved very fast. And I agree. And it doesn't take a whole lot to keep this thing going, except for just people just to keep talking about it. Because the thing is, it's like the way I see it, it's lies and propaganda require constant reapplication, but truth is self-evident. And as more people recognize it as such, there's no amount of money they can throw at this that's going to patch it back up.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's hard to keep. I got to keep in mind that people are still learning of this. It's like, you know, once you're aware of it for a couple of years, it seems old, but there's constantly new people discovering it.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? If you've been aware of this for a couple of years, and then there are people just now coming to it, and they come and they ask me questions, and I'm like, don't you know this? Like, to me, it's just I'm so past the honeymoon phase, past the shock and awe of it, and now it's just like, okay, now what has been my guiding principle for the last 6 months? And so when people are incredulous about my statement that the world is flat, I'm just like, catch up. Because the fact is, enough people are awake that it doesn't matter if somebody's not caught up. They're stragglers. They're going to be left behind, which is fine. We can't all be on the tip of this thing.
Yeah, you know, it used to be for a long time. It was like so obvious to me, but now it's kind of like, you know, I could be wrong, and I think that's important to keep in mind. You know that no matter what, we have been deceived, we are deceived, and we will be deceived. There's no getting around that. The mind is and the heart are deceiving, in my opinion.
Well, but what we can extrapolate, what we can be certain on, whatever it happens to be, is that we have enough information to completely delegitimize the move towards global governance, and we can expose that we are in fact able to diagnose the exact nature of the deception and who set it up. Like, I don't think it's a question that we are under a theocratic system run by technocrats disguised as an elected government, but it's like it's a de facto monarchy, and it's worldwide and it's spreading. But that sounds very conspiratorial to a lot of people. But it's there. It's written in the architecture. It's in the subtext. It's all esoteric. So it's like we have a what you'd call a cryptopsy or an occult theocracy. Like, this world is literally run by people that we don't see, and it's just like becoming increasingly evident how pervasive this thing is and how parasitical it is. And the fact that they operate in the dark makes me optimistic that it can be uprooted. It's like this it's like we've been subverted at some point.
Yeah, it's like one of the questions that keeps going through my mind lately is like, what is under the flat earth, you know what I mean? It's crazy. Like what's beneath it. And so
No,
the
like has it always been this paranoid since you've been in it?
I mean, in what aspect?
Like, have people been always this paranoid about trusting anybody and calling everybody out as a shill or somehow misrepresenting themselves?
Yeah, it's been that way since I've been involved for sure. Antonio today on Pancho Pete's channel was saying that when he laid with Patricia Steer, he discovered she was transgender.
Oh man. Yeah, actually someone told me about that. I'm like, well, he's not exactly unbiased. I would never say to an ex or if people, I would never spread something like that, but I'm not really gonna even speculate too deeply on that because one thing I am noticing here as far as how this thing is corralled is that there's more money being invested into people who can misdirect conversation or distract people from any meaningful action. So any drama that I see involving personalities, I try to exclude because it's not going to be relevant in 6 months. All these little soap operas, as entertaining as they may be, I think they might be deliberate distractions. So I'm very wary about these things. I'm like, sounds, considering many of the things that have been revealed in recent months, it sounds intriguing, but I'm not going to necessarily leap on that one. What do you think about it?
I mean, I thought it was pretty crazy for him to come out and say he had like a picture of a girl laying there in their curves and how their hips are compared to a man's hips, and it was
Yeah,
I don't know, it was
I think
bizarre. It
I
was
think
bizarre.
I think it's a creative slander, if anything, or I have a feeling there's something to it, but I don't think it's that. But anyway, it's just funny. Anyway, I'm talking to her tomorrow because the fact is, like I'm saying, what what the real thing people ought to look out for is how the people in the audience will tell you, "Oh, don't trust that person, don't listen to that person, or don't examine that." And it's like they're trying to use peer pressure rather than having a leader directly in front telling you what to think. It's fascinating, but um, there's more reason to be paranoid about the shills in the audience. Kyle's asking, did you guys get personally paranoid when you woke up? When I first found out about this thing, um, I was like pretty happy, in fact. I suddenly felt like everything made sense. But then the more I looked into the origin of it and I realized this thing goes back longer than 500 years, this connects to all the ancient mystery religions. When I saw how deep it went, it became very dark. And there's one night it just hit me. I'm like, okay, this is very dark, evil stuff when you get down to the core of what is behind the deception. It's like, um, it's difficult to overstate it, but I could wax very paranoid about this.
Yeah, I like that analogy, Kyle. It is obsession, obsessive. Mm. But yeah, I was never paranoid though. Like you said, it kind of sets you free from a minute. Then I went through the transition where like I wanted to tell everybody about it, which isn't the right approach either. You know.
Yeah, actually, that's something that I've come to lately. Is I've come up with a formula or a table which I'm going to illustrate on how to triage somebody based on one or two questions on just how far you can take it, because we have to recognize that there are depths to this deception and that you can't go from zero to bottom of the rabbit hole in one setting. It's not it's not possible.
Yeah, I've been noticing on your live streams, like people are begging to come on and talk with you and everything, but you jump in another channel or whatever and kind of fall under the, whatever, the facade, so to speak. Plus, it's 1 in the morning, at least where I'm at.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be um, doing a couple of things in order to be more interactive. Like, I definitely want to have a format where I can have callers come on for 5 or 10 minutes and address a topic. But as far as flat Earth being a cult, I say it's an anti-cult. Because I believe that we were born into a cult and that we're waking up out of the deception. We're waking up out of a cult. And I know people who've been in cults. You are in a cult, am I correct? The Seventh Day Adventists?
I don't. I've heard of that before, but I'm not sure what it really means.
Let's see. Kyle McDonald is mentioning Bill Cooper's Mystery Babylon. Yeah, and the thing about Mystery Babylon is that I was involved in a Golden Dawn offshoot, and it was an Egyptian mystery school, which is basically the same as the Babylon, just different names. And I became very familiar with the rituals, the rites, the beliefs, how astrotheology works, and all that. And I was just trying to understand, the occult and witchcraft, which was always an obsession of mine. But later, when I started studying flat Earth, I started recognizing, wait, the Apollo sun god obelisk landing on the moon goddess, and I started to see the occult significance behind NASA's rituals. And I started to examine it closer, and then I realized, wait a minute, when you get to the core of this thing, they're not sending rockets into space. They're practicing these fertility rites to these ancient deities. And it's, to me, that's just such a huge pill to swallow that when that hit me that that's actually what's going on, and that I might be the only person um, openly talking about this particular point, um, I was like, okay, I better spread this information as far and as wide as I can, because I want to make sure that there's like nothing that I haven't imparted to somebody else. Just that's the paranoia in me that says don't hoard information. Trish points out that some rabbit holes are dead ends by design. 100% agreed. Most mainstream conspiracies are such rabbit holes. Now, Justin, what's your take on the Jews?
It's a popular topic, but I have never really investigated it myself, so all I have is regurgitated information. But a friend of mine recently pointed out that, most of the main biggest channels in flat Earth, like he's traced back to Jewish heritage or whatever, which is, they control the media pretty much. I know that. Yeah, I don't really have a take on them, I guess, but
See, because here's the thing, is that that's the dominant narrative in all the conspiracy theories, and I'm saying all, where at the tip of it all, they always place Jews. And the Jews have been designated as the synagogue of Satan for a long time. They've been the perennial scapegoat. And most people accept this. This is just, if you don't accept it, they consider you to be one of them. But the more I dug into it, the more I realized, because I started to realize, wait, this isn't just Jews. This involves all the Abrahamic faiths. This includes Scientism. This includes all the governments, and it's not specifically originating from a couple of Jews. And that was the story, that it was Jewish Masons. So the more I dug into it, the more I found that, and this is, my research has been revealing this more and more lately, that the Jews play a role in a bigger operation. It's almost like multiple crime families colluding, and one agrees to be the fall guy, at least to distract attention from the rest of the group. So the scapegoat, you know what a scapegoat is? It's the idea that you cast the sins on the goat and you send it out into the wilderness. And the concept of the scapegoat is a psychological ploy to take all the sins of the tribe and cast them out. And so what I'm saying is that the tribe that rules us is multifaceted, polytheistic, multi-ethnic, multiracial. And they cast all the blame conveniently on the Jews so that all the people researching conspiracies are misled, because that's a tactic that has worked for so long that why change it? And people keep falling for it. And the only people who call it out, pretty much get called Jews. And I'm like, don't you guys realize you're falling for the oldest trick in the book? And it's not like the Jews are innocent victims, but they're complicit in it. It's a role that they're playing. You understand? Like what I mean by role? Hey, what's up, Nikki Luffs? Night Angel.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
If you're on a computer, you need to mute the watch face.
Oh shit, maybe I should put my headphones on. That's what I'll do.
Oh yeah, hey Kyle, that's right. Hey Justin, did you happen to hear Joe Rogan's latest interview?
Say that again.
Did you happen to hear Joe Rogan's latest interview?
With who?
He was talking to some what's his name? Some professional debunker, and they were talking about flat Earth today. And Joe Rogan is wearing a shirt that said "Round Earth Shill," and it had a happy face with dollar signs. So we got to him. We really messed with him because he had to have purchased that 2 weeks ago in order to have had it in his mail today. And so I'm like, okay, we got under that guy's skin. And in the interview, he's talking to somebody about flat Earth, and he's like, well, you know, this is Joe Rogan. He says, I just watched Eric Dubay's latest video, and you know, he just gets into that whole Hitler worship thing, and that's where all flat earthers eventually end up. Hail Hitler.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm like, damn.
Kristen, I think your name is. You have to unmute yourself. I had to mute you because we're getting feedback, but you just hit the little microphone at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you. That's an interesting avatar right there.
Yeah, it was just around. I thought it was cool looking. I one time got accused of being Masonic because of the tile floors. It's like you got to be so hyper aware of everything on accident. You might accidentally put some symbology out there. Next thing you know, I'm eating babies or whatever. It's pretty fucked up.
I have a solution for that.
What?
Because, well, the solution for people being overly paranoid about symbols and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a solution for that. Just own it. You know, like I'm thinking about this cultural appropriation. So I got a shirt. I got a couple of them now. I ordered them. It just has the Illuminati pyramid, like on my chest where a badge would be, and underneath it says Illuminati confirmed. And it's like, let's just appropriate it. Because if there is an Illuminati, if there is a group of people dedicated to shining a light, to leading this new renaissance, it's the flat earthers right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know, and you know, it's just like you were saying. Joe Rogan, Round Earth Shill. It's funny because I just watched that, and I just watched the flat Earth asshole do his video tearing it apart. Did you see that yet?
I haven't seen it yet. I can't wait.
Oh, it's great. It's great, and it's just been the fact that he did wear that shirt. It is like a double negative or whatever you call it. You know, it's like it's
Well, I
ridiculous.
backdated it, okay, because I'm like, if you ordered that shirt 2 weeks ago, which is like if you got it from Teespring, that's what it takes for them to print it up. I don't think he bought an iron-on at Walmart. And so if you look back 2 weeks, during the last week of April, there were a whole lot of us tweeting him, calling him a shill for the globalists. And a new world order shill was my word, and then Eric's been calling him a shill, and that shows we got under his skin. Where every other podcast he's defending the ball Earth, and now he's acknowledging that he's actually a shill for the ball. Like, it's too funny.
Yeah, and that piece of shit that he had on that show, that guy basically has two websites, one in Metabunk, which was already debunked by Jenna Fredo. She put her the Toronto skyline. Now they're changing the math. Now he's changing the math on his website to say that's it's ridiculous. And the other website's saying chemtrails aren't real. I had really chemtrails aren't real. They're all contrails. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
Well, that's what Joe does, though. He brings on the thought police, and I'm seeing now how what they do in these interviews. It's a lot of psychological bullying. I mean, if you saw the way he berated Eddie Bravo, very disrespectful.
Yeah, it is. And I'm having a tough time. I'm having a tough time understanding. I mean, okay, I'm having it with the mainstream people that are flat earth. Like you had your Kyrie Irving, then Shaq did his bullshit. Now Eddie Bravo is probably the closest thing you'll have to a mainstream celebrity that seems to be backing it up a little bit. I saw, and Bob, like he couldn't defend himself at all on that radio show. I mean, I almost feel like when they make us look stupid. Like why hasn't there been one decent celebrity that has half a brain that can actually respond to these questions? Eddie Bravo's probably the best one I know, and he's not even that good. He went on Infowars, and and that girl and that guy, they really just bombarded him to death, and he finally just didn't have enough information. He didn't know what to say. He just kept saying, I don't believe, I don't know, and that. But I don't know, man. I don't know what the future holds for that, but I hope Eddie does
Well, I
something,
have
man.
a theory on it. Justin just pointed it out. He said Eddie's a plant in his opinion. The fact is, Eddie Bravo came on the show twice and then interviewed Dubé separately. So there's 3 encounters. And then the 4th encounter was Dubé on Alex Jones' show. And these are all the times that Eric Dubé was introduced into the whole InfoWars narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Shortly after, Dubé gets 100K subs, and then he pushes the Jew thing, and then they go with the Jew thing. To me, it just looks very structured.
I know, and that Matt Powell pointed out a while ago that it's just not the right thing to do. I mean, I'm not even saying that he's half. He could be right about this stuff, but if Flat Earth is going to make it the mainstream, the last thing they need jammed down their throat at the same time is that. And I'm not taking any of that away, but I mean, people need to swallow one pill at a time. I had to do the Flat Earth thing first, and then I started looking into Holocaust. You can't just bombard people that aren't even built like that to begin with, just to swallow, to look into conspiracy theories. Oh, the Earth is flat. By the way, Hitler was great. It's just too much. So immediately it makes him look like an asshole, and he should have just sort of tucked that away, or it just wasn't. I don't know. I don't think his timing. I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. I just think.
Well, yeah, I think it's bad messaging is how I described it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other aspect of it is that if you're pushing for this notion of flat Earth being revealed, that itself would cancel out what the globalists are doing with their weaponized mass immigration. So everything that Eric Dubé talked about in his Europe for Europeans video would be solved by flat Earth. And so by putting the race and the tribe first, he's falling back into the divide and conquer strategy that they used to control us in the first place. So I'm like, what's the point?
Exactly.
Let's focus on the flat Earth.
Yeah, it is more tribal. It is more divide. It's more divisive.
Well, it's just kind of strange to me because I mean, part of me wants to think that he's genuine, but who would go on the biggest podcast platform and get completely humiliated like that? I mean, and the Mickelson-Morley part of it, he had a good point there. Finally, he came up with a good point, and he let him just say it was totally harsh. And I've heard him talk about the Principle documentary, so he should have been able to explain it a little bit and defend that, but he didn't.
You talking about the podcast with Eric Dubé? I mean, with Eddie Bravo and who was the other guy? Who was the other guy? The third guy that was on the Infowars podcast.
I know who you're talking about. I don't know his name though.
I forgot his name.
It was another MMA fighter, if I'm not mistaken. But
yeah, Kron, right? It's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, Rogan released just an hour snippet of that podcast, and it was titled Eddie Bravo, Flat Earth, something like that. And they just completely kicked his ass, which kind of felt for the guy in a way, but he finally brought up a good point. And it kind of felt like, what I went through in the beginning when the first time he went up against some pretty heavy opposition. But when he brought up the Mickelson-Morley thing, I know that he knows more about it because of the Principle documentary that he claims he watched, and he should have been able to explain it. So when the guy for Joe Rogan pulled up the link on the internet and said it was totally false, he kind of just sat back and didn't defend it in any way. I don't know. It's kind of 50-50, I guess. But
Dubé didn't defend it?
No, I'm not talking about Dubé. I'm talking about Bravo and.
Yeah, I know. I know. We have no idea the dynamics of the relationship in real life. That's what I'm saying.
What we do know is that we're not going to have leadership from the mainstream media on this issue, and we can't trust anything they say. So to me, getting them to talk about it's just a troll, just something to laugh at. But ultimately, we're leading this thing from down below.
I know. It's so, I think that's why, I mean, I've posted a couple of videos myself about the future of flat Earth because I have no idea. Because most people, my own, like, I have my own brother. Well, he says, I won't really, until I hear something about, like, he needs to hear about it from the mainstream, which is so fucking ridiculous. You know, it's so ridiculous. But I have to rewind my mindset to where it was before I was introduced. When I used to watch like Ancient Aliens, you know. Now I look back and I'm like, what an idiot I was. That's a mainstream television show. And if you think that if the government was really covering up shit like that, you think they just let it rock out on the History Channel? But people love conspiracies, but they want conspiracies that are like that you can watch on TV, X-Files type shit. You know, and I used to be one of them, you know, but now this is the real deal. This is like shit that got Bill Cooper killed, you know.
Yeah, you know what I called it the other night? This is eyes wide shut territory, where now you're in their turf. Where, you know, in that movie, he's given the code to the gate Fidelio, but he doesn't have the internal password, so he can get in.
Yeah.
And then they can expose him as being an outsider.
Yeah.
Well, we're in eyes wide shut territory, and we've looked deeply enough into this that we're being looked into. And I've been thinking about this, how they could have an inquisition set up, not as individual agents, but just purely AI and just the information they're gathering, filtering us according to how inconvenient our thoughts have to be, just like the Ministry of Truth out of 1984. And we're pretty much screwed if this thing doesn't move forward, because if it backslides, we are going to be loose ends that will have to be dealt with. And I'll see you all in the gulags.
Oh, I know, and I wonder about that. And with all the view counts rolled back, and I mean, I didn't really think about it much when I started posting flat Earth videos, but I guess, and it's not even like it's not the only thing I post. I post, you know, I actually sent you an email today, about the flat Earth music, you know, the art thing, because I'm a musician, so I have a lot of that too. But my point is that I feel like now that I've done that, I'm targeted now. Like I know people have liked my videos and it won't show up, you know, and I got like 13 subscribers, something ridiculous. But the fact of the matter is, I think that's really true that they're rolling back view counts, trying to really like they have to be doing something with the algorithms to fuck us.
Yeah, well, but in a way, this should be a sign of it should be something that you should be optimistic about, because the fact that they have to operate on a clandestine level means that they don't have the power to do what they would like to do, which is kicking down your door. And so this is when they're vulnerable. And that's why it's so important that what we're doing right now is we're participating in a new Reformation. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we are on the 500th anniversary of the original Reformation, the Protestant Reformation, because what's happening here is it's a parallel. You know, as Mark Twain says, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And this is rhyming with 500 years ago.
Wow. Fucking crazy.
And that's why I think something else is fascinating, is that the people who are awakening to this are mostly artists and musicians and writers. And I think that that's kind of foreshadowing something here, because I think if this is done right, if it doesn't backslide into a neo-feudalism in a new dark age, I think we're on the precipice of what could actually end up being a renaissance.
Yeah. You know, this may sound crazy, but I sometimes think that I've been waiting for this my entire life. Like that's how it really feels. Like this, like I've always, I'm a musician. I never, but my problem was, and if you ever check out any of my videos, I pretty much pour my heart out about the fact that why I never made it successfully is because I'm a bad businessman. I was never able to hang a price tag on what I do because I really love it. I believe in it. It's just priceless to me. So I've lived a large portion of my life feeling like I'm behind the eight ball, like I'm always catching up for lost time. What the fuck am I doing? Am I just, you know, like where is my place? You know, but yet I've always been a truth-seeking individual. When this shit came along, it's lit a fire under my ass that I can't explain. That it's like, this is what I was waiting for my whole life. this is the truth that I've been looking for. Does that sound nuts?
No, that sounds exactly like what I've heard from nearly every other person I've spoken with on this particular subject. They all have the same thing to say, whether they're artists, philosophers, and musicians,
Mm-hmm.
and they're all coming to this from a state of having been intuitively guided to it. I
Yeah.
call it providence, but I do think that right now, um, I think the default is dark ages and ignorance and slavery and bondage. That's been the cultural default for humanity since the beginning. But I think
Mm-hmm.
that if those of us who are in tune with the right brain lead this thing, we can advance it forward. And there's a good book on the subject called Prometheus Rising, which talks about how the right brain contains the types of thinking, the modes of thought that we will need to advance to the next level of civilization beyond the barbarism, really, the slavery, the bondage that has really characterized
Yeah.
everything that came before us. And I'm like, well, it looks like this is what we're feeling right now because we're seeing it actually unfolding.
Yeah, you're talking about basically like abstract thought processes, right? I mean, that's basically what right brain people are capable of. We draw connections that other people don't see by basic. I don't want to call them leaps of faith, but they're like logical jumps that I can't really explain them. But yeah, it's like we can jump out, see a bigger picture, jump back in, and make connections that other people might not see because they're on a linear. They think more in a linear way, whereas
Yeah,
right.
and your word jump makes sense. See, in the book Prometheus Rising, he describes the idea of the brain in these 8 sections or a quadrant on the left and one on the right.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that the left brain is your logical, rational thinking, but the right brain is a creative, and that the purpose of the artist or the musician or the poet is to be able to tap into the unconscious and merge the two and bridge that gap. And I think that human beings guided by the right brain are more peaceful, oriented towards culture and commerce and trade, whereas the left brain is just the pure social, Darwinistic, bloody combat.
Wow, that makes so much fucking sense, man. I could have written a book on culture alone. I mean, I understand exactly why why art people. It's so funny. People treat art or music like we're at whatever. What I consider so important to our culture. They treat it like they're just like objects. Something to put on the shelf. Oh, I paid this. I paid $15 for this. I stick it in my car, whatever it is. But meanwhile, to me, art it's a mirror. It's a direct reflection of who we are. And people, whether individually or on a whole, are constantly looking for themselves in the things that they entertain themselves with. Like whether it be a movie or music, they're looking for that character that's them. Okay, and that's the music, that's the movies that we watch, and yet that like you're gonna people have a tendency to belittle that, and yet this is why I think everyone is so lost. Uh, okay, because when you look at what the mainstream has to offer as far as art and music, it's been so fragmented from reality that they can't find themselves anymore. There is really good art out there that's not this banal, mediocre shit that it's being spoon fed at the Grammys. There is still good stuff. Kind of like you remember like when like the '90s was like the last gasp of rock and roll because it was the last time you could turn on the radio and actually hear something good. When that
Yeah.
alternative grunge scene hit and it was like, and I hate that word, but you have to admit that it was the last time that like rock music represented something emotional. There was a lot of stream of subconscious lyric writing. This stuff hit home for a lot of uh, teens that were disenfranchised. That is after the turn of the millennium, it sort of died out. All the carbon copy bands sort of come in, like Creed and Godsmack, and I'm sorry if anybody likes these bands, but I just to me it's shit. But
No, I saw the shift. I know what you're talking about.
yeah, and now everyone's so fragmented, and they so badly deep in their heart want that again, want the reality of hearing pure art, but they don't even know what it is anymore because the real shit is buried and smothered underneath a pile of this glitter glam bullshit. I mean, it's. I feel so. The only way to find good music or good art now is literally by word of mouth, and you have to know that guy. I am that guy, but nobody's hearing my. I don't have a radio station. I don't have a. I wish I did. If I had a radio station, it would be the shit. But you hear my
Well,
point.
one of the things that I'm focused on, in addition to the flat Earth, is in general, um, having a hand in helping content creators learn how to monetize whatever it is that they do. Because
Uh-huh.
I've been making a living off my art, and my art's not that great, but I know how to move it and sell it. And
Okay.
so one of the things I'm getting involved in right now is I'm setting up this first Flat Earth International Art Show in July.
Okay.
And during that time, I'm going to be doing consultations with content creators on how they can monetize what it is that they do. And
Okay.
it's really not that complicated. Like if you've produced uh, 50 hours of video content, chances are there's at least a 30-page book in there, or a collection of essays, or an ebook that can then be turned into an audiobook. And so there are different ways to generate a passive income and allow you to create more stuff. And I'm thinking that what's going to move this thing forward is bringing together a lot of creative types, animators, filmmakers, artists, musicians, and that's starting to happen already. We're going to start a newspaper on these grounds, but I am
Oh,
going to get more personally involved in helping people monetize their content beyond YouTube ads, because YouTube screwed a lot of people over recently.
I heard.
You have the wrong opinion, they can demonetize it. And I'm like, well, we can actually make that not even matter.
Really?
I'm sure of it. I mean,
I
I do
won't.
it, and
I
I can
won't.
show other people how. Just basically ideas. If you're a content creator, it doesn't matter what you're creating, what your niche is, we can figure something out.
Well, I want in, man. I did shoot you an email today. My info's in there. I got a SoundCloud. Actually, for the first time, finally made my first music video to accompany a song in which I played all the instruments on. And
Awesome.
yeah, you'll see it. Hopefully, I'm hoping you see it because I'm actually pretty proud of it, considering I've never used a video editor before. But then again, I think artistic people just grab a hold of something by the balls and just figure it out. I've been using 4-track machines since I was a kid, but then I did finally go to college for audio engineering and realized how much this stuff I already knew just from turning knobs and stuff. But I think I did a fairly good job considering I didn't use barely any transitions from scene to scene. I was careful to make sure I used uh, 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 public domain footage, like the Hindenburg burning down, stuff that I wouldn't get in trouble for, in tandem with my own footage. So I didn't want to get in any trouble. I didn't want to just start grabbing shit. Because with YouTube now, I got to be real careful. I don't want to get any. I don't want to get copyright strikes or anything. But yeah, check it out, man. I think that you're gonna like it. I really
Yeah,
do.
if you send me an email, then I will be getting back to you. And part of this whole thing, calling it a reformation, is also the fact that the tools of production have been so democratized because of these market-driven technologies. They brought the prices down, and so it's like instead of the movable type press, we have smartphones, and we have people who are able to now dissect the footage from the Apollo moon landing and show it for what a joke it is.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, people fell for it because they didn't have the high-tech visual imaging skills that we do today. So they were kind of like blindsided by it. And now, the average person can dissect this stuff.
What
Yeah.
up,
Hey, somebody else gonna join the call?
Jibby Jedi? What's going on?
What's up, man? I can't believe I'm actually talking to you, IPS. I've watched your videos all the time, and now I'm just bullshitting and just so fucking crazy.
That was a really
Oh.
good Timmy video earlier. I like that song, dude. I really do.
Which
Don't
one?
cry.
Oh, the Alan Parsons song. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I noticed that right. I noticed that right at the back. I have a huge recollection. He plays. I'm like, oh my god, Alan Parsons, Eye in the Sky. Holy shit! How many other people know that?
Oh yeah, that song came to mind when I was whenever I don't do this often, but if I'm ever in the position of cyber stalking somebody and I'm like on Google Earth and I'm zooming in on their house and I'm checking out their car and looking in their windows from the street view, that song just comes into my head. And it was a couple other stalker songs that come to mind, but because the symbol on that album, if you saw it, it's the Eye of Horus.
Yeah,
And-
yeah.
And it has a real sinister undertone, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the part of I can read your mind. It's like, what?
Yeah, that was based off of Isaac. Yeah, I had that album with the weird robot and the tube stuff. Yeah, that was based off of Isaac Asimov, right?
Yeah.
That's what it was based on. So I think they took that video down already. I looked for it afterwards because I was telling my friend about it.
Oh, you know
It
what?
was
I
gone.
took it off my account because if you release somebody's personal data, they can flag you and then you can't do live casts for like 3 months. So you can find it. Somebody else re-uploaded it and someone else found something else that's interesting. They went through his LinkedIn account and they found the person who pretended to be a protester on Earth Day that he spoke with. He totally staged it. And then
Oh
there's
my
more.
God.
There's more. Some people, I mean, this is what I love about having these group chats is how I can source information so quick and people report to me. And a number of people have showed me some things they found. I don't want to be too specific because I don't want him to be able to totally erase his tracks, but just other sources confirming what we always knew and how his shortened name isn't short for Jason Jace. No, it's J Ace. That's his gaming name. J and then the ace isn't like the ace of spades.
Okay.
So that his code name is Jace. And I'm like, oh, that's fascinating because I heard that from somebody who knows him personally that I met in another instance. So I don't like to play this game of doxing people, but I don't know if you know what he was doing, but he was going to different live feeds and then
What?
sniping them and playing porn on their screens, which could get you shut down on your account.
Wait,
So-
what was he doing? Didn't he do something to Bro Sanchez?
Yeah.
I think. What did he do?
He just basically took over their live chat and then he.
Oh, forget that. Like we got hit right before Bro Sanchez with underage porn
Yeah,
No
on
way.
a Christian channel. And then I immediately went to the other channels that were running live. Issa's shut down. I went over to Bro Sanchez. I started posting in the chat what was happening. And about 5 minutes later, same with him. But it lasted like the whole 5 minutes because when you knock the host off, you have 5 minutes. And with ours, we had already knocked our host off who fell asleep. So we had about a minute left. So it didn't last too long. But with Bro Sanchez, that went on for like 5 minutes. The chat was going crazy because when they did it, you can't get back on because the back chat vanishes. And
Well, here's the thing.
there was
Oh
no
my
way to get back
God.
to stop it. It just ran unabated. Unabated, and then it was taken down with violation. And Bro Sanchez was saying today that he can't even get back in it to edit it out.
Oh my God.
That was
Why
a
don't
very powerful hangout he had, and he has lost that content now.
Oh
He
my
was
God.
on the warpath today.
Wow. I'm a little bit confused. What exactly did he goes in the live chat and does what exactly?
It would be like this. It would be like if I kicked the rest of you off and then I just blasted some X-rated content on the screen for 10 minutes. And this could get their account flagged by YouTube for terms of service violations, especially if the content's questionable. And so doing that to someone like Bro Sanchez is like, I equate it to throwing a brick through the front window of a business because you're damaging the guy's business. Like you're doing financial damage possibly.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
I would sue somebody if they did that to me, but you know how the internet reacts to these types of things.
Well, you have a contract with Google with these things. It's a mutual kind of a business thing you're using their medium for. Now, when this happens and it gets flagged for a violation, that basically is destroying your intellectual property. And they're committing multiple crimes here, especially with minors involved. And there was a minor on Bro Sanchez's chat yesterday who may have still been watching. Now you're exposing pornography to a minor. Now that's a crime that Google's legal department should have to act on immediately. That's a
How is
crime using their medium.
He was displaying it in the chat. That's how he did it.
Not displaying it in the chat, displaying it literally. If you go to the Hangout, it's right there on the screen, full screen, just a porn playing. That may even show up as the avatar icon when you do Flat Earth Live search, depending on how they snap that still image to show you on the avatar when you're looking at all of the videos or the Hangouts that are live. It could have been that, penis or whatever.
He was calling in. He was calling into the Google Hangout, so he called in.
What you do is if you accidentally screen share the Hangout link, they can go backwards. If you have the setting to let them go backwards to review something you might have just said, they'll just grab the little thing and rewind it, and they can hit pause, And now they have the link right there. They can sharpen it up with 720p or the maximum quality. Now they can just put that in their browser, and now they have access to the Hangout, which also has access to the participants. And then they can go into that list, pluck out the host. Now, once the host leaves, the Hangout will go off air in 5 minutes. But doing it this way can either stop the host from getting back in entirely, or when the host comes back in, he now comes back in as a user and not as an administrator as far as the software can detect. So the software can't detect the administration account being in there. You know what I'm saying? So it shuts down and it ends your live stream. So you could have had a live stream for 6 hours, 7 hours, and then that last bit that occurs and the whole thing is gone. It's kind of like, especially with porn, because it's a violation type of thing now.
Wow.
And he has to fight that now, Bro Sanchez, to get that back.
That is fucked up. So at least,
crazy.
hey, so you guys figured out who he is.
Actually, it's a bullying terrorism online.
Wow, what a piece of shit. Well, at least you found out who he is. So, fuck him.
Well, you know, it's kind of messed up, and I hope he just, you know, maybe apologizes to a few key people, because he had been dropping some old mugshots of certain people making certain accusations like the day before, and it's like, man, he was digging deep, doing you know, muckraking, and muckraking is it's a really destructive game to play. And there's this old expression, you know, never wrestle with a pig, because you both get muddy, but the pig likes it. And that's kind of been my attitude, like, don't get involved. But you know, a number of people gave me this information over the last few weeks, and I'm like, I don't really care enough to do anything with it. But you know, he actually emailed me that morning after he sniped Bro Sanchez. He emailed me because I said that at the art show I was going to have an armed bodyguard, so if he showed up, and I was just saying it just to antagonize him, but he called me a P word. So I'm like, all right, screw you, man. I'm going to make a video about you this morning.
Wow, and what's up with is so this Tim? This name, the name Tim Osmond has been used and reused. I've heard this name, like when I first got into Flat Earth, I had heard this name being used, and what is it? It's not a real name. I just learned today that it was the Osama bin Laden's fake name, right? I mean, that's where it came from.
Yeah, exactly. Osama bin Laden. That's what is associated with him, and then Tim, it's not his real name, obviously. He used it to be a flat Earth troll, and then I arrived on the scene here, deciding I don't want to use my other name, my real name, and then talk about the flat Earth. I didn't want to mix my audiences, so I decided, whose name will I take? And sometimes if I find obnoxious trolls, I'll just take them over if I can, and just build upon whatever brand recognition that they have. And so when I published my book, Flat Earth Activist, I used the name Tim Osman. I used the buzz created by using his name to help build my early subscription base.
Ah, genius. That works. The spelling, though, it's either O-S-M-A-N or O-Z-M-A-N.
I use O-Z, Osman, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I also use that because I knew it would trigger a lot of the people who are like always digging for reasons to be paranoid. And OZ is from Liber Oz, where you get Do What Thou Wilt from Aleister Crowley.
Yeah.
Or Wizard of Oz.
Or Wizard of Oz, exactly.
Yeah,
and that would make you the Oz man, huh?
Oz man.
The wizard. I'm a Wizard of Oz. You know what's interesting about that whole thing is if you look up the Wizard of Oz's real name is Osmandius Pinhead, and the name Pinhead is an acronym. So he's got like 8 names rolled up into one,
and
which has a weird connection to Pinhead from Hellraiser, who is also like what you would consider to be a psychopomp.
And the Watchman, Ozymandias.
The lead Cenobite. He wasn't known as Pinhead till like Hellraiser 3. He was known as the lead Cenobite. He was never written in the books as Pinhead. That was something that came on later on. I think it's funny.
Yeah, I read The Hellbound Heart like a year ago. Amazing book. Great writer.
Yeah, Clive Barker is the shit. He just wrote a sequel. And for the first time, I only watched like the first three, but I just finally watched all of them. Like this 9 of them actually, and I was like, you know what? Let me start from the beginning and watch all the Hellraiser movies. They do get progressively worse. Like literally, if you were to make a list of worst to best Hellraiser movie, well, it might be 2, 1, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like that's how it goes. But yeah.
Oh, you know what? I love 6. I love Inferno.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought
that
there was
was
some stuff because that's one with the chess player, and I like the symbolism of the chess and
yes,
about. I mean, that one, the storyline was just incredible, and then Pinhead, the character, shows up as more of a psychopomp at the end to explain to him how his flesh had overwhelmed his soul, and then he's ripped apart. Um, I just did a painting of Pinhead, and what I did was I took the lament configuration, which is a cube, and I
yeah.
unfolded into a cross, and then I had Pinhead crucified on that cross.
Oh man, I gotta
Because,
see that.
yeah, and the reason I did this is that he is just like Osiris. You know the word Oz? Like Lazarus and Oz is also a reference to Osiris, the crucified god of death and resurrection. The pins on his head are like the crown of thorns. There's
Yeah.
a lot of quasi-Christian Egyptian Osiris symbolism wrapped up into Pinhead.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. There's a lot behind that. People thought that the Hellraiser movie, especially the first two, because they were more based on the book. People that was a lot of Clive Barker's personal. There's so many things in there that are far more than the typical horror movie that it's embedded. It's actually it is a piece of art. It really is. And if you know anything personal about Clive Barker, you begin to understand what all that imagery and all this like, the symbolism is in those movies and the books. It's pretty crazy. And yes, the Christianity thing definitely has a lot to do with it.
Now Clive Barker, did he also do Nightbreed?
Yeah, he did Nightbreed, Rawhead Rex, Midnight Meat Train. He did another movie called Fear. I think it was about these college kids.
Okay, that's right. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
there is an allegory behind the Pinhead, the Hellraiser series that are worth checking out. And I heard there's a new one with the original actor going to be in it, but I like 6 a lot, and I think Deader was pretty good as well. And these
Yeah.
people being buried in the coffin. There's a lot of good. There's a subtext where in that one had to do with a cult, where the cult leader would sacrifice or stab the person's heart on the altar and then resurrect him from the dead. Real
Yes.
twisted stuff.
Yeah, that was good. That girl was hot too. I don't. She kind of aged a bit, but yeah, that was a good one. I just watched that just like a couple nights ago. Yeah, that was a good. Deader was good. Yeah, they were called the Deaders. Yeah, that was good. I like that one. That's definitely good shit.
Well, you know what? Cenobites is just like a monastic unit. Like a hermit is an individual person on a religious quest, and then a group of them are Cenobites. And I like the whole idea behind behind the people finding the box and then eventually realizing. I mean, it's just the idea of these people being awakened to the fact that they sold their souls without even realizing it.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely good. I didn't even, when I first heard the term, I thought it was like a made up word that he used, but yeah, it is a monastic term. I didn't fucking know that. It's all it was all yeah. It's pretty wild that that was well put together like that. Clive Barker was definitely a genius, and with the sadomasochism thing, yes, it did have a lot to do because he was gay. Well, he is gay. It was gay, but he and his the at the time of those movies coming out, it wasn't very pop. Nowadays it's like not a big deal to to be out, but at his time, and I guess growing up, he was struggling. And if you've ever seen an interview, you'd never know. He's like this cigar smoking, like his voice is deep. He does not meet any stereotype of a gay man that you would think, and that stuff that struggle that he had between that and the Christian thing and all that and the consuming of the flesh, it's all there.
Oh,
It's all right there.
okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I can absolutely see that because there are different parts where, like, he does embody this Christ figure, and he talks about the pain and the suffering and the masochism, which is inherent in the figure of Christ. And if you really get into like the Stations of the Cross, and I have older relatives who are part of a religious order called the Penitents. You know, with the
Hmm.
self-flagellation or
Yeah.
or walking on the knees for miles and miles, just where they, like you still see it in some parts of the world, like the Philippines, where they actually get crucified on Easter. But the idea of pain as a way of mortifying the flesh and purging yourself of sin.
Yeah, like you can force that into like that dude in the what was it, the Da Vinci Code is one of those Dan Brown movies. That weirdo kept on whipping himself. You
Yeah.
can't. Yeah, it's some sick theory of thinking like, you know, if I'm dirty, so and I'm gonna. You can't force payment. You don't get to choose how and when you pay for your shit. Is it the thing is it just you're supposed to just accept it? Like, all right, well, when the train comes around, it comes around. You don't just get to, oh, let me go in a room, beat the shit out of myself, and I'm good. That's some weirdo that's like real psychosis right there.
Well, I've been describing for a while that organized religion institutes a sadomasochistic relationship that literally does just that, and that the concept of original sin that you need to pray away, or that you need to work off, or you need to somehow atone for, is no different than the carbon footprint, which you have to offset by recycling and living green. And so what I'm saying is they took the old religious system of mortification of the flesh,
Yeah.
and they transplanted it into the green movement.
Oh my God.
So when I'm talking about how heliocentrism is a religious paradigm, they took the entire Roman Catholic polytheistic mind control system, and every single aspect of it has been given a modern facade, and they've replaced it in a modern context. And so we still psychologically have to deal with angels in heaven watching our every move that we can't see and that can report to God in the form of satellites. We're taught to believe in satellites we can't see, but they can see us and they can report to a central authority.
Well, you know, we do have the light that is, they call the IPS, or IPS, I'm sorry, ISS. And we know it's not the ISS, but what is it?
That's exactly right. What is this ISS, and is it maybe a natural luminary that they designed some type of an equipment that is similarly shaped to explain what that light is?
The sight? You mean when they sight? You mean when they spot it in the telescopes and shit? I mean, when they see
maybe it's part of this natural astrological clock of lights we have in the sky, and at a certain point in it, this particular light gets closer to us. So to prevent us from questioning what's this strange light, they have the prepackaged explanation of, oh, that's our Mir station, that's our Skylab, that's our ISS. Maybe this thing changes shape a little bit, so they have to do a redesign of a space station. You know what I'm saying? Because we know it's not up there. We know the engineering of these things is impossible. We know just all of it is just absurd. So, all right, what's the real thing then?
It all doesn't make any sense. The distance away, it's supposed to be 279 miles away, and you wouldn't be able to see it at all. Really.
So you're suggesting then it could be a natural luminary, and that the ISS is a convenient cover story for something that doesn't quite fit the way it should rotate in a true heliocentric thing? Yes. Like, does it move in a way that's consistent with the heliocentric model?
No.
I guess it does have it's almost like a moon, the way it orbits us.
Okay.
It has an elliptical path. Like if you had the flat Earth map in front of you, it has an elliptical path around the North Pole, but it's shifted one way. You have to look it up. It doesn't just go around like the equator or any of the longitude lines. It goes like an egg shape where on one side it's closer to the North Pole and it comes back. It's an elliptical orbit basically around the North Pole. I think it's a balloon, but that's me. But
it's very, very fast.
Yeah, it is very fast.
See it in the sky. It is the fastest light in the sky. So that would be
Kyle
the closest
McDonald
in the helio
says
model.
They calculated it at 4,000 miles per hour. So
It's
that
supposed to be
rules out-
17,000.
Yeah. So that's something it could. And Nathan Oakley has pointed this out as well, that it could very well be a natural luminary that has always been known about by the elite, but they found a new cover story.
Yeah, I think he must have heard me say it, because this is the theory I've been tossing out for a few weeks now. That makes the most sense, because think about it, they're not going to risk equipment failure. We're all thinking it's a drone or a balloon, but what if there's unforeseen equipment failure? I don't care if they have redundant systems. It could go down. Lights could go out. That would be the game over. they wouldn't risk that. Really, they really wouldn't. I really, in my heart, don't think they would risk it. So what they would do though is fake something to explain a light in the sky that would blow a hole in a helio model or reveal some truth we're not meant to see. I don't know, but that seems to be the most logical assumption to go with, or a theoretical assumption to build upon, instead of trying to build upon, is it a drone projecting a hologram? You know, and I go through a lot of the footage on YouTube of this alleged ISS from the ground, and I find a lot of lack of atmospheric distortion that we would have, piercing the atmosphere to look at this thing and then sharpening your image to pull a shape. Well, it would look like it's underwater, like severely, with a lot of atmospheric distortion. But I find a lot of fakery going on YouTube, faking the clarity of this ISS with no atmospheric distortion, very straight lines on the solar panels. How are you going to hit a pause or whatever and have very straight lines through atmospheric distortion that makes it wavy and look like through water? So they're faking imagery of it from the ground. So there's more fakery there, aspects tied to this.
It looks like an X-wing fighter.
It kind of looks like a TIE fighter sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
All the fakery that $50 million a day can purchase.
Yeah, exactly. And all that we could do with one day's budget from NASA to expand on flat Earth truth. Yeah, an expedition to the north, an expedition to Antarctica. One day's worth of funding can give us the answers to our model, or at least most of them.
So you think they're shining you think they're shining a hologram onto that natural? That's what you're saying, basically.
Well, that was my original theory, is that I thought they were using some kind of a drone with an augmented reality projector maybe around it or something, like a drone projecting a plane around it, crashing into the building. It looks like, because it's a hologram, it looks like it's melting into butter, a hot knife and butter in the building. So I thought it was using that kind of technology maybe, but it's the equipment failure part I can't get by. 24-hour drone, solar power, makes sense. But if that light goes out while somebody's watching, they're gonna tell people, hey, the ISS is not there. It went out, whatever. Like, that's a risk I don't think that they would take. I don't know. This is how my brain works. What's
the explanation for the ISS being lit up anyway?
That's a good one. But they say that you'll find it lit up just after dusk, just before dawn, which if you do the altitude math, you'll see that the sunlight is still casting light upon it around the ball. I said, really? Well, what's casting light upon the front of it if the sun is, in the rear of it on that ball model? And the whole thing is illuminated, like it's self-illuminated.
Yes, I'm looking at pictures right now. That's
So Tim, have you seen the light fly over the so-called ISS?
I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I've looked over it, and most of my research into the matter, though, has been looking at the tomfoolery they engage in with the swimming pools and the vomit comet. And it's like, to me, the ISS is just a reality TV show presented to the dumbed-down masses as reality. And it's really nothing more than just kabuki theater.
What do you think of this for spacewalks? We've been saying that we think that they're doing them in this Russian facility. What if they're doing it in the ocean itself?
No, they're doing it in a distilled water in Italy, I think it is, but it has to be distilled because that's where they get this clarity that looks like space, and it doesn't have all the bubbles that you see in the big pools.
How about, well, all right, that's a possibility. What do you think of maybe, say, an underwater base that they can exit and go out from with a duplicate replica of this ISS underwater now? And this could explain maybe a lot of these anomalies, these UFOs we see in the footage, which they can explain by just kind of tweaking the focus, turning up the contrast and turning down the brightness, so it does have an appearance of blackness of space, but we still see these strobing anomalies, which maybe could even be bioluminescent fish, but they look like little CDs or whatever. They look like little circles, UFOs, That's because the focus has been adjusted.
No, you
make-
nailed it.
Okay.
That's precisely what they do. And what I've noticed is that they have certain YouTube channels that are totally shills, like Secure Team 6. And what they do is they watch the live feeds all day long, and whenever they see an anomaly that's most likely a bubble or
Yeah,
maybe
it's a
even a scuba
UFO.
diver, they're there to report it as a UFO and distract everybody.
Yeah, Secure Team
yeah.
10.
And I
What-
really
oh my
wanted to like
God.
them too at first when they first came out.
I know he's
that
a
channel.
yeah. He's yep.
Hey,
I
go
agree
to
with you.
go to Celebrate Truth. He found a video with SpaceX, and SpaceX apparently they suck at this thing, where it wasn't just bubbles in space when they did it. It was a freaking scuba diver, no doubt about it.
Well, you can see a
yep.
scuba
I
diver.
think I remember that one. Yep.
Yeah, there was
That was a
like
good
it looked like half a dozen bubbles moving in one direction. But the more you examined it and Celebrate Truth realized if you turn the camera to the angle, you can kind of see what it is. There are people swimming in there, and it was pretty much obvious what we were looking at. It wasn't in space, and it definitely someone else had looked at the footage. And this is a person who had done some sort of underwater um, diving or something at night with lighting for some reason, recovering something. But he said that the footage itself was very reminiscent of underwater, that it wasn't space.
Just the way everything moves when they do in those spacewalks looks like it's an underwater movement. The straps, the things that are attached to the spacesuit, everything that they're doing mirrors what it looks like underwater with these same type of things. But I don't think that's the only medium that they use for faking it. Studio, underwater, different techniques.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, they're going to use whatever they have at their disposal, whatever is cutting edge. And if they had the CGI capabilities right now, they would already have a sun base. Like they would land something on the freaking sun if they thought they could convincingly pass it off with CGI. That's how arrogant these people are.
Well, they're
Yeah.
trying to pass off CGI SpaceX as real landing on
Hey,
bouncy rafts.
What do you- have you what do you think about the lunar wave theory? Have you seen this on Crow 777's channel? Do you have any thoughts about that?
I've examined that extensively, and I just, to me, I mean, I like all of his work, but that's the one part of his videos that I don't really pay too much attention to, because Occam's razor would suggest what's more likely, that he happened to catch an anomaly like this on the moon that's never been observed before, or that his equipment had some type of a glitch. So that's kind of my take on it, but everything else Crow 77 does, you should binge watch it.
Yeah. Well,
he claims
there's
they
more
can
than
predict these
one.
waves.
Yeah, there's more than one. There was the best one he's got, but I was looking it up last night. This other people have caught them, and they send them to him. You should probably check it out. There's more than just one lunar wave video. There's quite a few of them, and and some of them have them going while you have one going up, you've got another one coming up from the bottom left like doing a swooping motion. Going on an angle, it's pretty wild, and yeah, the camera moves, so you know that it's not a refresh thing on the camera.
Why couldn't
It's
it
pretty
be some
wild.
kind of bow shock in the atmosphere, maybe, or a vehicle up there, say, breaking the sound barrier, creating a concussion wave that would spread outward.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's possible.
You know, like you're throwing a pebble in the ocean, and then it creates that outward kind of omnidirectional wave. Well, that's thick water vapor. When something would break the speed of sound, or boom, that'll create like a bow shock or whatever. And if you're looking at a light through the atmosphere, it might give the appearance of this lunar wave.
What he's saying, but if you look at it, everything gets displaced completely. Like it'll show you, you'll zoom in, like watch this crater, and then by the time it's done, the crater's moved over. What he's saying basically is that this is like their adjustment for the the slight adjustment for the oh my god, what is that called again? To the slight
refresh rate?
No, for in the orbit of the moon, it's called the oh my god, I'm so bad with remembering terms. There's a term for
perigee.
something to do with the equinoxes and shit. Something to do with the equinoxes and how the moon moves just a little bit, and saying this is its way of. I mean, I don't know. It's wild. If that's the case, if you were to follow this theory all the way to the bottom of its hole, it's saying is the moon is a hologram that's been going on since like as long as we like. So obviously there's some other shit, and the moon is a giant hologram that is being controlled by a machine that has been here long before man even had technology. That's scary when you really think about it like that.
It's also very anti-Occam's razor too to think that there's this 5,000-year-old hologram machine.
I
What
know.
about camera equipment? Aren't certain cameras have this built-in refresh rate thing that goes on? I've seen this lunar wave on certain camera equipment kind of do that to the picture. Like it's just kind of a wave that goes up. It's like a refresh rate type thing. I'm just throwing out kind of simpler Occam's razor type explanations before I go to the crazy giant holographic projector, thousands of years old. You know what I'm saying? It's not gelling. It's not resonating.
What about the craters all being 90 degrees in? Anybody, you know?
Oh, that precisely. Yeah, exactly. If it was bombarded by craters, they wouldn't all come in at a 90-degree angle. I mean, they'd be drag. You know, we wouldn't see such circular craters that look the way they do in the helio model.
So no one has any idea what the moon is at all. We don't have any idea.
Man, I have so many P900 videos and photography of the moon that I'm still scratching my head. It almost looks
I'm with
like
what Kyle just pointed out in the comments. He says, I think the moon is Celestine and the craters are electrical scarification. That's what the craters look like to me. Like,
because of that little bump in the center
from whatever process that causes this thing to illuminate.
Oh, the illumination. Yeah, I could not see stars through the dark side of the moon through the P900. I tried and tried. So I'm not seeing that. I haven't tried it during a lunar eclipse. Like to look like that video that Eric Dubay mirrored from that guy that showed stars before they got there and then through the looked like the dark side of the moon. But that was said to be during a lunar eclipse. I've only tried it during the phases of the moon to try to see something through it. I mean, we have the symbols on the flags and everything that show the star and the crescent moon. So there is something to it. I just personally haven't documented it yet and seen it for myself.
During a solar eclipse, you can't see the sun behind it, so why would you be able to see the stars?
Well, that's if the moon is the thing causing the solar eclipse. Theoretically. You can go look at NASA's 2012 transit of Venus. It's the NASA version. They'll show you that big orange cartoon CGI sun, and here comes the little round black ball of Venus to transit the sun, and Venus is transparent. You can see the outline of the sun through Venus on NASA's version of the transit, and multiple videos of it. And I was screaming, bloody murder back then, 2012. Does anybody else think planets are transparent? Hello? Nobody's noticing anything wrong there in that footage. So I don't know.
Eclipses. I think there's I mean, I don't know exactly, but the eclipses are not what we've been told. So I mean, the theory that is that there's another orb in the sky. Has anyone heard about this? That there's another orb out, there's another something out there that can do that, that can block
K2 and Ratu or something. Right.
Rahu.
What?
Rahu, the
thank you.
third party. Yeah.
Right, but how come we can only see them during the eclipse?
I don't know. Maybe they're transparent. I have no idea, but that'd be the only logical explanation for, like, with the converging of the shadows of the moon. The moon's shadow on the Earth supposedly has been recorded as little as 2 miles wide and as much as 30 miles wide. Meanwhile, the moon is supposed to be how big? 2,000 or 3,000 miles wide? Am I wrong? What is it? 2,000 miles. 3,000 miles wide. You can't make anything cast a shadow smaller than itself. So it doesn't even make sense in itself. So it would, if there's something blocking the sun, it would be something much smaller. I'm just saying, like that. If you use all that data, that's the most sense it makes. And I've heard a lot of people talk about that. Another orb in the sky. We can't see it. It's like if there's a third one, I don't know. it's speculation at this point. I can't say no. I just know what isn't, and what isn't happening is what they tell us.
Well, we figured out the floor first. We're working on the lights on the ceiling next, but we don't need to figure out the lights in the ceiling to figure out.
Yeah, you know, you're you're right. You're right. Exactly. It's fun though. It's fun.
Oh, it is. It is.
Well, you notice that they'll take advantage of every single eclipse to really do a lot of reinforcement on the heliocentric thing, and that's when
Yeah.
they line up the kids and tell them, this is what this means, this is how it works, this is how you can observe it. And so to me that looks like just mass damage control every time in order to give them the explanation that best fits their model. But yeah, there's no reason to think we're going to have all the answers until we've really cracked the vaults beneath the Vatican or whatever.
Yeah, there's so many things. You notice nobody takes the time to point out the like it's like they want globe earthers want their cake and eat it too all the time, and there's so much contradictory, facts. So many facts that give you that contradict each other, but they're never put side by side. So it's like like for instance, they say that the reason for the converging shadows is this penumbral effect that the sun has. Sun has this penumbral effect where it like comes to a point and comes back out, which is still a load of horseshit. Okay, so if the sun has these penumbral rays, then that means the sun's rays aren't coming in at 90 degrees. So then that throws away Aristophanes' experiment. But they want to have Aristophanes' experiment to be valid and also have your penumbral rays. So you can't have both. You can't fucking have both. But that's what they want. That is pure. Cognitive, it's beyond cognitive dissonance. It's like literally reaching and scratching to hold on to Santa Claus. That's exactly
it's important to point these inconsistencies out because these are the same people who say, I can see a boat go over the horizon, and then you say, why can't I see the curve from the plane? And they say, you're too small to perceive it. It's like, I thought you just saw a boat go over the horizon.
Yep, and or the height. It's never big. I saw. You're right. I saw the curvature from a plane. Then you show them footage of 150 or 200,000 feet up from a balloon. There's no curve. Oh, you're not high enough. Oh, but you saw it from a plane now. You saw the curvature from a plane. You fucking moron.
Yeah, they talk out of both sides of their mouths and they call us crazy.
Yeah. Stick with that, and yet that's fine. And they don't realize that when they call us religious. Like, meanwhile, it's like you can't be an first of all. I've never met an atheist on Flat Earth. I don't think you can be an atheist on Flat Earth. I don't know if you can, but anyway, the point they'll backtrack. They go, "Oh, I get this. You're treated from a spiritual." No, actually, I arrived at that conclusion. But the thing is their whole science thing is a religion. It has all the characteristics of a religion. You have to go. It has a middleman, all that shit. Except the thing that's scary about it is that they don't have a specific like deity. And that's why they think it's not a religion. That's the scariest thing, a religion that doesn't think it's a religion.
Is the deity.
What?
State-olatry.
But they don't say it, they don't worship it, they don't pray to it. They don't think it's a religion, and that's what's scary. It's like being a slave and not knowing you're a slave.
Well, the most dangerous element of it, I believe, is the doomsday apocalypse global warming scenario, because doomsday scenarios have always been tools of socio-political control, and global warming is just as bad as having people believe that there's a second coming around the corner.
Yeah.
And gravity is the god of the gaps. That's correct. Heaven is space, and the Holy Spirit is gravity. I mean, it's all basically they took a religious paradigm and gave it scientific nomenclature.
Yeah.
And Joe Rogan today was trying to say that flat earthers are the equivalent of Scientologists. That was his argument he was making today, or yesterday. Pathetic, because when you really get down to it, NASA is a space religion equivalent to Scientology, and the foundation of NASA kind of went parallel with the foundation of Scientology and actually involved some of the same people. So that guy is so...
I
watched
hate
some
looking
of
at his
the-
face.
Joe Rogan's not stupid. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's researched. I don't know.
Oh, he knows. He knows what he's doing. He knows that he's actually encouraging, or he's discouraging, the scientific method by telling people to rely on experts and not question authorities. I mean, the guy's an elitist, a stooge, whatever he is. He's definitely triggered by the whole flat Earth thing. If you saw his shirt today, it said "Round Earth Shill" and had a happy face with money coming out of the eyes. I thought that was brilliant, but we got under his skin. But he's definitely working against us because he's pushing the idea that we ought to shut up because we don't want to brainwash 16-year-olds who may not be educated enough and who might be susceptible to these wild ideas. Like, he's trying to be a thought police. He's such a hack for the establishment. It's mind-blowing because he used to be this outsider who was all about psychedelic drugs and edgy humor. Yeah. Now he's a total gatekeeper thought police.
But is there such thing as bad publicity when it comes to flat Earth? Because if they keep hearing the name flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, people are going to stop laughing and start going, all right, why isn't this going away? And then they're going to look into it. So.
Yeah. Anonymous got behind it. And how do you feel about that? Any opinion? Any feeling on that?
What do you mean?
Anonymous made a video saying that they've gotten behind flat Earth.
Oh, that's a good idea. You know, honestly, that's crazy. I have to look at it really quick. But now that I think about it, that's a good idea. And some of us ought to be putting up some anonymous. Interesting.
That really surprised me. I thought it was fake. Or no, it's legit. They really they basically said what you just said. They said, you know, this is it. You know, at first it hasn't gone away. It's done nothing but gain traction. Because if it was just some viral trend, it would have been, you know, debunked a long time ago. But it hasn't, and now they've looked into it. And now they've realized that there's no curvature, and they're all about it. So Anonymous is behind it. So. That's cool, I guess. Unless it's gonna, you know, I don't just swan dive into everything, you know, and believe in, you know, I don't know what it means, but I hope it means something good.
Well, one of the points that I've been making since I started my channel is the need to get outside of the echo chamber in order to make sure it doesn't become easily controllable. And part of this is showing other groups how this relates to them. And so I've been working on a project of eliminating the globe paradigm to the basic goals of the cultural Marxists who think that they need to protest against what they see as structural oppression. So the people who are marching against police brutality, if they think that there is a structural bias against them, then they just need to be introduced to the concept of the globe and how the globe itself is a tool of statist control. And I think we can kind of mix these things, cross-pollinate the ideas with these different movements. And one of the reasons why I think it's a good idea is if you look at who's behind a lot of these movements, they're totally controlled by the opposition. And if you can get a George Soros-funded operation to become the carrier for the flat Earth virus, you will have successfully subverted a $500 million operation. And so I actually think this summer, as the riots pick up, and they will, I'm going to be pushing the flat Earth concept to all the different protest groups, whether it's Black Lives Matter or any of these progressive identity groups, or even Antifa. Even though Antifa is a bunch of stooges who are marching for the global world order, these idiots can be subverted quite easily, I think.
Yeah. You know, I think this. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people are more concerned with not being considered crazy. Like that's like literally they think that they're edgy and all this and that and the other thing, but when it comes down to it, they're like, well, I don't want to lose family and friends over this shit, so I'm not even gonna look into flat Earth. I don't think they even want to know because they don't want to be that guy. I'm serious. This is how I think a lot of people really think. They just like, oh shit, man, you know how many people lose their friends and family over it? Shit, I'm not getting involved in that. And then there's an entirely other group of flat earthers that haven't even done a tenth of the research that like people like me and you have, but it's just something for them to be a part of because they kind of like being out. You know, it's like flat Earth is like the perfect thing for like they're like the new emo crew. You know, like oh, I'm a rebel. I'm into flat Earth, and it's like, and then you listen to them argue, and they don't even. They look ridiculous, and they make the rest of us look stupid. And it's like it's good to know. It's like, okay, how many of us legitimate, real, true flat earthers. Because some people are just like they take 10% of the info and they're like, "Oh, I'm convinced. Let's run with it. Cool, yeah, cool. I get to be a rebel. Okay, I get to be an outsider. You know,
No,
it's a lot
yeah,
of
yeah, I know what you're saying, and in fact, it's kind of funny because Bill Nye even called this. Because if you remember back in March, Bill Nye said that there weren't any flat earthers on his Star Talk radio. He's in
yeah.
denial. But right before Earth Day, and I think we had something to do with this because we were tweeting him pretty heavily saying we're gonna march against your March for Science, and he
Yeah.
put out an article how to stop a flat earther in their tracks, and he said that flat earthers just are in it for the countercultural flair. That's
Oh,
Bill Nye talking. I thought, man, that's hilarious.
Well, I know. I
Um,
love their
yeah.
assumptive conclusions based on, well, pretty much not really knowing anything. But, yeah,
Yeah, well,
that's how they do it.
they select a certain specimen of they get to pick the flat earther and they judge. First of all, I hate that they're flat earthers. Whenever I see some, this is what flat earthers think. I'm like, shut the fuck up. You have no idea because there are no two real flat earthers think alike. They all have different shit, different stuff to bring to the table. You got no idea what you're talking about. Flat earther should be synonymous with critical thinker, independent thinker, but no, instead it's synonymous with out like you said, a rebel retard.
They
You know?
they've trained us to think in labels, and basically what you do then is when somebody has this new concept or idea, you've already been socially programmed to put a label on it, and then when you put that label on it, you kind of write them off. Then you put them in a box, and you put a label on that box, and that's it. It's like a compartmentalized way of thinking of everything instead of just thinking individually. It's all like pre-programmed, ready to go. That's why you get these instant responses when they hear the words conspiracy theorist. They automatically get this immediate visualization of what that is. It's
Yeah.
about labeling. And so it's very important for this cabal system to label everything. Teabagger. It's always about the label, the shaming and the labeling to
Yeah.
humiliate.
And as time goes by, the cliches get more ingrained. It's gonna like calcify this. I feel like I got in it at a ripe time, but I just like I said, like all the cliches are gonna just sort of become like even the cliches will become cliche, and then it's everyone's gonna have a certain knee jerk sort of response to this thing. Is oh, that flat Earth thing again, because it has been going on for so long. So now
well,
the responses are in green.
Atheist Rex in the comments just made a comment. He says, maybe you guys need a model to make the flat earth community more cohesive. And I want to point out that he couldn't be more wrong. First of all, the Globies don't have a real model. But it's not about the model. It's about the mind control and the propaganda matrix that made the deception possible in the first place. That's the enemy. It's not the fact that we don't have the right map. It's the fact that we have been conditioned to accept what the authorities tell us, and they've brainwashed all of us for centuries. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
And then Teal Summers said that the elite will control it, whether it's flat or ball. And that's where I disagree as well. One of the reasons why when I first came into this and started making videos, I started attacking the concept of a dome, because the only way the status quo doesn't change is if we're not allowed to leave the plantation, because we're under siege. And I'm suggesting that there's more land. And it's not that we have to go there, but once it's discovered that resources are being hoarded and that we're being put in an artificial state of scarcity for them to control us, then the status quo changes as the money stops, because they're all parasites. If they weren't taking 50 million a day to brainwash us here and how much here and then all the taxation, if they weren't parasiting off of us, they wouldn't exist.
Exactly.
So when people are like, where's your map? It's like, you don't even have a map. None of us have it. The people who have the map aren't sharing that information, and they're not going to until we get the motherload of all WikiLeaks. And that's going to happen when there's a collective awakening about the fact that we're on a flat stationary plane.
Yeah, well, it's because people need they like in order to move from one idea, one paradigm into another, you need to. It's like you need to know exactly what it is. Like, oh, before I know what to believe, before I know what to disbelieve, I need to know, like, I need to know all the facts. Like I won't believe that the Earth is flat until you tell me exactly how this thing works, why they did it, all this stuff. Everyone wants everything backwards first. They want the motive, just like that, metaphor for you walk into a room. There's a bloody body on the floor in front of you, and it's like, oh, there's been a murder. Well, do you need to know the motive first before you even agree that there's been a murder, or do you just dive into information and work towards the motive? Because a lot of people always say that there was like, well, I don't think the Earth is flat because I don't understand why. Why would they do it? Why would they do it? Why would they do it? Maybe you don't need to know what is. You just need to understand what isn't first. Before we're all still trying to figure this thing out. We're all still trying to put these pieces together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's establish the facts. Let's investigate the possible crime before you put the cart ahead of the horse.
Exactly.
Motive first. That doesn't even make sense.
No,
Treat it like you're a private investigator, or you treat it like you're a detective investigating a crime. Somebody said there's NASA bakery. Well, that sounds like a crime. Let's investigate the allegations and the evidence stating that there's been a crime, instead of saying I can't understand or fathom what the motive is, therefore I'm not even going to bother investigating your alleged crime allegation.
Exactly.
Well, a lot of people aren't even close to being prepared to recognize what it means when we say that there is an occult theocracy, and that it's a polytheistic cult with ancient roots and ancient culture. And every time you see pederasty, elite gender inversion, weird satanic ritual sacrifice or mind control, you see all this weird stuff surfacing, like Pizzagate or the Franklin cover-up, Bohemian Grove. This is part of a continuity of a culture that's been doing this and living this way for thousands of years. And they're behind a deception that's both a psychological warfare operation, it's physical containment, and it's spiritual enchantment. They've literally got our souls hypnotized. Like they cut you off spiritually and get you to worship their idols, which is all state-olatry. They get you to worship their false idols to distract you from the Creator. The Bible doesn't represent the Creator. None of man's holy books do. But everybody's basically spellbound. And so to think that they're going to wake up, it's ridiculous, because a lot of these people who are just really stuck on the globe believe whatever they see on CNN. They're so close. I mean, they're so far from the surface.
I know. They still think that the mainstream is feeding them anything that even resembles the truth. This is completely the opposite of that.
Well, I'm working on a triage chart, and it's going to be basically, because I see it as like 10 steps. Like, one step in, you're watching coast to coast, 10% in, 2% in, or 2 steps in, you're looking at 9/11 as like something's not right. But the deeper you go, the more you realize false flags, then hoaxes, and then you get into the real crazy stuff.
Right, Alex Jones is in there somewhere, or.
Yeah, Alex Jones would be like step 3, because he'll recognize a false flag. But beneath that is recognizing hoaxes and crisis actors. And then below that, the average person can't even conceive of it. Like, if somebody says, let's debate the globe, I'm like, how many kids died at Sandy Hook? If they think one single person died, it's like, you're not ready to have your biggest deception challenged right now, because you're still stuck on what Anderson Cooper told you and Lion Brian Williams.
Exactly. I know it's and with all the fake, with all the the call, fake news. No one, it's said, this flat Earth thing is the litmus test. This is really separating the men from the boys. And some people literally, because they can't think for themselves, they simply will not. And so they masquerade themselves as independent thinkers, but meanwhile all they're doing is looking at these other like independent thinkers, people like, or what you'd think would be independent thinkers, like heroes like George Carlin, and they just sort of steal their quotes and personalities and act like that. But that's not the same as actually being an independent thinker. Being an independent thinker is not acting like an independent thinker, looking up to these people that you're inspired by. That's cool and everything to look up, to be inspired, because these people were stepping stones for me. Bill Hicks, George Carlin, on the way. Looking back, okay, I feel differently about them now, but if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have, they were heroes to me at some point. They were stepping stones for me. But my point being is that eventually I became an independent thinker. I became willing to be able to reboot my belief system anytime. I still might, and I will still be willing to do it again. Like, I'm still willing to throw away everything that I think I know and believe at the drop of a hat, because my emotional attachment to things is not as important as knowing the truth.
Yeah, well, I tell people who they're always trying to call out shills. It's like, who cares? You'll get your best information from the highest placed gatekeepers, because they're the ones who they do the deep research to draw you in. And so just go for the facts, avoid their narratives, avoid their conclusions, and benefit from the time they spent putting together the presentations and digging out the facts. So
Yeah.
I don't care if someone believes there's a dome or a giant planetarium. It doesn't matter, because ultimately, if they're researching and they're measuring the ground and they're digging up clues, I can use it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody knows that. I've heard people sit there for. I've literally sat and heard people I have to actually debate about the dome, and no, this is what it is, and this is what it is, and I'm like, listen, you can shut up, because you have no. This is no different than you debating about planets. You don't know what you're talking about. You've never been there. You've never seen it. So you talking about back and forth. You're speculating about who had the most powerful dream or whatever. You have no. You haven't seen that. You don't know if there's a dome there. I'm sure somebody knows. I think that the government has a better idea of what's going on than we do. I mean, if they were blasting rockets up at it in the 50s, they probably have a better idea where it ends, where it is. We don't know. We're left in the dark. Somebody knows, though. There's a lot of truth being hidden from us that we don't know.
Yeah,
Doesn't
when
mean they
people
know
say
either.
let's crowdfund a trip to Antarctica, or like, why don't you go check? It's like, yeah, let me go take a flight on Southwest Airlines, and I'll say, hey, just keep going straight. It's like, it's not that easy. And I think that the faster solution is going to be precipitating this reformation, facilitating it, throwing more kindling on the fire, and getting the information to spread to the point where we reach a tipping point and we trigger the mother lode of all WikiLeaks. And I think one of the driving forces behind this might actually end up being greed, when people find out how resources have been hoarded.
Yeah.
And then we'll find out who has the maps. And we know who is in on this deception. We can already name names if we wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, there's this information has to be stockpiled. It's not like they just put up road cones in Antarctica and say, we're not going to cross either. They have to know shit. They have to know. I'll admit, I fucking fantasize about like what would happen if you go in Antarctica. I think, like, what is it? What could be there? Wish I could know in my lifetime. That literally bothers me, not knowing whether I will know or won't in my lifetime. It really does. But it's there. There's a truth there to be known. But I can't get there to know it. But I want to know. I don't want to just guesswork, just people speculating. That's not good enough for me. You know?
I think there are people who are very interested in this and who are waiting for the signal, for the ball to drop for something. I have a feeling about this. There's a number of people who are doing a lot of research and investment and speculation into the subject of seasteading. And I think the concept was being used as something of camouflage for figuring out the logistics of how to move away from the parasites that control this region.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there's already people far more qualified to make that trip than those of us. So what our job, I think, we're not going to be the ones getting on boats and traveling. Our job is just to continue to point out the inconsistencies and the official lies, to effectively do a proper reformation, not let it get co-opted, because that's what happened. I mean, it's exactly 500 years ago, according to the official history, 1517. That's when the church's power was broken by the Bible being disseminated widely. And that's when they started to create what the Jesuits and the Globe and the Counter-Reformation was accomplished by heliocentrism and by Scientism. And so I think it's kind of fascinating that we're hitting this 500-year mark. And I think that this is I think they plan these things. And I think right now it's just a matter of who's able to seize control of the dominant narrative.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
As far as damage control, because I try to play that out in my head too. I mean, sometimes I think that, I mean, how is it going to be like? Even if it is a stage and they got to do this and they got to play out the the play and the stage. I mean, are they gonna do it in a way like NASA's gonna take the fall? They're gonna be the fall guy. Government's gonna act like, oh, we didn't know. They were just these guys begging us for funding. We gave them money. That they showed us pictures of space too. We didn't know. Oh, goddamn NASA! And then just like anything else, a bunch of fake fall guys are. Oh, goddamn NASA! And now the Earth is flat, and now it's a different narrative. Like, how are they gonna?
Well, earlier we were talking about how Jews are like the accepted scapegoat or the perennial scapegoat where they're playing a role willingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. And it seemed to me that Alex Jones was actually laying out that narrative framework on Joe Rogan when he said, yeah, they had to stage the moon landing because they couldn't get through the Van Allen radiation belt. Even Alex Jones let that slip. And he said that they actually went to the moon with some secret technology, but Apollo didn't. And it seems to me that they're laying the crumbs out there to be able to blame it all on NASA. And I think that's a massive misdirection.
So what I said might be kind of what they would do, because they can't just let the whole thing fall to shit. They need to keep control, so they need a fall guy. And NASA is that because NASA isn't the same thing as the U.S. government. You know,
Right,
like
exactly.
even though
guy, and because I look at NASA as just an extension, another Jesuit order, but they would use a fall guy because a psychopathic system, just like a psychopathic individual, a pathological liar, they never come clean with when they're exposed. They'll preserve what they can, and then they'll just pile more lies on top. And so that's why I have said that it seemed to me that they're going to try to control the narrative by using organized religion, possibly. Anything to keep people from looking outside of the boundaries that have been set aside for us.
So how would we switch from how would flat Earth? I mean, flat Earth isn't going away. This circle of us is not getting any smaller. So if like you said, if the ball has to drop, no pun intended, but then how would we convert from one paradigm to the other? Would we just sort of it would just all kind of happen subconsciously? No, I mean because people eventually have to all these same globe retard assholes that have been making fun of us eventually have to eat their words. I mean, it has to be one way or the other. Everyone has to agree the Earth is flat or it's round, or it's a sphere. And if we were going to shift from one paradigm to another, and like you said, they're going to have, if they admit it, then that means that the majority of the population has to admit that they were wrong. Oh shit, these flat Earth guys were right. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think this is why it's so fascinating. It's like, what's going to happen? And on my more pessimistic days, I'll be like, well, maybe they're going to do a cost-benefit analysis and say, well, since there's only 1 million who are awake and 6 billion that are asleep, let's just put those 1 million in a labor camp and let them farm for a while, quarantine from the rest of the world. The whole gulag thing makes a lot of sense. Seems very practical to me, and it looks like that's how they operate. Look at all the instances of witch burnings and heretics, and we are heretics. We are absolutely, we are like pariahs and heretics and enemies of the state.
But if they did that, wouldn't that almost give us more legitimacy and therefore start waking up more people?
Interesting. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's why I'm looking at the Protestant Reformation as a model for what's to come, but I'm also looking at it as Protestant Reformation was, by all indications, controlled opposition anyway. So it's just a matter of, I don't know how we're going to slip out from underneath this thing, because it seems to me that the whole Counter-Reformation was already accomplished surreptitiously. So I'm not really sure how it's going to end up and how people are going to deal with this information if like a big major revelation happens.
Yeah.
If some big crack or fissure happens, I don't know how the masses will react.
Yeah.
Or if they're just so apathetic they won't care.
Right. Because if they do have a quick and hard reaction to this, like deal with us now, that will just give us legitimacy. Everyone's like, wait a second, why did they do this like that? Because again, this isn't the days of witch burning. This is, I mean, people will fight to be politically correct. Like it'll cause people to go, wait a second, why did they treat these people like this? Maybe they were onto something. and that's just going to keep a chain reaction going. So I think it would have to be subtle, or they're literally going to have to slit our throats while we sleep.
Or drone strikes, targeted drone strikes.
Oh my
I got a
god!
question. How is the Protestant Reformation controlled opposition? Because why would they set themselves up, to be dethroned?
That's a very good question, and the reason why I think it was a number of people have pointed out some things regarding this, but part of it is Martin Luther was associated with the Rosicrucians, and if you know about the Rosicrucians, it's all part of the same thing. But what it looks like to me is that they were dealing with people who were advancing in scientific knowledge and technology, and they probably weren't going to be able to restrict our movements and control us. So part of this was the Copernican revolution and using the globe as a containment system because it tells you that there's no more land. And then combined with that, I think the Protestant Revolution was more or less, they still control it. It's still the same book. But I think that the church was losing its authority because the printing press, it couldn't control that anyway. So their whole point of the Counter-Reformation was, how do we keep everybody under our control, even though the Protestants have broken away from us? And that's where the globe comes in. They took their religious system and turned it into the scientific paradigm we know of as heliocentrism. So I'm just saying is that the Reformation didn't really accomplish anything because the same people remained in power. They just went underground with it. So now you think you're watching rockets launch into space, but no, you're watching the same old solar phallic obelisk worship.
Check.
And someone else is pointing out it was a globe long before Copernicus. Yeah, well, we're talking about going from geocentricity to heliocentricity, and heliocentricity being sun worship. That's what I'm saying.
That is exactly what it is. It's not a coincidence. Isn't it funny how like so many of the signs, it's like the things they use, like the Lucifer, and it's like oh,
Thank you, Justin.
you think it's a joke or like you don't take it seriously, but then when you look at it now, you're like, oh shit. And there's no way you can even describe it without sounding like a lunatic to a regular person. You're like, oh man, this is legit right here. They're actually just flat. They're hiding their shit right in plain sight. All that ancient ideology is all buried right in plain sight. The names of their rockets, the names of what was the second telescope after Hubble was called Lucifer, right? That's what it was called.
Yeah, I know there's Lucifer at the Vatican, and Lucifer, by the way, is their name for Venus. It's the goddess. It's not the devil.
Right.
Because like people think of him as devil worshippers. It's like, no, they're polytheistic. And you have to understand that the same system that venerates Jehovah and Apollo and Saturn and Venus, it's all the same system. And so like people try to they fall into the trap of thinking, well, if they worship the devil, I'm going to run to God, not realizing that the God they're running to is the controlled opposition. It's not the creator.
Yeah. Did you watch Russian vids at all? Do you still watch his channel?
Yeah, I watch. I use his channel as a way to keep up with the latest psyops.
Yeah.
I don't agree with conclusions, but like I say, it doesn't matter. I appreciate his research. He's like my research assistant that I don't have to pay.
Yeah, and because of him, I'm in the beginning I said, oh, this is crazy, but I did download that Chaldean numerology calculator for shits and giggles, and I'm amazed that how he points, it's like, is that a coincidence? So much shit adds up to 33. Like the license plates on that are in the photos of these mainstream articles, and they add up to 33. And like this, coincidence would not make it happen that often. So
Yeah.
I just think I'm like,
Can you
wow.
hear me? Oh, I'm just out of curiosity. Just
Yeah, we can hear you now. But I just think it's
cool.
amazing that he can point that out. And he does all that 33.
You mean like the Aurora plate?
What?
Like the Aurora Colorado plate does not add to 33?
it's been more than it's probably been about 11 license plates in that he's pointed out in Russian vids videos that are usually it'll be like an ambulance parked at a certain crisis, another bullshit scenario, another hoax scenario, and the license plate numbers add up to 33 people's names. You just type, and I'll type in. I'll make sure, is he bullshit? And I'll type it in. Oh shit! It really does add up to 33, and it's all right there. Well, there was another one. Even when that Islamic guy, the terrorist thing in London on the bridge. I didn't read the whole story, but even the clock. What was it? The date. The clock was stuck on the same time as the date because the date was significant. I think it was 3/22, which was this. I mean, I please don't quote me. I could have it wrong, but it might have been 3/22. March or was it May? It was a significant date, and the clock on the clock tower was stuck at the same time that the picture was taken on the same date, and he points the shit out. And I'm like, holy shit! You gotta have an eagle eye for that stuff. And yes, a lot of stuff seems to add up to 33 people's names and license plates. And Russian vids points that out. I'm like, wow, man, I couldn't do that if I tried to actually fish the stuff out.
I don't invest a lot of energy into it, mainly because it's lack of predictive value. Like when Russian vid says on this date at this time, this is going to happen because of these numbers, then I'll treat the numerology thing with more seriousness. But but it's obvious that they do encode a lot of the stuff. There is symbolism, but the conclusion isn't always perfect, because if the conclusion is always it's the Masons, that's not specific enough, because what people don't see is that the Masons and their God is the same God that all the Christians worship and the Muslims worship and the Jews worship and the supposedly atheistic heliocentrists also worship the same exact deity the Masons worship.
I don't think so, man. I mean, if the Masons were worshiping the same God that we were worshiping, then why do they have so many secrets and hide everything? I mean, think about what you do in secret. You do stuff in secret that you don't want nobody to know about because you're ashamed of it. Right?
Well, no, I think they think that they're elite and special. Like, they think that they're intelligent.
Worship Jehovah. They worship Apollo. They worship the same God, the same polytheistic system that the Christians worship. Only the Christians have been conned into thinking that they're monotheists. They've been tricked.
Yeah.
And if you disagree, I would ask you, is Jesus and his Father the same person? And is the Holy Spirit the same person? And is Mary not someone who gave a birth as a virgin?
Yeah, the saints, yeah.
Accept all those premises, then you have to.
I don't believe in the Trinity.
And then you got, right. No, I hear what you're saying. So I do hear what you're saying. Christians have a tendency to deify a lot of different people. Pray to Mary, and then when you lose something, pray to Saint Anthony, and this and that. You're not supposed to. Technically, you're not supposed to pray to anyone other than one God. But I'm just saying.
Well, you're not supposed to.
Right, you're not supposed to. Right.
According to the monotheistic model in the Old Testament, but remember, the Old Testament God was never monotheistic. It was always a multiplicity of gods that they added. They all threw it under the word God, but Elohim was plural. It's always been plural.
I don't even know what to believe anymore. I don't know what it is. I don't know what God is anymore. Although I'm so confused.
Well, hey, you got to understand that Catholicism and Protestant Christianity are two kind of like, in that Catholicism is Roman, and it is what is that? Pantheism or whatever, multiple gods, and that's why they pray to Mary and to Jesus and to Saint Anthony and all these different things, because Catholicism it's always been seen as a bastardized version of real Christianity. Just throwing that in there.
No, that's the general interpretation, but what I'm saying is that that's actually misinformation, and that from its very inception, Christianity has always been inseparable from its polytheistic roots, because the sun god Jesus is the son of Jupiter and the grandson of Saturn and the son of Mary, or the moon, or Venus, however you want to look at it. It's always been polytheistic, and I say that you can take Jesus out of Rome but you can't take Rome out of Jesus. And a lot of people have a hard time with this point because they want to think that there's like this non-pagan version of Jesus, and I'm saying no, you can't separate them without being ignorant of the history of where this character comes from. And I'm not trying to take away anybody's religion. However, it's important to understand that the same people that invented Jesus and the religion invented heliocentrism and the globe for the same purpose, and it's the exact same system. It just has a new scientific veneer.
Well, it shouldn't even be possible to take away somebody's religion, should it? And I don't understand why they should feel threatened that somebody could do that. I think they just mostly get upset that what they term sheep in wolf's clothing can misdirect the herd, or the flock. And I think that's the thing that most of the religious folks seem to get upset with when people speak against their particular religion.
Yeah,
They seem to take it personally. It's like a personal friend of theirs, Jesus. So when you say Jesus isn't real, they take that very personally.
They've also been lied to. It's really sad that they've been told Jesus is going to come back and judge the world and send a bunch of people to hell, because that was made up 500 years ago by the Jesuits. And I can prove this.
Yeah.
There is no second coming. That's not biblical. They invented that recently.
You're right about that.
Other interesting thing, if you want to look at, if you want to equate Zeus and Jupiter to Jesus, Saturn to Kronos, and the Jewish name, or whatever it is, the Elohim. It's funny because if you look at the Earth, traditional scientific model of our solar system, you see that Jupiter is closer to the Earth and that Saturn is farther away. So technically, for you to get to Saturn, which is God, you have to go through the Sun, which is Jupiter, and Jupiter is closer. So you have to literally pass Jupiter in our alleged solar arrangement to get to Saturn.
Yes. Notice how they talk about them in these terms, like the God in the highest, or the highest of the, like they use these terms that describe their relative position.
I didn't notice that before.
Yeah, here's the family format. See, Jesus is the sun god Apollo. His father is Zeus or Jupiter, king of the gods. And so he's like, obey my father. He's the one who rules the heavens because he's the biggest planet in the heavens. But the father of Jupiter is Saturn, or Kronos, father time. And it's encoded into the Bible. If you look at the old image of the Roman god Saturn, he's got a scythe and a baby that he's about to kill. Well, that was reinterpreted as Abraham about to kill Isaac on the hill. And then Jehovah takes over and says, no, now this is the new thing. Now he follows my religion. And so the idea was that Saturn was deposed by Jupiter as the new ruler for this particular age. And so we're looking at an astrotheological myth that has been reinterpreted and Judaized and disguised as monotheism when it's not. For the masses it is. All the people going to synagogues and masses and churches and mosques, they're praying thinking it's monotheistic. No way. The people in the robes up there, all the rapists and the sickos in charge, they're worshiping the old school system, and they have old values that are ancient and stem back to basically the beginning of recorded history. So people are so deceived because they don't recognize that we are being ruled by secret societies with a secret cult.
Yeah. How much merit do you think there is to this idea that you combine Jupiter and Zeus and you get Jesus?
Jesus. Well, there is some significance to it. It certainly fits, given that Jupiter's Greek name is Zeus, and the son of Zeus is Jesus. And so the way it works is that the sun god is the representative of the king of gods. He rules on the earth. And so when Christians say that they have like Jesus, and Jesus says to his father, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" It's like, is he talking to himself? And Christians will jump through hoops and say, no, Jesus is God in the flesh who came down to suffer and die. And it's like, so when he was down here, who was up there? And they get really confused. It messes with their hardware.
will do that.
And it's like, here's your explanation. You're talking about the sun god and Jupiter.
You're right, partially, because Trinitarians, they do believe in, multiple gods, but they think that it's one somehow. And, you know, that's really confusing to me. That's why I'm not a Trinitarian. But yeah, also I'd like to mention Israel, Isis, Ra, and El. Right, these are the three gods.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
That's a common thing. Look at the sign of the Jesuits, IHS. Or then with the OTO cult, you have Isis. You have it goes Isis, Osiris, and Horus. But they're constantly using the Trinity. And I've noticed this kind of a pattern. You see it in North Korea with the imperial cult there, where you have the sun god and his father above and his mother above. You have the sacred mother. And then you have the father they venerate with obelisks. And then they have the son on earth they venerate as a sun god. And the family name of Kim Jong-il's grandparents means like the sun. They took the name like the sun. So this is an old system that's been used for thousands of years. And I'm saying that the religions that we have been raised with are nothing more than a blueprint for social and political control and a way to anthropomorphize government as gods.
Speaking on that, you know, if you think about it this way too, if you look at the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and you look at, you know, Isis, Horus, and what is it, Osiris?
Yes.
Set, yeah.
Okay, so you got the Father, Son, and Mother. But then when you look at it, there's this idea that the Christian or Catholic, whatever, Father, Son, Holy Spirit is kind of the same exact thing. But if you think about it, the Holy Spirit is supposed to be the mother, but the identity gets stripped away because of the patriarchal nature of the church. You know, so they just like
nailed it.
So they strip the feminine qualities away and just make this innocuous Holy Spirit that has no identity, no mother, no female.
You nailed it. You know what? I haven't heard anybody else come to that except for Dr. Ray Hagen, who did a whole video about how the Ankh is what the cross is supposed to be because it's got the goddess and the god, but that they took the feminine out.
Yeah, where is Mrs. God? You know?
That's crazy. You nailed it, though. They definitely killed the feminine aspect. And you know what part of that is? Knocking the feminine aspect out is about cutting off the right brain, which we were talking about originally, right brain, left brain. The right brain symbolizes the lunar, the unconscious, like Jung talks about. The left brain is the solar, the logic, the linear thinking. And so when they cut out the feminine with this Christian patriarchal model, it's spiritually what they're cutting off is they're cutting off your intuition. That's what they're trying to do anyway. That's what it does. They kill the feminine archetype as part of the religious blueprint, and they do it intentionally.
Do you think the patriarchal, you know, system has done to civilization, if any at all?
I look at the retarded cultures where it's totally dominant, like for example in radical Islam, where they have child brides, female genital mutilation, high instances of pederasty. I mean, you go to Afghanistan, they don't have strip clubs with women with fake boobs like they do here. Over there, they get little boys, dress them up like clowns, and have them dancing around for these disgusting bearded old men in sweaty tents. It's disgusting. They call them bocce boys. And I'm like, that's a product of this imbalanced system that demonizes the women, calls them dirty and segregates them, and then it manifests in this aberrant behavior.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that also explains why you have all the pederasty in the Catholic Church. And it's not like it's a few sickos here and there, because, I mean, I know personally from the church that I went to when I was a kid, the priest came from a succession of other churches and schools where he was placed. And every time he would get busted raping kids, they would move him to somewhere else. And before he could face charges, the church had paid off like $11 million in settlements. And the guy was flown to like Morocco, where now he's working at a preschool and no one's touching him. And it's like the church moved this guy around.
It's kind of weird that they even have a vow of celibacy anyway. It never really made sense. It seems completely counterintuitive to anything. Like, why? Why? You're supposed to, if you have a penis, you have a sex drive. All right, you have a sex drive. You're supposed to. What is it like? But if you deny yourself that, I mean, come on, then become a eunuch. Then get them cut off. It's just weird. Deny yourself that, and then yet they end up doing weird things. You squeeze a balloon, it comes out other places. That's a prime example of that happening right there.
The Catholic Church has like almost 100 things that Martin Luther nailed on the door, you know. So it's not just that one thing that they're kind of off a little bit on.
You're right. And
Yeah,
all of the things
it's a big
that
one, though.
Martin Luther nailed to the door are being used by big government, big state today. And that's why I'm saying that the whole global warming thing and carbon taxes, it's selling indulgences.
Here and how much here.
Yeah, it's funny that you, just on a side note, that you brought up that whole female genital mutilation thing, because I read a story in late April where the New York Times was rejecting using the term female genital mutilation because it was a conflict of like, you know, do we want to insult all women, or do we want to insult that culture and point them out as barbaric? So we can't use this quote loaded term. It was like this big pickle they found themselves in.
Yeah, it's like politically incorrect. And I'm thinking, these are feminists saying this stuff. These are feminists who think that women in America are being oppressed if a man like looks at them or holds a door for them. But then on the other side of the world, they say nothing about 6-year-old girls being sold to 50-year-old men like property. Standard that's so sick. Like when I saw those March for Feminism or whatever after Trump was elected, it's like you have these women being organized and they're wearing hijabs. I'm like, wait, do you have a problem with patriarchy or just patriarchy from the people in your country? Because you're basically espousing the values of a patriarchal, anti-woman, misogynistic society that would put you in a garb to segregate you.
Yeah, and the New York Times found themselves in this pickle because, on one hand, you know, if we say that if we use the term genital mutilation, we paint that entire quote culture as, you know, this one way, and they didn't want to do that. It's like, which way are they going to go? Which way do they go to get more points with being PC, more liberal points? You know, they didn't know what to do, because it's like you can defend all women and get huge points for your fascist leftist like angle, or you can be, you know, you can be all pro immigration and all this stuff, and take the fact that America would use this term genital mutilation to describe what this other culture is doing.
Well, what you pointed out here, though, with the PC culture has a parallel. I've talked about how they took this old system, this corrupt religious control system, and revamped it. Well, PC culture and trying to score like moral points is right on line with what they used to do, the idea of keeping track of your sins, doing penance. It's a form of like secular morality. They have secular blasphemy. And they're using these like this religious frame of mind, like Bill Nye saying he wants to save the world. Neil deGrasse Tyson said he has a problem with people who don't believe science the way he teaches it, as though you and I not thinking the way he does constitutes a threat to their pure system, their idea of saving.
Yeah, and look at the Nazi Party. Well, yeah, look at the Nazi Party, look at socialism, look at communism, look at all these things. They're just the direct, in-your-face example of the state trying to replace God with themselves. I mean, it's just in your face. That's why these things even exist.
Well, fascism has its origin in the Roman Catholic Church. And so does communism, by the way. It could be argued that the first communist, the first social justice warrior was like probably Michael Aquinas.
Yeah, people, and the thing is, people.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. They just think science is unquestionable. They don't, like I was saying before, they don't, even though it has all the attributes of a religion, they'll never admit it. To them, science is they can't separate science from the scientific method. They think it's the same thing. They think if they read something, some obscure theoretical bullshit article in a that can be complete bullshit. Well, some theoretical physicists came across this possibility. Next thing you know, people are talking about it at work. Oh yeah, I heard what they discovered, and it's all bullshit, and that's how it spreads. And it's all nonsense. Theoretical physics and physics are not the same, but they're married as far as everyone's concerned. It's like the same thing to everybody.
That's why I'm constantly trying to introduce the term and use the term scientism, and we have to constantly point that out, because that term is what defines what they're practicing, and it's the state religion.
people really they really don't get it.
The
All
world
these things,
religion.
all these things that cannot be demonstrated. All these things they just say happen on a macro scale, like like the equator, all that stuff. Where if you looked at the Earth as a flywheel, or as the equator being a flywheel, well gravity would definitely in real life, if you took the same data and applied it on a something that you could actually see, it wouldn't work out. You can't walk on the outside of the gravitron, but they say that all these things, because it's so slow, all this it's all bullshit. All the data doesn't work, but they have some sort of magic that makes it work on a macro scale, but you've never seen it. But you just have to trust them that it does. You have to trust that all these things work on a scale that on a huge orbital scale. Oh, it works. Trust us, it works.
You know what? Actually, there's a phrase they call this "trust me science." There was I think it was in Forbes or something. There's an article where they said the age of trust me science is over, and people are remarking, even in these heavily controlled media outlets, that it's to the point where when people see a white smock, they fall on their knees, prostrate themselves, and believe whatever they're told. And so I've been saying that the scientists of today that they prop up represent a new priesthood. And when you're looking at a spacesuit, you're looking at clerical garb.
Yeah.
You may as well be wearing a Dagon fish god hat, like Neil Armstrong dressed up like the Pope. That's pretty much what he's representing, because when they put this suit on, they're saying, now I can access heaven where you can't go. I am your mediator between you and what's up above.
Pure insanity.
Isn't it? It's pure insanity, but here's the thing. They engineered all this whole NASA psychodrama. That was all engineered and is being engineered by the priesthood within the Vatican, as crazy as that sounds.
I know, that is crazy. The fact that the Big Bang Theory was created by a Jesuit priest. What was it, George Lemaitre or something like that? I mean, that is so fucking funny.
Yeah, I know. I think it's really trippy, but it is a fact that we need to start looking at it in this context to understand what we're facing. And this is the hard part for people, is that it's not just scientists who got it wrong or people who are scamming the public. And it's not just propaganda. It is all being organized from basically like a bunch of evil warlocks behind closed doors. It's pretty twisted.
But see, it's not just the priest.
You address the fact of evil. So you take it there was a good side to that evil.
Yeah, I view it as simple as freedom versus slavery, ignorance versus knowledge, bondage and freedom. I think it's that simple.
Well, IPS.
We understand that there's you can have an evil spirit.
Yes, and I would say that most of the evil in the world has been perpetuated by those carrying around the Bibles and the holy books and the Qurans.
So who are the good ones? Who are the guys that have the truth? Where are they getting their knowledge from? Where would that be?
They're the ones who espouse the ideals of individualism, individual liberty, and the idea that human beings aren't property. So the John Locke.
Right. And where do they get?
Where do they get it from? They're getting it from the Enlightenment. These are Enlightenment ideals and values that emerged out of the morass of the Dark Ages.
There was a source.
The source to go towards the human intellect, the human ego, the human that can declare, I have a right to live as a sovereign being. Doesn't come from an external deity, it comes from within you as an individual.
Isn't that a recipe? Wouldn't you say that's a recipe for anarchy, for chaos? If we all walk around thinking we're gods, I have the information, I can, do what I want.
No, there's a difference between anarchy and chaos. They're actually antonyms, but the mainstream media has contaminated the term anarchy to conflate it with chaos when they're completely the opposite. You have chaos and destruction in war when the government's big.
Anarchy is like a controlled.
Yeah, but what do we expect to see if we promote in a society of people just doing what they want?
Yes,
being godlike.
It's called freedom. It's called anti-statism. It's called limited government.
Yeah,
restrained government.
What kind of a society do you expect to see from that?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would expect to see a very libertine, decentralized, small government if any, visible government at all. Heavy on free market, laissez-faire capitalism, laissez-faire science.
And
People-
do you think with the way that we socialize, interact, that is possible?
Yeah.
If you involve guns, yes, the freedom to own guns, then yes, everything.
Yeah,
I mean, people
exactly. Freedom of
always want to
speech.
control. People always want to control other people. This has always happened. People want other people to do something for them for free, or for
You can't
cheap.
control. You can't control
history will
libertarian.
repeat itself. May
can't-
happen.
Oh no, the key though is inalienable rights for everybody. Most people don't have that, and that's why that's what we call America exceptional. The exceptionalism is the fact that it's the first nation based on the premise that our rights come from the creator, not from a king, not from a mediator, and they're not privileges granted from the government. And once we have universal inalienable rights, then nobody has the right to cause anyone else to interstate a servitude. There's no more caste system anywhere.
When you said sovereign, that's a very powerful word that I think a lot of people overlook. It is. I don't think a lot of people even know what that word means, but it is a very powerful word. And yeah, it's people who should recognize their sovereignty.
I just think you know a lot about the Bible and the religion. You know more than probably Christians about it, and you just seem to be completely against any kind of scripture or spirituality. So this is what I'm asking. You're asking for people just to be godlike and do what they want, do what they wilt.
Yeah, I'm telling the people to have an internalized locus of control. You no longer need an external god, especially not one from a poorly conceived thought control manual that was drafted in the Iron Age for the purposes of controlling the slave class. I'm saying we're over that. I think we have enough self-control to be nice and to be civilized without the need for this old form of thought control that denies our essential value as individuals. Original sin is bullshit. Carbon footprint, bullshit. You're not poisonous.
If we look at every
agree.
civilization throughout history, and we find that these civilizations were without God, what happened? They fell. They were destroyed. People were ransacking, savages. They were looting. They were rioting, because they were told you can do what you like. You can whatever makes you happy, whatever pleases you, you can do it. So people were doing that, and as a result,
Were they critically thinking? And were they critically thinking people? Probably not.
And when you say God, do you mean God, or do you mean without the state religion, the church? You mean without the church they're chaotic, or without actual belief in a creator?
Well, however he wants to describe it, they were secular. They were told, do what you want, live how you want. And as a result,
I mean,
there's some people out
Like a
here that
bunch of
see
Aleister Crowleys running around. This sounds like a bunch of Anton LaVey.
every empire and every nation, or every empire before ours.
well,
they
in all
fell.
fairness,
They fell for a reason.
we're talking about the fact, like, we're emerging from, we're looking back at history, and it's always been guided by the conqueror ethic. Slavery's always been a universal value. We're living in a pretty unique time, and the only reason we have any freedoms at all is because certain intrepid individuals who recognize their inherent value as sovereign beings picked up their guns and said, "F you, we don't need you." And even then, it's already been co-opted. And so any freedom we have at all is just a glitch in the matrix, and we're lucky we have this little opportunity that we do have. And it's only being facilitated because of things that happen in spite of the best interest of big government to suppress it. I'm saying Flat Earth is an anti-statist movement, and quite possibly could be the biggest abolitionist movement in human history. If you look at, how many slaves there are in the world today? I think there's like 46 million, you could say. And you're not going to shake that status quo up as long as they have this globe structure locked down, which holds this particular status quo in place. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to topple this whole thing. That's what globe exit is. This whole idea of dismantling the globe paradigm is to break free of this bad history that we've had of the conqueror ethic, of slavery, of human beings not being valued as individuals. We're trying to get past that.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out here who want to be quick to say that someone who doesn't want to say that the God of the Bible is their God, that someone like that is going to run around and killing babies, or killing being a horrible person and doing all this atrocious stuff, when that's just not necessarily the truth. I can't speak for IPS. I can't speak for IPS, but I'm pretty sure I just heard him say that he knows that there is a creator and that he likes to live his life in a positive and moral way that is not going to hurt anybody else. So I don't see what the real big problem is with a lot of people attacking on that level.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. The God of the Bible is a narcissistic construct designed to control people.
Well, this is the thing, you see. He's saying creator. Who is this creator? Where is this creator? Where did you get this idea of? I mean, you just come up with the idea of a creator without any, background on it. So, when you say creator, do you have a? What is this? Where is it
It's a very
from?
deistic construct that isn't filtered through any self-serving governmental mechanism like mainstream religions are, and it doesn't need to be justified. It's just the fact that
Well, this
the
is the thing,
creator-
you see, IPS. You keep on saying I don't need to justify this. I basically do what I want, how I feel. And if this is the message, all I'm asking is, what society do you expect to see from this when people are going to do what they want? You're doing what you want. You're telling people to do what they want. So I can do what I want. He can, we all can
Are you
think
telling
and live.
me that the only reason that you behave well is because of the Bible, or because you're afraid of some God from some Bible will punish you if you don't?
Well,
That would make you a very immoral person.
I behave well because I've had good parents. And they've taught me the right thing.
No, the truth is
now,
that they grew up in a Christian
I'm in a world.
construct,
Now I'm in a
and so
world
did
where there's
you.
lies and corruption, and
There's
I'm
generally
seeing
good
things
spread, like under the
I'm
code
seeing
of
things
law.
that I can't explain, and I'm thinking, well, what's the reason for this? Why is there so much?
You're
Why
talking
is
about
there
the
such a big
supernatural.
lie?
You want to talk about
Why is
goodness
there
or
such
the
a
supernatural?
Yeah,
Sorry?
morality doesn't come from a supernatural source. It's innate. Empathy is innate. We don't need religion to make us good people, and religion is falsely claimed to be
That's
moral
absolutely
when
true.
Religion.
Honestly,
What religion does? Religion explains a lot of
that
things.
you don't need spirituality. You can be an atheist and be a
Religion,
perfectly moral
I believe
person.
the practice of religion can help you perhaps be a better person.
Religion will make you a worse person.
Well, why is that? I mean, it can make you a better person within the control of what you can conceive. But if you can't conceive control of yourself, then you have no control over anything, right?
We have to separate religion from
You can only control
spirituality
yourself
too.
to
They're
some
not the
point.
same.
You don't need Iron Age myths to behave better. You need good philosophy. You need
No,
clear
but the
thinking.
construct of society today is inculcated in the Iron Age philosophy in which you're talking about. So I'm saying that you get a bit of that down the pipe just because of the lasting, nature of the.
No,
the
there is.
culture.
There is. I recognize it. I look at today. I look at the religion today. The dominant religion is globalism. It's progressivism. It's the collectivism inherent in the political left. It's all the identity politics. That's the Christianity of today. And the globe is the cross of today.
These are all put in through like television shows. So like any television show you've like watched when you're growing up, it's a good chance you've seen like some kind of displaced or reused, recycled Bible story, like in a David and Goliath claymation movie or whatever, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. There's a ton of different like moralistic stories that are kind of taught. I think that's in a way why we are generally good, and that itself is rooted in the system that you're talking about.
Well,
That's all I'm saying.
I think what
Good. People's nature plays out. Like you the one guy saying I had shitty parents. You know what? I had a fucked up life. But you know what? But today, that didn't change anything. I know that I'm a good. I strive every day to be the best person that I can. I make
But
videos.
you had toys when you were a kid, right?
Did I have toys when I was a kid? Yeah, I had toys when I was a kid.
You played.
My
with a
microphone
ball.
working?
I mean,
Hey, but check it out. I think what Spurs was saying was that IPS's message is very clear about his views on the Bible and Jesus and everything. But what's not clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, Spurs, is who your creator is and what what message comes with.
Right, because if you're going to tell somebody not to do something, then you want to know what they should do. And just be very vague on saying the creator.
Yeah, you got to have a
Oh,
replacement.
I see what you're saying. No, I'm saying we don't need to refer to any divine or mystical authority for anything at all anymore from this point forward. Mysticism is what gets us into this trouble. And with mysticism, I don't just include your religious mumbo jumbo. I also mean the utopian bullshit from the communist progressive left. I'm saying all mysticism has to go.
But there were still answers like, how did we get here? Why are
Who
we here?
cares?
Where are we
I
going?
mean, that's not relevant to the flat Earth thing right now, in my
It's
opinion.
not relevant to the flat Earth. It's not relevant to the flat Earth. But if you're going to speak about the Bible, which is not relevant to the flat
No,
Earth,
the Bible is relevant because the Bible's newest iteration is called heliocentrism, and the same people that invented the Bible and invented religions invented the globe because it's the New World Order religion. That's what it is. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand, is that heliocentrism is Roman polytheism, just as Christianity is Roman polytheism, and never was anything separate from that.
Okay, you might be right about the Christianity part, but if you bypass Rome and you go all the way to Jerusalem and you look at, you know, the real Yeshua HaMashiach instead of this Jesus Christ character, you can't really call it Roman, right? You know, it came before, you know, the Catholic Church.
Okay,
You know,
I don't believe in the character you're speaking of. I don't think there's anything historical veracity to it. If you're talking about a character who walked on water, turned water into wine, multiplied fish and loaves, was born of a virgin, died of a cross, was reborn 3 days later, pushed over the rock. If you're claiming all that, that has no point. That has no purpose here in the scientific pursuit of the truth when it comes to flat Earth. Like, it's not in the same category. We're talking about the fact that we've been lied to and deceived, and then you're trying to somehow bring some ancient myth that you can't verify into it. And we don't need to bring myth and revelation and mix it into the laboratory where we're dealing with scientific facts, inductive logic, and reasoning from what we can perceive. We can't take any leaps of faith. There's no room for dogma here.
You're correct about that. I'll try not to bring up Bible verses in a scientific debate. That's pointless.
No, you can. I just don't think it's relevant.
No, it's not. It's not appropriate to bring up Bible verses in a scientific debate.
Well, what I was saying is that it can, of course, be argued that you know, it all interplays, because if this is a flat plane, then, you know, it's like we're talking about the material world, we're talking about existence, we're talking about physical matter, we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about all these things that have to, that logically, they have to come from a creation source. But there's wondering, do you believe that the, you know, Jewish
validation, boy, your microphone is terrible, man.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, VB, try switching your camera off. If you're on a cell, it may work better. Go ahead and give us another mic check.
All right.
Yeah, you may have to drop out and come back in, VB. Try that, because I really wanted to hear what you had to say, buddy.
Yeah, I would do that. Just hang up and call back, because I'm not getting anything there.
What's
but
up,
I think I got the gist of what he was saying, but I'll wait till he comes back. And what were you saying? Someone else was talking before him?
Yeah, that was me. I was saying that, you know, the Bible doesn't really have a place in a scientific debate, you know, but that's just separate, you know. That's like bringing veganism into the scientific debate. You know, I can be a vegan or a Buddhist or, you know, a follower of the way, you know, and keep it all separate, you know.
I don't understand how, I mean, just to me, it at the core, organized religion just sounds ridiculous to me. I think spirituality is one thing. I do believe that, you know, that people, I do believe that people would make sense to want to believe in a divine creator, a thing that God, you know, a force that governs everything that we can't, our human minds are not capable of understanding. Maybe maybe it could be explained at some quantum level that we can't understand, that it all makes sense somewhere. There's some sort of singularity point where God and science are one, but it's just beyond our brain's capacity to understand. But as far as needing a book to guide, you know, and a story to guide our sense of morality, just seems ridiculous to me. But there, I mean, there's some commonalities that are, you know, I look for the parallels in different religions, and the ones, and those things make the most sense. You know what I'm saying? Like the things that seem to be
instead of seeing it as a book of rules, think about it as the other side of the coin, because, you know, there's always two sides of the coin. You could see it as a book of rules of morality, but you could also see it. You could also see it as a direct connection with something supernatural.
Okay, but what was the origin of this book, and what is its history? Like, it has a lot to answer for. You're taking this blood-soaked, evil book that has been used for oppression, domination, extermination, genocide, and then you're saying, well, I find some value in some of its pretty verses.
Yeah, well,
and I'm like, why?
Vaccines in general are trash, but if they did what they were supposed to do, wouldn't you want them? Wouldn't you want good medicine? You know, but in general,
Sure, I'm sure that Adolf Hitler had his good days, but I'm not going to put his portrait on my wall.
Look, here's the thing with the Bible, man. It's basically like this. If there's no cop, you're more likely not to stop. So if me and you are traveling from Europe to the Middle East, I would rather travel with someone who thinks they might be judged, so you don't slit my throat in the knot and take my gold. Now, I'm not saying that you're a murderer because you don't believe in the Bible. I'm just saying you're more likely to not, do something bad if you think someone is watching.
I wouldn't agree.
What does religion have to do with spirituality? These are two different things again.
Yeah, we're not.
But also, though, when in history can you tell me that a group of organized, I mean, like what you're talking about, he said here, people who are afraid of being judged won't do bad things. But what about religions that have basically allowed or facilitated slavery? Like the Old Testament, New Testament, serfdom, or even the Quran and the slavery of women, that kind of bondage. These people all believe that there's judgment.
Hey,
but why did God...
BB, what were you saying before you...
Slavery is always as a punishment to the people. It's not just you're going to be enslaved. People are twisting God's word. But understand something. 2,000 years ago, what was happening, what was going on. You're talking about, this control factor. So before Jesus was even born, this control factor that you're talking about. This is why
it still existed in the same Roman imperial cult.
This is why Jesus was inserted, because people were doing
what was still a solar god then before that.
The very thing that before Jesus Christ, there was Vespasian from the Flavian dynasty who was walking around healing the sick and curing the blind. Like, these myths have been recycled so many times and attributed
We're talking about in the Roman Empire, IPS, when Herod was there, when he was looking for baby Jesus. So this Roman Empire that was growing and building.
There was no baby Jesus. That story.
Hold on. We're having a good conversation.
But whether there was a baby Jesus or not, those times the Roman Empire existed. They were trying to control Europe. They were trying to control the people. But what was happening? People will go into this Jesus fella, which was a problem for the elite, which is a problem today.
No, that's a story.
Well, I see the same problem back then, which we're seeing right now. The government wants control of the people. The people are saying, no, we have a creator, we have God. And they're saying, well, it's not real, it's false. Basically, it's telling us what you're telling us now.
No, that's not what. See, the thing is, it wasn't like the Christianity really wasn't a grassroots thing. It was imposed from above, and it had to do with getting people to worship Rome as the official state religion. And it was specifically designed to get the Messianic Jews to integrate into the whole world religious system. So, like, the whole story of Christianity,
I mean, what is
like
the Bible to you?
Thing,
that's
all made up.
What is the Bible to you, IPS? Is it a history book? Is it a story book? Is it a made? What do you see it as? That's what I mean. Who is God talking to?
I'm just saying that a lot of people conflate their mythology with history. And specifically, I'm saying Christians and Muslims. Like, they believe that what they read in their holy books is some sort of a history or a pseudo-historical account. It's absolutely not.
That's what I'm asking. What do you think they are? You keep telling us what.
They're recycled myths. They're recycled myths that are intended to enslave by creating an imperial elite. You wouldn't have royal bloodlines if they didn't have myths establishing themselves as divine beings. And that's what religions are for. Deification of the elite. Look at North Korea.
Spurs, you made a great point, though, that... about Herod, and killing all the...
Didn't happen.
Well, if it did...
This is what I'm saying. We're going to be told now lies throughout history because we know the Roman Empire existed because they exist today. So they were there when Jesus died. They were, they saw it. That's why they're in power today, because the people refused to worship the Roman Catholic Church or the Romans. They were worshiping Jesus. So they were killing the Jews in Jerusalem. And the Jews fled. And we all know the history of what happened there, but we don't have to go through the history. But the point is, we know the Romans existed. The Bible is talking.
What thing then? Did Jesus walk on water? Do you believe Jesus walked on
Don't
water?
change the goalpost. Actually,
No, I want to know. Does he believe Jesus walked on water? Because you can't pick and choose.
that's like that's a fallacy. IPS.
Do you believe it? Are you afraid to admit that you believe it? Do you believe Jesus walked on water?
I believe everything in the Bible. Yes.
You do? Do you believe in the virgin birth?
No reason not to believe it. All I see is an attack. If I see an attack on something, it makes me believe it even more without an understanding. If you're just going to tell me not to believe in something and not give me the answer.
No, you can believe in it. I'm
No,
just
no,
making
it's not
sure
about that. If you're going to tell me
thing.
something and not give me the answer of where to go, like come out of that house. Now, okay, which house do I step into?
Why do you have to step into
a house where
build another one? Build another one. Step out of the house and build another one.
Why is he obligated?
Build a bigger one.
Why is he obligated to provide something for you in replacement? Why?
Because if that's how it works. Because if you are saying that something's wrong, then you must say what is right.
He's not saying it's wrong. He's saying there's other options, better options. It's not telling you what to do. Nobody's telling you what to do. If you want to believe in the Bible, believe in the Bible. But all he's pointing out is that it's an antiquated. It's just no need for it. You're living in a room where he's basically saying you can leave that room and build there's a whole world out there beyond that.
No need based on what? Because I have a hatred for Jesus. I have a hatred for God.
Dude, I don't hate your Jesus.
Nobody's hating anybody. There's no hatred here. There's no hatred here. This is all about sharing. This is all about sharing and creative thought, and this is all about goodness, man. There's no hatred here. I don't know where you're getting that from.
What are you guys talking about anyway? Listen, guys, IPS, I gotta jump in here because I want to say this the right way. Okay, let's everybody stop, beating around the bush. Okay, seriously, people like IPS because he presents flat Earth really well, and he does a lot for it. Okay, he did a really, really fantastic thing today for flat Earth. Okay, and we all know what I'm talking about. But anyways, people like IPS a lot. Okay, the question is, everybody wants to know, IPS, do you believe in an afterlife, and do you believe that there will be a judgment for you? That's what everyone is.
Okay.
That's what I want. That's what everyone's trying to get at. Okay, so let's let everybody.
I know for a fact that the second coming was made up by Jesuits in 1540 something.
That's right.
There is no second coming. Jesus will not be coming back to judge us.
That's wrong.
Do you believe in your own afterlife? Do you believe that you will have an afterlife and that you will be judged? That's what people want to know.
Well, I don't believe in the Christian paradigm of heaven and hell, if that's what you're asking. And I don't believe that that the Christian Bible or the Muslim Quran in any way describes the nature of the Creator at all. And so I don't think it's relevant. Now, do I believe in spirituality? Yes. To be quite honest, I mean, I'll be completely, honest about it. Since I was a teenager, I've been, I've read tarot cards.
Say that again.
I've practiced.
You broke up.
What you would call witchcraft. And I know this stuff works because it's always been just intuitive to me. So, like, I'm not disconnected from what you would call spirituality.
Instead of bashing Christianity, why not just promote witchcraft and say, look, we can.
Well, no, I'm not bashing Christianity. I'm just telling you what it is. And as somebody who has studied the occult, I know what it actually is esoterically. You're stuck on the outside. You're not initiated into the mysteries of what Christianity actually is, which is a polytheistic astrotheological cult at its core. And I know this, but you don't because you're exoteric and you've been misled. And I'm just doing you a favor and telling you you've been lied to, not just about the globe, but about your God.
I appreciate that. But why don't you just tell us then, why don't you promote your idea of, this witchcraft you were talking about? Why don't you put it out there so people can decide?
Well, I don't.
Why?
Listen,
I don't think
it's
the point of that.
It's not a religion. It's just an extension of human consciousness and how much effect we have on reality. We are supposed to be conscious co-creators, and it's been demonized as witchcraft. They call it magic, different words, but I'm saying it's no more mystical or inexplicable than the intellect. It's just something that has been dampened and suppressed by thousands of years by the elite who know exactly how it works.
In a sense,
can I just say one thing?
Hold on, one thing. In a sense, it'd be like the same thing as saying, the globe is a lie and NASA's liars, but not presenting flat Earth. It'd be like
exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yes, right. I'm telling you this. You're right. This whole Renaissance I've been talking about, this new enlightenment, will occur when mankind synthesizes what I'm talking about, what has been labeled the occult. When we synthesize, just as the emerging from the Dark Ages meant the reestablishment of the intellect and the Enlightenment, I'm saying this new Enlightenment will be the reintegration of what has been demonized for a long time as evil.
So I think it's only fair, IPS, you know, that you let people know that. That's what I mean. I don't think people have a problem with what people believe, but it's when you attack other people and don't say what, you know, where you're coming from. You know, so if you're coming from...
You're attacking... Listen, you're attacking globies who are deceived by attacking their paradigm. And I'm saying that beyond the globe, you're also deceived by religions that have cut you off from something. And I'm just trying to wake people up to it. And part of my...
Well, religion is a bit different because it's faith-based. Flat Earth is fact-based.
It's not faith-based. Listen, I have an example. And I have a couple of weeks ago, I decided to put a little hex on somebody that was getting on my nerves. And I didn't know this person. I just knew of their actions, and it said some things about me. And so I took a audio recording of this person, and I did a little bit of what you would call voodoo. And a week later, information fell into my pocket. And I think you know who I'm talking about.
Wow.
And to be blunt...
That's fine, but listen, I was going to say that. If you tried that on someone who believed in Jesus, the power of Jesus, that wouldn't work, would it?
It would work, absolutely.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. You'd have to test that on somebody who believes in the power of the Lord, because I don't think that's how you would know.
It's like, listen, a bullet, Jesus or whatever God you pray to, isn't going to stop you from the effects of whatever it is.
We're not talking about a bullet. We're talking about spiritual warfare. So if you're sending a spiritual attack,
to be fair,
hold on, let me finish. IPS. If you're talking about sending a spiritual attack on somebody, they need to be protected. So of course, if you're sending it to who we think you're talking about, this guy is not protected, so he'll be easily susceptible. This is what
you know what? They'd be being protected by righteousness is one thing, but I think you're getting confused. If they were really following through, being Christ-like and then they probably wouldn't have done anything to have a hex put against them in the first place. See, you're saying you're confusing. Religion is getting confused with spirituality again. If someone just because someone believes in Jesus and they say that they believe in Jesus, they could be a used car salesman. Wait, listen, they could be a used car salesman screwing people over during the week, and you don't think they deserve bad karma coming their way?
But you say spurs, it sounds like you're saying you need spiritual protection from like a creator or something like that. When really, like,
talking in the sense of that, if he's saying he's able to send hexes, I believe that it's
that person obviously had it coming. Karma. I mean, I
understand what that would even mean. But
okay, I know what he's saying. I agree with you. I honestly believe that if somebody believes in Jesus and that they're protected, that it would actually nullify the effects of somebody with malefic intent. You're absolutely right.
Both focusing on intent, one positive, one negative.
And if I may, hey, good morning, gentlemen. Can you hear me? Okay.
What's up, What World?
Hey, What World?
Hey, if I can try to just synthesize this for a few minutes, because I've been listening to everybody go back and forth, but. From my point of view, and I'm willing to be wrong, is that since mankind had consciousness and was able to look around his environment and try to conceptualize the elements and the energies in the spectrum of where he existed, and then try to communicate that to someone else, we'd give names to it, right? And throughout history, there's been a lot of different names. There's been a lot of different stories about how they work, and they've been anthropomorphized and given personas to reflect the energies that they represent, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we're in disagreement about what the names are, could we be in agreement of what the energies behind them are? So if you focus on something, you manifest something, you're going to get what you are manifesting. Like, that's how consciousness and reality works for us. Now, going to what IPS I think is talking about is recognizing that and not getting hung up on the nomenclature of the energy you're trying to express, and that comes with self-control and self-government. And I want to go to a quote or a couple quotes by Theodore Roosevelt. And maybe some of you have heard this before, but it's only a paragraph, if just a little bit more. It behooves us to remember that men can never escape being governed. Either they must govern themselves or they must submit to being governed by others. For if from lawlessness or fickleness, from folly or self-indulgence, they refuse to govern themselves, then most assuredly they will end up and will have to be governed from the outside. They can prevent the need of government from without only by showing that they possess the power of government from within. A sovereign cannot make excuses for his failures. A sovereign must accept the responsibility for the exercise of the power that inheres in him, and whereas in true in our republic the people are sovereign, then the people must show a sober understanding and a sane and steadfast purpose if they are to perceive that orderly liberty upon which as a foundation every republic must rest. And he continued later, he said the absolute prerequisite for successful self-government in any people is the power of self-restraint, which refuses to follow either the wild-eyed extremists of radicalism or the dull-eyed extremists of reaction. Either set of extremists will wreck the nation just as certainly as the other. And
thank you for distilling a lot of all of that. I appreciate that.
Hey, I got a question. A validation. Why did you inquire about Afterlife before? Because that's a judgment.
Well, I mean,
I like that. I was hoping everybody would answer that question about whether or not they believed in the afterlife and what happens at the end. I have a pretty good idea, I think. In terms of judgment, we judge ourselves, which is going to be much more harsh than any other entity looking into us. Because intellectual honesty plays a role in, whether or not you feel you're a good person or you deem yourself a good person. So in the end, whatever you're hiding, you'll know. You'll be the one to let you either continue or have to go back. And as for afterlife, we are under this we think death is something that we look at death as a negative thing, like it ends life. We have no idea what happens. No one knows. It could be just a change.
Well, I've had an experience, not quite, I have all the answers, but I've had kind of accidental OBEs, out-of-body experiences, and it was several, actually. And the only thing I can conclude is that we exist outside of these bodies. Our consciousness, our awareness, our uniqueness exists outside. Other than that, I have no idea. But I can only attest from my own personal experience, and of course, I can't prove that to anybody. So I don't expect anybody to take my word. That's just my testimony from my experience.
I feel you. I think
yeah,
quite feasible.
The way it is for anyone, your spirituality is for the individual. It's not a team effort. It's not for religion.
Yeah.
It's life doesn't really have. I hate to say life has no meaning, but life is meaningful. But it's going to have our own meaning for each and every one of us. Because if it did have a meaning, then it would have to be a certain way. We wouldn't have free will. It would have to be like this textbook idea of, bam, that's the meaning of life. So we got to do that now. But since it isn't, we can do our own thing. And I'm not sure, Spursco, if you're into believing Christ and all that stuff, whatever that does for you, power to you. If that makes you feel comfortable, if that makes you feel safe and whole, right on, and IPS, if you don't look at it that way, whatever gives you
who's talking,
you're in a place where you're
haunted. It gives me an explanation of a lot of things, of why people act the way they act, where we live, how we got here. Just gives me an understanding, and it seems to make sense. I haven't seen anything that
that's good enough.
Yeah, that gives me, science has tried.
No,
it failed.
I have my problem is atheism. Atheism to me is atheism shouldn't really exist, because if I was someone who didn't believe in something, I could be that person right now. And the thing that I don't believe in,
atheists believes in science. Yes, they believe in, they trust in science.
Well,
and you find that a lot of
proves
realize science is false. They kind of realize there's a creator. Yeah.
Well, see, atheists technically, if they don't believe in something, then they would never say anything. You know what I mean? Right now, they're saying they don't believe in that thing. That thing has to exist for them to not believe in it. So a true atheist would never speak a word of any disbelief. They would just be. They would just be that person. And if it was the truth that nothing existed, they would never say anything about it.
Well, I just caught something he said, that science has failed, and so religion fills in the answers for him. And I think that's wrong, because science hasn't failed. scientism, which is corrupted science, which is science as religion has failed because religion itself has failed us, that science is going to get us through this thing. True science. Science not corrupted by government.
Or money.
Well, you know, there was the scripture, there was the word, and then man came along and said, no, we kind of have the
No.
answer. You know, they kind of say we can explain that the earth is moving. So they basically, it was all opposite of what scripture said. You know,
No, the people that gave us the false model weren't using science. They were using a Roman polytheistic system dressed up as science. As I've said again and again, that this system we're under isn't scientific. It's a religion that looks like science. So they masqueraded as science. They deceived us.
Very dogmatic, just as powerful. You know, I'm waiting for us to turn on the flat earth and start picking apart, because true science says you have to break apart what you've come to understand or believe. And we all believe water is flat. We all believe that, you know, the horizon does these things. We're all going on faith here.
Exactly. That's my point.
A lot of people don't know these things. I don't know these things for sure.
Thank you.
I'm going with it because it doesn't really look like a ball.
That's what we all need to understand and come to an agreement with, because it pisses me off, because I see the same thing that I went through in the Christian church. Although I am a Christian, I see the same thing in the Christian church as what's going on in the flat earth, and that is, okay, we found this new truth or whatever that is still faith-based, but, you know, you judge everyone else that doesn't believe in this, and you know what I mean? And that's not the way it goes. Just because you've come to this knowledge and understand it as truth doesn't mean you judge people that don't have the same views.
Yes,
It's
it does.
human nature. It's human nature
No,
based on faith-based. Faith-based anything. This is how humans act.
No, but the problem here is that discovering this truth about flat earth does mean we have to judge people who are upholding a system that upholds slavery. So it does give us the moral high ground to say, not only are you people deceived, but your deception is enabling the growth of bigger government, which means less freedom and eventual neo-feudalism. And so the one world order synthesizes with the one world state, dark ages for the future generations. I think we have to act. I think it's imperative on us. The status quo has to change.
The problem is the people in charge don't feel that way. They're the complete opposite of that. So it comes down to like a matter of point of view. I mean, I hear exactly what you're saying, but
the IPS, you can't get away from the fact that, you know, flat earth, the idea, whether it was 500 years ago, 2000, whatever, they knew about it. They knew about the stars.
Right, but that's what they conceptualized at the time. But in reality, what were the kings and queens of old telling their people? Don't go out there. It's flat. You'll fall off an edge. You know, it was a containment structure back then as well. And they've just simply reversed it and turned it into a globe and said, "Oh, this is all the space there is." That's why there was a race for space. It was a race to control.
You got to ask yourself
because there was so much more.
You got to ask yourself who was saying these statements. You'll fall off the edge. I mean, I think, you know, these kind of quotes were just in Europe, the Middle Earth, you know, and people who were on the outside of the on the edge of the earth wouldn't have said such a thing because they would have known, you know, what was happening. So the fact that we know about the cosmos, or it's written down in history, how do they know these things? You know,
okay, wait. Look at Constantine. What did they do with serfdom? Christianity has always been used as a pretext for restricting people's movement because they want the slaves locked down. If you're a slave, you don't leave your plantation. You don't leave the fiefdom. Christianity was a slave system at its core and always has been. And it's been reinterpreted as a spiritual system, but it's for slaves.
Have you heard Christianity was supposed to run out in 450 years when they designed it, when they came up with it? I'd heard that once, that it was...
Wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, it was conception to help people grieve. And they didn't expect it to go as long until it became like a control system, you know.
Well, read the Edicts of Constantine. That was when it was basically made into the state religion, and it turned landowners into serfs, just like with the communist revolution, the kulaks had their traditional lands and farms seized and socialized.
So,
and
IPS,
so what I'm suggesting is Christianity has always been...
IPS, how far can you, like, do you go back in history when you look at history? You know, what you, in your mind, is
okay.
acceptable?
For this context, for the context of looking
not
this...
Christianity, just history, like
okay.
Romans, Egyptians, Greek, whatever, Persian.
I think we trace this thing back to Babylon mystery religion, revamped in various forms as Christianity, as Roman polytheism, and now as heliocentrism. And I'm saying, if you're praying to Jesus, you're praying to Apollo, you're praying to Lord Baal, you're praying to that shaft that the
So
Pope.
what is the opposite of that? Is what I'm trying to get established here.
The
If
opposite
this
of
is the
that
evil,
is
if this is the evil, these guys are deceiving us, tricking us, lying. Where is the opposite?
the
in your
opposite is
mind?
cognitive harmony. It's man being unblinkered, unstultified by myths
So
meant.
when did this happen? When was there a time when this was before man was trying to deceive man? When did this idea, what you're talking about, happen ever on Earth?
Well, we've seen it during the Enlightenment, the Renaissance. We see it everywhere we have free market activities, private property, the right to own guns, freedom of speech. We have it whenever we have pockets of freedom.
Yeah,
I think
It's called freedom. Religion is the opposite of freedom.
versus slavery, just like that quote that guy just said with the Roosevelt. That summed it up quite well, I thought. The sovereignty
May I
versus
ask you?
those who can govern themselves versus those who just can't. And people that can't
You
govern
understand what I'm
themselves.
saying? So I'm taking you back as far back as your history as you can go. You're talking about this deception, like we've always been deceived. So are you saying that there's going to be a time of utopia, or there was a time of utopia, or you're saying, like you've just said, pockets?
I'm saying that slavery and the conqueror ethic has always been universal until very recently, as far as we know. And the word utopia is misused. Utopia has always meant total state control. We're looking past that. And what I'm saying is that what we need is anti-statism, a total decentralization of power, kind of like what was accomplished with the American Revolution, but on a bigger scale and encompassing all people until everyone has inalienable rights.
So I got to ask you a question, and it's kind of off subject just a few seconds back, but I was letting people speak. Well, you said if you're praying to Jesus, then you're praying to the Son God. But in the Bible, it tells you that you're supposed to pray to God in the name of Jesus. Jesus never said pray to him. It was always pray to God, the Father. He always spoke of the Father. No.
Yeah, that's a reference to Jupiter.
But you're saying the Romans want sun worship, right? And you're saying praying to Jesus is sun worship, but the Bible doesn't actually say pray to Jesus.
Well, arguments from the Bible aren't really arguments any more than arguments from the globe validate heliocentricity. And I'm just saying that you might spiritualize the character of Jesus, but its origin has always been sun worship combined with the state religion, the Roman imperial cult. That's what it came from. And they wrote the stories of Jesus to fulfill the political purpose of integrating the Messianic Jews into the Roman system. And then they also added another element, which is in the Gospels, they actually made the Gospels a veiled cover for the conquest of the Roman general Titus Flavius. So when Titus Flavius knocked down Jerusalem, they wrote that up in the Gospels. They just masked it.
So you're saying they chose an anti-establishment, anti-Semite, anti-temple to seduce the Jews to change the way they think? Because
what did Jesus say?
He was very anti-Jewish. You know, he called the Pharisees the sons of serpent. You know.
Yep, you got it. Right. And here's why: because Christianity was founded as a way to convert the Jews, to dominate them, and it was to demonize the Jews because they were rebellious. And it was saying to be a good Jew is to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And so the whole purpose of Christianity was to get the rebellious Jews to submit to Caesar, even though they weren't idol worshippers, they weren't down with state idolatry. It was a big con job. And they wrote the character of Jesus to fulfill Old Testament prophecy so they could say, hey, look, here's your Messiah. Now you can disregard all these old books and obey this book. It was made to pacify them.
IPS, did the United States win the Revolutionary War?
It's one of these things where it's like, if there's ever been any real revolution or any establishment of freedom, it was compromised at its very core, and always has been. Like, I'm not looking at the past with rose-tinted glasses. I'm just looking at the general pattern.
I'm just looking at the general names. I live in New England.
Right.
You know. This first thing you do is you're going to change their names.
Well, some are even suggesting that George Washington was a puppet of the Jesuits. So it's like, look at the George Washington Monument. It's an obelisk that's 6,666 inches high. That's the code for sun worship.
It's all coincidences.
The apotheosis of George Washington.
Right.
Apotheosis is how they roll.
And George Washington wasn't the first president. He was the first Masonic president.
Correct. You got it.
About the president.
And what I'm saying is that it looks to me like, yeah, that they have been deifying our leaders all along, but it's covert. And so just as they were overtly worshiping the various Caesars as gods, or North Korea, they worship that fat kid as God. Here in America, it looks like elected leaders, but I'm saying that we have an occult theocracy, and it's a de facto monarchy, and it's just been occulted from our view.
Right, and this is where Issa and I kind of get into it, is that, you know, because the Bible is so widespread, it's like the law book, because not only does it talk about your physical or spiritual or mental redemption, it also talks about commerce. And since they went and served the Lord, or they served all the people with legal notice, right? This is how the law of the land works. Like we're not ruled by the law of the jungle anymore. We're governed by the rule of law. And in that law, it talks about how to repair a breach of contract, because that's all it is. There's the terms and conditions of the contract, and the if there's a breach, what a breach consists of, and then how to resolve the breach, or the consideration of the contract. And that's where the forgiveness comes in, because there is no money. It's all debt. Everybody's just passing around debt as a medium of exchange, and that debt is compiled because there's no forgiveness.
Well, hey, check it out. I want to know, IPS, like, at what point would you suggest then that this, man-made, manufactured Bible was introduced into the society, and like, who was its target demographic, and how did it come into being something that was so widely accepted and so widely followed? How did that happen?
Okay, well, you say widely followed and accepted as though it was always people knocking on doors and selling it. But if you look at the way Christianity has been generally imposed, it's been at the point of a sword. It's been forced conversions. It's been do or die.
So then at what point are you suggesting that, like, this story that's directed to these people about their own history was, like, introduced to them, and then they were somehow convinced that it was their own true history? Like, how did that happen? What are the machinations behind that? How and when?
I think it's always been state-sponsored imposition of a religious paradigm designed to get people to worship the government. It's state-olatry and always has been. Just like heliocentrism and buying into all of that, and buying into the carbon footprint and paying the government more and more taxes because of that. If you accept the premise of the globe, you've essentially become a worshiper of the state. And I'm saying that Christianity has always been just the way to get people to serve the state better. Jesus is the model citizen, and he tells you obey the government. It's all nothing more than anthropomorphized government. And some people spiritualize it, but I think it's a false thing. It's a false idol.
He doesn't say to obey the government.
Yeah, can you pin down a exact time when this transition occurred, where people, like,
Religion has always been a tool of social control at all times.
Hold on, though.
The Bible was never just purely a spiritual teaching. It was always for control.
Tim, I got to call you out on that, though. Where does Jesus say to obey the government?
Well, yeah, specifically the canonical Bible. Like, when did that really hit it big, and when did it really take over start dominating human
Are you
thought?
talking about like the Council of Nicaea? Because the Bible, there isn't really a Bible. It's always been selectively edited, regurgitated, recycled. It was assembled, but it's a Frankenstein construction, selectively edited to suit the needs of the state. It's not the inerrant word of God. Never has been. And to say that it is to, like, be very dismissive of all the other holy books that claim the same thing.
Yeah, nobody believes the Bible was written by God, right? Here in this thing here.
I hope not.
Yeah, it's inspired by man. Same way Aleister Crowley was inspired by demons to write his book of the law, where he was blind writing.
Aleister Crowley worshipped Jesus Christ as Horus. Aleister Crowley worshipped.
I gotta back up, though.
The point is, people don't understand that. They don't understand this idea of being inspired by God. But we understand that people can be possessed by demons. So when people do things, when they lose their mind, they don't know what came over them.
First, come on. Have you ever seen?
Hold on, let me finish, please. They are possessed. They are possessed by something. Now, God works in the same way. He has good spirits. They will be possessed by, and they will start auto-writing in the same way, the same fashion. That's how I see it. If you have the opposite, possessed, you can also have the opposite, which is good.
Have you ever seen someone possessed?
Hell yeah,
I've seen people do crazy things, and I don't know what's came out. But when you hear the expression, I don't know what came over
possession.
That is a demonic possession, because they don't know what came over them. Something has come over them. They can't explain. They're not their usual self.
So why?
And this happens in both ways. Yes.
But why demonic possession? Like, why?
Because when you're not yourself, if you're not yourself and you start doing things that are, strange and unusual that you can't explain, let's say negative emotions, you snap at someone, you get angry, you don't know why you got angry, you can't explain why you got angry, you apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout at you like that. I don't know what came over me, right? So the same thing happens in both ways. People can be possessed by God and write things that they have no control of.
I think
that's how we know about the flat Earth. That's how we know about how we were created. That's how we know about the family tree.
It seems like stories.
That's how we are warned about the enemy. That's how we know about end times. How else? Man could not. I agree. Man could not write this book. It's impossible.
Okay, so if God gets into your head and says, "Drag your kid up to the top of the hill and slit his throat for me to show me how loyal you are," is that a spiritual thing? Like, do you see spiritual value in that happening?
Well,
because
if I just thought in my mind to do what you just said, I would think that is a demonic spirit, not God.
Okay, wait, that's the foundation of Christianity. That's Isaac and Abraham up on the hill obeying God. You just contradicted what the Bible's based on. That's the foundational myth, the sacrifice, the human sacrifice.
Me. I'm not Isaac. You asked me if I had a voice that said.
So you admitted that God's little story there is pretty disgusting. That the God of the Bible is a psychopath.
But you're not talking.
God tests people, and whether you.
What if God had said, "Go rape a woman to prove how much you love me," and then the guy went out there to go rape a woman, but then at the last minute stopped? Like, you can't say that's a good test. Murdering your kid is not a good test. That is sick.
Tim, I gotta call you out on something.
I agree. Hold on. I agree.
You might not consider for being a sicko.
No, you said Jesus says obey the government. That's not true. Where does it say that? Where does Jesus say to obey the government?
I think that's render under Caesar that which is Caesar's. And if you continue that verse,
we're talking about Romans, exactly.
He's saying don't use money.
If you continue that, if you read the rest of that verse, it says render under God that which is God's.
Yeah, exactly. So, but the point being is, if you're using the government's money, then you're under their control.
How can you turn a blind eye to serfdom?
Hey guys, do you hear that?
Somebody's sleeping.
Yeah, Christian.
Who's that?
I'm sorry, I apologize. That's my fault.
Dude, do you even pre-shan, bro? What's up?
How can you talk about the Bible like it's a good thing and never mention how it's been used to oppress and dominate and control and subjugate and enslave?
There's no denying that. There's no denying.
No, you deny it every time you overlook it conveniently.
No, you're not overlooking it.
Wait, are we still arguing over? Are we still arguing over names and energies represented in the spectrum of this reality?
We're arguing over the historical record of an oppressive institution.
Tim, this is the nature of man, to manipulate and control. So they're going to take what is good and make it bad. So of course anyone can understand that people can take the Bible and manipulate people with it, but it's still deeper than just what you're suggesting, I think.
I think the Bible is intrinsically designed to enslave people. It's a blueprint for enslavement and for control and for domination.
Enslavement in the Bible is for punishment of a people, not for everybody. Again, you don't understand.
It also talks about self-government and forgiveness, the opposite side of the negative side of the spectrum. That you're focusing on with that passage or that parable or that story, however made up it might be. What's important is the energy behind it.
No, I'm talking about how the book has been used throughout history.
Right. Well, that's how it's been used throughout history, but it also shows the way for an answer to it, which is self-government, limited government, self-control.
Do you know what battered wife syndrome is?
And forgiveness.
You know what battered wife syndrome is?
Yeah, but the wife is
like, okay, sure, he beat me for the last 10 years, but this time he's really sorry. And I just think that it sounds like a lot of battered wife syndrome, when people constantly make excuses for an evil institution, an evil book, an evil vile
Keep
concept.
on saying the word evil. Where is this
Sounds like
good?
Stockholm syndrome.
Where is this good? Show the people the good. Where is this
I
good?
think God's
Like,
evil. I think the God of the Bible is objectively an evil, tyrannical being, and it's a disgusting creature, and I think it's a narcissistic construct designed to subjugate man.
I think
global
everyone
warming
gets
is an
that.
evil
We all
concept as
know
well.
that. We all know
It's
that.
misanthropic. Do you agree that global warming is a misanthropic lie?
I don't.
You don't think global warming is a misanthropic lie?
I think the politics of it are, but I believe.
Okay, it's a lie that says that babies are a negative, a tumor on the earth.
Yeah,
It's a
I
lie that
know.
says there are too many people. It's misanthropic.
But why?
Do you-
What is the purpose for global warming?
It's to expand the role of government, to regulate the private economy, and to lay down the pretext for enslaving humans by saying that freedom itself is unsustainable and bad for the environment.
Also,
And so what I'm saying is that
And promotes
the whole
scarcity.
global warming is just a reboot of the program that tells you have original sin that you need to be purified from. And so I'm saying that the religion is evil and misanthropic because it tells man that man is sinful and fallen and needs to be saved.
Right.
And this same lie has been revamped today. I'm looking at the pattern, I'm looking at the architecture of the control system, and saying that the heliocentric model is a misanthropic system designed to control us is no different than pointing out the same facets that are evident in all the Abrahamic faiths, not just Christianity.
Hey, you ever listen to Larkin Rose?
Yes, love Larkin Rose.
Guys, the fear of death is what drives most social function. You guys agree?
I don't know. Elaborate more.
Say that again.
We all fear the afterlife. We all, what's going to happen after we die, and that's what religion comes from. That's the whole order of our society comes from death. Basically, like the acknowledgement and worship almost of death in a weird way. And that's what everyone wants to know. At IPS, they want to know, who do you think the creator is specifically, or what is it? They want to know exactly what you believe. They want to know that you are choosing to really live your life in the way that you seem to be preaching that you would.
Yeah, I believe that the creator created us to function as free beings in full use of our intellects and in connection with the harmonies of nature, and that man's religions like heliocentrism and all the rest disconnect us from reality, put us into an alternative reality and a state of cognitive dissonance. And I believe that all of the religions of this world share the same trait. They're all designed to cut us off from the creator, and that includes heliocentrism along with the Abrahamic faiths. And I'm saying until we can recognize that religion itself is the enemy, not just the globe, we're not going to get out of this thing.
I think it's a two-handed thing. Science takes the creator out of the creation, and it always removes the cause from the effect and leaves us with nothing.
Science will reveal the creator when it's not corrupted by government or by politics or ideology or scientism. Pure science, the pure search for the truth with the scientific methodology, will reveal the handiwork of the creator every single time. This flat earth awakening is a scientific awakening.
Balance through rhythmic harmonic change is what's going to reveal the creator. The harmonics of it all. Basically, you have a fulcrum. Whatever's in the middle, the thing that the fulcrum balances on, that's the creator. The stillness.
VV, check your mic.
We want to raise our consciousness and lower our vibrations. A lot of people get that one wrong, because high vibrations are very directional, like Wi-Fi. That's body shattering. Low vibrations get you more in tune with the earth, like the Schumann resonance, 8 hertz, that sort of thing. Stillness gets us closer to the white hot magnetic light. Light is motion, light is energy. The only true force is electricity in the universe, I think.
So you don't claim to know who the creator is or anything like that?
I think
I'm claiming, here's what I'll state. I don't know, and neither do any of you who claim that you know because you read it in a book. That you're claiming to know something you can't know, and I'm not. So I'm just being more honest about what I can't possibly know.
Well, I have an idea. The creator, the creator, it creates. That's what it does. And if you leave it at that, it's a lot easier to digest. The creator created us. Now we move forward. Now we're here. Now we do something.
Yeah.
When we die, we don't really know what happens. I think that something's going to happen with whatever we possess inside, whatever the Creator gave to us before we were processed. Maybe we go back to it, or maybe we jump to another life. Nobody really knows. However, there's some good research study done by a guy named Victor Zammit, who held a bunch of seances with a manifestation medium, basically a medium who could manifest like an ectoplasmic kind of reality, something you could touch, in other words. And they recorded these sessions. Listening to these sessions blew my mind. I mean, you have people in there, the 5 or 6 people in a dark room. They take the medium, they strap him to a seat, they strap his legs, his hands, and they gag him, and everyone checks the room out. And usually the people in the seance are people who have lost loved ones. And they record it. All I do is invite anyone to listen to it. It's pretty spooky. I thought to myself, maybe this is a hoax. Are these people acting? If so, they're pulling off some genuine reactions.
So the question is, if there's an afterlife and then there's these demonic forces that seem to be harmful and scary and spooky, as you say, we want to live our life in a virtuous way. That's what everyone's trying to do.
VB, are you listening through speakers? Or a camera, microphone? You got a really bad echo.
You might have a watch page open or something. Try it again, VB. I can hear you. VB, try it again.
I think he was asking about the afterlife, to which, again, I would say that not only do I not know, but none of the religious authorities know.
We don't know what dreams are.
What I'm saying,
Right.
why wouldn't we want to live a more virtuous life?
Why would you assume that I'm not just because I don't follow a particular religion?
Oh, I'm definitely not saying that you're not. I'm definitely not trying to attack you in any way. I'm trying to
Yeah, no. I think that what secures the most amount of freedom isn't going to come from any religion. It's going to come from like what we have, the Bill of Rights. We need to protect property rights. We need to protect the rights of individuals to basically own property, defend the property. Everything about individual liberty is what we need. We need to move away from any sort of collectivist, altruistic religious mind control system, whether it be a secular religion like global warming and progressivism and fascism, communism, or any of the Abrahamic faiths. I think all that stuff needs to go.
The people in this panel tend to think that because you don't accept the God of the Bible, that they can't trust you to live a virtuous life. That's the bottom line of this.
That's like saying if you don't believe in heliocentrism and Bill Nye, you're a bad person, and they make that argument.
Okay, hold on.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. If you don't agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're a bad person and you're a threat to the planet because of global warming, and you cause terrorism, according to Bill Nye, if you don't watch your carbon footprint. And they make that argument, and I'm saying that the Christians who think that non-Christians are bad are no worse than these priests of scientism who say,
no, IPS, it's not that. It's not that you're bashing. You're not saying what your belief is. You're not replacing it or telling people, well, I believe in the light. I believe in illumination. You know, if that's what you're about, then just, you know, because people are allowed to believe what they want. You don't have to be, well, not you. I'm saying there doesn't have to be a sneaky way about trying to get people
have to believe in anything.
Come to the light.
You don't have to believe in anything.
No, it's not about that. It's about if I have a belief and I want people to follow my belief, but I just bash your belief.
Why would you want people to follow your belief?
My belief. That's how it's seen.
But why would you want people to follow your belief?
Well, it's not about following my belief. It's coming to an understanding of you know where we are, where we live.
Would you say, Spurs, that this is how it seems to you, but maybe not how Tim intends it?
Well, this is why I'm asking. This is why I'm addressing it. I'm saying this is how it seems. So if I start bashing Islam and then you know Islam is wrong and this, that, and the other, and not tell people, well, what's my belief? You know, you've got all the knowledge on what we shouldn't do. Well, what about what we should do? I think that's the problem.
Look,
no one knows
questions out there. You can.
Oh, I see what you mean.
From...
I'm saying no. What I'm saying ultimately is it's not about belief. It's about removing this idea that you need to have an externalized locus of control. I'm saying re-internalize it, have your own ego, take responsibility for your own self, and stop thinking you need a priest class or an authority, and you'll be fine. And religion teaches you to submit to authority, and I think that submission to authority is what got us collectively brainwashed into this globe deception.
I
That's
don't
the
think
enemy.
it's submission to authority. I mean, I was just about to ask you, you know, if there's a creator and they've created this wonderful place, the place is supposed to be wonderful, you know, marvelous. You know, you look at mountains and trees, and I think we're forgetting nature in this aspect. So you'd want to thank the person whoever created this, because I don't know, would we appreciate, you know, that's what it's all about. Do we appreciate where we live?
I agree.
Or are we just or are we just someone who was just so in tuned with our own?
And the way you would honor this creator is by elevating your standard of living, elevating the role of man, not being a misanthrope saying you have original sin and you should grovel, but instead trying to elevate man, insisting on pride, not humble pathological altruism. I happen to think the role model they give you of the crucified savior debases you.
Does anyone
And
have
I think that pride makes, I think we ought to have pride and self-esteem in the human race and not think that we're dirty, sinful, disgusting, fallen beings that need to be saved. I don't think we need to be saved. And I think the belief that you need to be saved is misanthropic, just as the belief in a carbon footprint is misanthropic. These are anti-man.
Does anyone have an issue with the meaning of life is just to be alive? It's so plain and obvious and so simple, and yet everybody rushes around in a great panic as if it were necessary to achieve something beyond themselves.
But we have expressions like there's more to life. There's more to life. People think and feel. This is where your extra senses come into play.
But that's being
This is
alive.
where you're battling with your 5 senses and spirituality.
We have 7 senses.
You know, if people are spiritual, they think there is more. And you're trying to say, well, just, you know, this is
alive. Be alive. Absolutely. I try to be alive every day. I'm too hung up on like thinking about things. I get in my own way. You know, just being alive is when you transcend and you don't know what you're doing. It's when you're in the zone, quote unquote. I hate to use that analogy, but I play drums, and when I'm playing and I don't realize it, that's the best moment. You know, if you're on stage performing something, you're not going to realize, you're not going to be aware of your best moment. You know,
This idea of like there has to be more, I think that's wrong. I think what they do this on purpose. It started with like this Platonic idealism where they started to separate matter from spirit and say matter is bad, matter is a prison. Eventually you have the spiritual reward afterward. Like in Christianity, it's all about the world is temporary. You got to think about your eternal award or your eternal punishment. The rich man can't go to heaven any more than the candle can walk through the eye of a needle. It's all about debasing the here and now. And I'm saying that the here and now is far more important than any of the religions would have you believe. And they tell you there's more to life. You got to be more. There's got to seek something higher than spiritual.
What I meant with more to life. What I mean is, who was just saying that? He was talking about life. You know, the idea that we love life, we love living. Yeah. So nobody wants death. We don't want to die.
Right.
The whole point is you know, in Jesus we will have forever lasting life, which we see man trying to achieve. Man is trying to achieve this, you know, everlasting life right now. And you know, the whole idea is that if you don't believe in Jesus, then you won't have everlasting life. You'll only have this life. Yes.
Immortality to me has always been an insane person's idea. You know, why anybody would want to live forever. You know, I've always been curious about death, just as curious as I am about why I can fly, you know, in dreams and, you know, do whatever else. But in this life, I can't, you know, like and of course that begs the question, you know, which one's reality? They're both equal, you know, and I look at dreams as memories. And
so you don't want to live forever because you're afraid of old age, but your spirit.
Well, I don't think about it. I actually, the best way to age is to embrace age, you know, because it's going to happen anyway, and it's all a number anyway. If you stop recording, if you were to like stop, if you had a kid and never told him his birthday, he would be a lot less hung up about age come whenever he's a little bit older. You know, there are some people who forget their birthdays and they live a lot better of a life.
Yeah,
but
I
you know,
agree, yeah,
I'm curious about death. A friend of mine died, and I saw him in a dream. There's a connection there.
I think that there is a science to the soul that has been purposefully occulted and hidden. I think the elite who run these esoteric religions behind the scenes, not only do they know more about the nature of our reality and how big the world is and what it is, but they know more about the human soul.
Why do you think that? Just out of curiosity.
I think it because of my own experience. I mean, my own research into secret societies, the occult, the esoteric side, alchemy, my own experience with.
I don't give them that much power.
No, well, tell us. No, hold on. Well, tell us what you know.
Well, I'm telling you that what was alchemy? Alchemy was nothing but it was an attempt to make a scientific study of the spirit, of the soul. Lead into gold was always an allegory for transmutation of spiritual lead into spiritual gold.
Right.
And so I'm saying that this has always been very well understood by esoteric, the initiates. The initiates have always known the mysteries which have been kept away from you who are the profane. And this has always been their pattern. And so all these questions we have about, does the soul transcend the body? What is ESP? What is magic? All these questions, how big is the world? What does the globe, what does the actual map look like? What does the North Pole look like? There are people who have the answers to this. And they have sworn oaths to keep you from finding it out, to keep you in the dark. And that's what we're up against. We're up against these people. I call them the forces of endarkenment, because their whole operation is designed to keep us in the dark about our own natures, about our souls. And when they can, they shut off our intellects.
What's stopping us from going to the North Pole? I know for me, it's just laziness. Because I think if we had got our asses in gear, we could do a lot of things, you know, absolutely. These are just people we're dealing with. They're lazy. They're sloppy. If we got, you know, if every flat earther chipped in $20, there'd be a lot of money. And if we all, I don't want to go to the North Pole. I would love to see what it is. I think it might be just ice, like, or an ocean that's frozen over. But I think it'd be easy to get there. You know, I think all the hysteria about guarding these places, they use that as a deterrent, just like Antarctica. I don't think they're going to scramble F-15s if you take a plane down there. But it's also going to be a lot harder, and I think that's nature saying, you know, we don't want you going out there. But I also believe that it's through the ice we can get, you know, like there's cracks in the ice. Like, to get past Antarctica, you got to be on water in a ship.
Yeah, like there's no reason to assume there's a 360-degree ice wall. And if there isn't one, there is nothing more that they would want us to believe that there is one. Like, I think that they want us to accept a wall, a dome, or a ball. Anything to keep us from recognizing that we're on a plantation.
Yeah, we'll never realize the true abundance of this plane, this flat thing. You know, and I say it's flat because it looks flat to me. That's why I say it's flat. I think there's a lot of people out there that say it's flat because they heard it on the internet. Somebody convincing told them, Eric Dubay told them, or whatever. I think it's important for everyone to get to a point where they know, they say these things, these words, these, like saying the words flat and earth.
You think it's
know
possible?
Why you're talking about it and believe it.
Do you think it's possible that these elite people, the same people that are keeping these secrets from us, possibly could be like incommunicado with maybe, like, you know, like races that yet you would have to traverse through a crack in the ice, like maybe there are other geoponds out there.
I like to spectate about that stuff.
Yeah, I think about that.
I think it's,
in my opinion, I think that if we are dealing with this type of situation, the cousins of the rulers here probably rule the next pond over and probably have those people equally deceived, if not in a worse condition than we're in.
Wow.
Say that again.
And they bounce ideas off each other on the best next way to handle the plantation. Like, hey, this works for us. Do this.
Yeah. They're like, hey,
this.
Over there in the Earth Pond, it was bad enough when you guys let them get movable type press, but this internet thing's getting out of control. And if they wake up and they come to our plantation, we're going to wreck your shit. So get them under control. I think they have these conversations.
Yeah.
So I'd like to hear some. I'd like to hear some music from their place.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that they're hiding this information from us. This is that we're not choosing to go and search it out for ourselves because we get stuck in these modalities and these paradigms that divide us and make us argue about names and different things. that we see very similar, but we don't have that comprehension.
They want you to think in terms of Europe for Europeans, Africa for Africans, Asia for Asians. They want us to think of ourselves as farm animals that need zookeepers.
We don't know what the interior of a mountain is an undiscovered thing. There's a lot of there's a lot of shit going on underneath us. They have us looking in the sky. Well, I think there's something below us going on.
Like mountains, yeah.
Uranium.
There's a lot of myths that suggest such a thing, isn't there? As far as like subterranean or within mountains, yeah, that's a common theme.
It's very easy to live underground.
You mean to tell me there's a race of people that haven't heard of the Beatles?
A lot of water underground too. How many people think the pyramids were here already? Nobody built them. That doesn't make any sense.
I've entertained that thought.
That the pyramids were already something here and that they just carved into them?
No, I think it was constructed somehow.
Yeah, I saw a really good video with a demonstration of how they floated the blocks. I think it was Christopher Massey, and very plausible. He just used water and wrapped each rock in papyrus and floated them. And the guy demonstrated all of it. It's just they would have to get it just right. The coolest thing is how
I don't know about the floating of rocks, but I did see one where they did like a infrared radar, and they had a spiral ramp going up inside. Like they saw these chambers through the walls of the pyramid that actually create a spiral, and that's how they did it. Is they made the ramp around the inside.
Well, if you had an aqueduct in a big block and you wrapped the top of it with logs, stuff that's buoyant, when the water
that kind of floating, yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then they would just push them. They would just push the rocks in the water.
Right.
Coolest thing is how they flattened them, and they would use the surface of the water as a level. So they got them so precise and so square because they would use the surface of the water as like a tri-square kind of thing.
Gotcha.
They floated them up a channel, which was, I guess, the most complicated part of it because of the weight. But they had sections that they closed off because, things in water float upward. But, no one ever explains, before we get to religion and God and all that, what about megalithic dolmens, the Neolithic structures, Angkor Wat, and all this stuff? Easter Island. It's just, I don't think every time I hear about giants, it just doesn't sound, it sounds plausible that there could be larger humans at one point, that everything could have been bigger. But
yeah, I'm not sure on that. But Tim, I did want to ask you, because you mentioned a lot about like taxes and how carbon taxes and the global warming scam, right?
Right.
And I want to go around the panel and just ask the basic question: does everyone here believe that their taxes go to fund these government projects and agencies and endeavors?
I don't believe that.
No, I mean, taxes are to pay off a debt. Every country, borrows money, they need to pay it back. Fix the roads, they don't improve schools. They don't really contribute to society.
Property taxes go to schools, gasoline tax goes to the roads, according to what I've heard.
But my point is that taxation is theft at the fundamental point.
I don't pay.
You don't pay taxes. They take it from you.
Right, but my next question is this: if the governments can print and regulate currency for any amount at any time, which as precedence has been set, they do that all the time.
I don't think.
And why is there taxes at all?
The governments don't.
No, I didn't get to finish. Why is there taxes at all? If they can print as much money as they want.
I don't think they print money.
What will? The bank.
I just had this conversation with.
No. As far as taxes go, taxes are just a way for them to assert control. It's about property. It's about seizing property and redistributing it. And they use taxation and increasing taxation as a way of advancing state power. If you're taxed 100%, you're a slave. And that's what they're doing. And they use environmentalism as a false pretext to tax more and more as they consolidate more power.
In what world? I used to think that too. There's a lot of, I get wrapped up in the whole thing. And the other day I had this discussion with my father. He's been in 40 years investment banker. He actually knew Rockefeller. And you don't want to know what he said about him. He was a nice guy. I was like, I almost plotzed. I don't think they're printing money the way we think. They're having a party down there, printing it like crazy. I think that they got to keep that kind of stuff under wraps. They can't have that seen. Because if that were the case, I think things would just be out of control. I understand they can. There's a mint that'll print money. But I don't think that's attached to the corrupt part, which would be more or less the Federal Reserve. They have so much at this point.
Right, but everything that's been generated, all the wealth and value comes from the earth. And the men and women of mankind who use those materials to make goods and services, right?
They're taxing our energy.
Right, and that's what it is, because there is no money. Everybody's just exchanging debt for debt. How can you pay a debt with a debt? And if all value is generated by us, the people, and we've been capitalized on, not just in name, then aren't we entitled to our value that they put on us?
You're espousing the labor theory of value, where it's like, you can't really quantify it like that. That's like the Marxist construct.
It's not a labor theory. That's how it's working. That's how they're generating value. The people are not the debtors in this situation. They don't owe anything. They're the creditors.
Oh, right. Well, income tax is totally unlawful. I mean, they shouldn't be taxed. I think that we ought to move towards limited small government. The government that governs least governs best. And that the whole reason for this environmentalist thing and the global warming thing, I keep bringing it up, is because this is the cornerstone of global governance, and it's all about using saving the planet as a pretext to increase taxes. And corporations don't pay taxes; they just pass it on down to the consumers.
You know why
aren't corporations also persons?
Well, no, are they also persons?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yes, according to Supreme
I mean,
Court.
isn't everyone here a person, which is also a corporation?
I checked my birth certificate, and my name's not in capital letters. Is there another?
It doesn't matter.
Or anything like that?
It doesn't matter. The capital letters is just a font. It's just a style.
No, I'm not a person.
What matters is the intent behind it.
Well, no,
I just shot a link to everybody to the Straw Man documentary. If you haven't seen it, The Nature of the Cage. Yeah, you guys should save that and watch that. It explains exactly what you guys are talking about.
Yeah,
it might explain it a little bit, but don't get hung up on that. That's only just like one of the first pieces of this intricate web of individual remedy and resolution to this predicament we find ourselves in.
I stopped to take. I went to the accountant and I told her, there's no law that says we're supposed to pay income tax. That's my money, and she said, "Okay, all right." Now,
there's legal precedent that a U.S. citizen is required to pay tax, and if you identify yourself as a U.S. citizen, then you're required to pay the tax.
Not income tax, though.
Any tax that you agree to, they'll send you a letter. They'll send you a letter. If you don't respond in 14 days, this is going to happen, and this is going to happen, and this is going to happen.
Never gotten it.
I've had friends that have gotten them.
Income tax is
everything, my friend. Everything is commerce. Everything is contract. Somebody sends you a letter and asking you to respond. If you don't respond, you agree to their terms that they wrote to you that you didn't respond to.
Well, I get that. I get that one. But if I pay you $50 to mow my lawn, you're not going to take that $50 and go, well, this is a little bit for the government and a little bit for me. You're going to take it and pocket it. Because it's going through a payroll system and human resources, then it's going to be taxed. It's a lot harder to take your own money, to accept your own money. But I've never had a problem, and I wouldn't worry about it. If you're not in like a bracket where you're making X amount of money, where they're going to track you and find you. But other than that, the system's here for us to do whatever we want with it. When you
that's what I'm saying. is that everyone has a value. They have like when you're born and your birth certificate is monetized, there's a value to that. That's where the new credit, the full faith and credit of the United States come from, because all the assets have been tapped, all the land has been measured out and marked and assessed.
So
and
is that why
now
they're
it's
trying
the
to do away
people.
with depopulation to break us completely as a nation?
No, they're just regulating commerce.
Hey guys, I just want to say goodnight real quick. Good night, Tim.
Hey, good night. Nice speaking with you. I'm gonna probably go to bed here soon as well. I'm gonna be, just so you know, I'm gonna be on Patricia's Deer at 6 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow or today.
Okay.
Right on. Good luck with that.
So Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes if you want to check it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, it's good stuff. All right, Tim. I shot you an email, so I mean, I'm sure you see it. But the
Cool.
rest
Well,
of you guys,
I'll look for you guys tomorrow in the comments, and if you have any questions, I'll try to give you preference.
Right on. Thanks for
sounds good.
All right,
coming
have a
on.
good night.
Hey, Tim, before you go, I would love to have you at court one night. We'll talk about some taxes and some other things about capitalism and money and what that actually is and how it works. And I want to bounce a few ideas off of you if you're amenable to it.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. We'll do it. Okay.
Right on.
Speak with you guys later. Bye.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Tim.
Yep.
Good night, guys.
IPS, Internet Protocol Service. But what world? I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the States, they have a death tax, right? That's where when you die, your estate and everything you gathered and the value thereof is not taxable up to a certain amount. And when you're born, you get a birth certificate, and when you die, you get a death certificate, and there's a monetary value associated with it. In accounting terms, where's the balancing of the books? Where's the original entry?
Do you know what the value is?
No, I don't. And I don't need to know. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is that I have a prepaid account that can be accessed.
Have you accessed it?
Hey, Spurs, are you still with us?
Not yet, but I know people who have. And it's
form.
What's that?
A4V and the CC form.
No, not necessarily. Because that's just another part of it. That's just another stepping stone. What matters is just basic contracts in commerce now. It's no longer law. It's public policy. It's each individual relation and situation. And when it comes down to it, that's what it's about. It's about individual governance, self-control, responsibility, taking care of your obligations.
Yeah, I consider a lot of these things totally viable because. And
if it's to me, they're playing like a big game of Monopoly. It's all Monopoly money. You got deeds and currency. You got little cards and certificates.
Oh yeah,
and places to put your token on the board in whatever area you land on the flat surface.
I had that experience where you look at a dollar bill or $10, $20 and you just don't see the value in it. You realize
there's value in it in that it's a type of medium of exchange.
Right.
And it's whatever value people think it has, really. Right. And I'm fine with it having the value that it does. I'm surprised and thankful that the Fed has kept interest rates so low. Otherwise, we'd have a hyperinflation. So the system that is way set up is to control and farm human energy, and humans in the commercial system are defined as monsters.
And keep us down.
Well, people are kept down as much as they choose to be, and they may be oblivious and ignorant or even apathetic to it, but it's what's going on. And rather than point fingers and argue about who's to blame for it and what the problem is, not a whole lot of people look for solutions. And a lot of people have a lot of different information, but I'm thinking that, if everything is commerce and that's all they're doing is regulating commerce, it behooves us to learn contracts and understand these financial instruments that we're dealing and handling with. And what is a creditor? What is a debtor? What is a fiduciary? What is a surety? These types of things are pretty easy to look up and then comprehend and put together.
Dude, I get a family of bankers and business people that, it's all there for the taking. if we want it, if you actually do the work, if you can put up with dealing with that, if you're interested in these sorts of things. You know, I listened to his name's I think Erwin Schiff. He's the guy who
he cracked the code.
Yeah, pretty much. He went to jail for it, and he's got a lot to say. And his brother, or I think it's his brother, Peter Schiff or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Really interesting take on why things were the way they were back in the 50s and the trade routes. And the trade
Right. Well, see, I grew up with a lot of guys like Erwin Schiff who'd read him a lot, and you know, there's a lot of different research that have gone back and poured through all the codes and all the definitions and meanings of terms and how things really work, and they've come up with their own little, you know, process to, you know, go back to the republic and the sovereign and the de jure government and, you know, things like that, instead of this de facto fiat, you know, economic system we find ourselves in. And at some point, the one thing they all have in common, you know, some of them would work for a little while, and then it'd be shut off, like the gate would be closed, because a lot of people were doing it. People were showing others how to do it and not really explaining why they could do it. So when people didn't know what to do when they got asked questions, they made statements and didn't know what else to do, and like, oh, well, go ask this guy, he told me to do it, or, you know, whatever. And that's where it becomes a problem, because you know, it's for each individual person to get their own remedy. And if you start, you know, helping a lot of people out, you're going to be, you know, targeted and maybe enticed to make a poor decision.
You know, it took having to purchase a complete new set of wheels because my rims were bent from pothole damage. And I realized no one's going to pay for this. I have to pay for this now because the roads are fucked up. I thought they're supposed to fix the roads. I thought I paid for that, or something paid for that. Nobody pays for that. They don't care. I spoke to like New Jersey Turnpike Commission, the Highway Commission, and they just bounce you around forever. I got sick of paying.
Right.
You know, I got fed up with paying this system and not seeing anything in return, and realized there's got to be another way to do this.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, and I used to think that as well. And my position now would be, you know, I would write the road maintenance department for the county a letter, or I'd give them a call, depending on the population size of the you know, township or, you know, corporate boundaries that we're talking about. And I would write the that maintenance department. I would say, you know, this section of road seems to be in need of repair, right? And it seems to be that it could cause safety or damages to property. And if it does damage my property, it's agreed that, you know, you will, you know, either fix this hole or pay for my damages to my vehicle.
The police were saying,
and respond in 14 days. Otherwise, it's agreed that you do. You know, you may compensate me for, you know, the damages to my vehicle. And if they don't respond, send them another one just in case, and then send them a notice of default. And then go motion to have a hearing where they've agreed to your contract that you've written to them properly, and, you know, go collect.
Yeah.
Or forgive them, and or maybe they'll fix it, you know?
Well, that's
I'm going to bed, guys. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm going to bed.
Hey, Hank. Good speaking with you again, man. Have a good one.
You too. Woodworld, thanks for last night taking up for me, saying that I did understand compassion and love and all that.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. Like, that's the thing. Like, you know, people have disagreements on the names for, you know, the different spectrums of energy that we can encounter, and arguing about it just doesn't make any sense to me. But that's just me.
Although I disagree with Flat Plain Society on a lot of things, you know what? We can still learn from people we disagree with. You know, we don't have to completely shut them out just because he doesn't agree with us on our Bible. You know, So yeah, there's still lots to be learned from that guy, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I take the good, toss the rest, toss whatever I don't, with a lot of
right.
people I listen to.
That's right. All right, y'all have a good night. Peace out.
See you later, Hank. I like what he said about, I think it was the first time I caught one of his videos. It just happened to pass on, and it was about Stephen Hawking being a human shield. And just how downright nasty that whole situation is. Is anyone going to do anything about Hawking?
I don't know.
Being tossed around.
Maybe send him a letter.
Who we send the letter to? His handlers?
Sounds like you need to research more and figure it out, right?
It's going to be work, man.
Welcome to life.
I'm going to get in touch with the lab that holds him suspended in midair. But yeah, people are saying about the taxes thing, like, "Oh, you're going to end up in jail. What about so and so ended up in jail? What about so and so?"
Right.
You don't know.
They were. I think that's the thing I spoke about earlier. Like all those guys that got put in jail at some point, they stood on their knowledge of what they thought they were sure of, and started arguing the merits of the case.
Well, not necessarily those guys who did go to jail for that. But when people say, like, "Oh, what about Lauryn Hill, for instance, went to jail for tax?" We don't know what jail for. It could be any kind of charges. But it seems to me like taxes are voluntary and they're there for the suckers. And if you just look into it, there's a way out.
If the Federal Reserve is a private corporation and their commodity or product is currency, right? The more of that currency that you use, wouldn't they be entitled to a return on their investment for the privilege of the use of their commodity?
Absolutely.
So that's what it is. That's why taxes don't go to pay anything except for the sapping of energy, the return on the investment to the private corporation for the use of their commodity. It's like paying for a Windows license.
A Windows license?
Yeah, like Windows, the operating system. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Federal Reserve note is the computer program that everybody's bought a license for or given one for.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why it's called a note. Okay. Much like a promissory note, it's just evidence of a debt.
So what happens when North Korea and Iran and Cuba are under central banking? What's the next move?
Well, they just keep.
I don't know. I'm not involved in those circles. And it doesn't really matter to me because on an individual level, if I had an encounter, I would hope that, I'll be able to handle myself with restraint as an individual, with forgiveness, and conditionally accept the offer that I'm presented with. And if I see something that needs to be done, I'm going to go out and try to do it. Whether I need to write someone a letter to get action or whatever else. But it has to start on a personal, individual level. Like the guys that want to, form groups and protest them, that's all fine and good. But I don't think you're going to get anywhere. I think you're going to get infiltrated and people are going to, be provocatardish and go on witch hunts and things like that. So it really comes down to like just self-government, self-governance, limited government. I'm all fine with, free market. That's fine. That can all happen, but it's got to start with each individual person and them finding their own remedy instead of just, saying what the problem is and pointing at or arguing about who's to blame for it.
Yep. What you
just look in the mirror.
Sounds like spirituality to me. Spirituality to me is about it being inspired, being the individual. I would never want to take your spirituality away from you, or whatever it is, whatever you.
Right. Well, there's these, to me, there's like these universal, like, they're like a balance. There's always one side and the other. Like, that's the nature of this dualistic reality we live in. Like,
really, Trinity.
And,
Really
a lot of different books and a lot of different people have tried to put names and personas on it, but it doesn't change the fact that, the underlying meaning and concept is still there. And I think that's the story that's been told for ages, and in most of the stories, it's pretty much the same as far as a contract goes. You got the parties involved, the terms and conditions, consideration, and, the breach and how to repair a breach of contract, or the resolution if there is a breach. And I just don't think that I think people have forgotten that, or been oblivious to it, or ignorant or apathetic. And if you really want to make a change, start making a change personally, individually.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the point that needs to be stressed to everybody. If you don't change yourself, you can't change shit, because you can't move forward. Even with relationships, if your relationship is shit, don't think you're going to go out into the world and make a better place. You got to fix it first. And before, when you were saying the duality, everyone always says duality, like black, white, left, right, up, down, but there's a middle part there that we forget. I forgot until someone pointed it out to me. That moment is what we can't figure out. That's the creator right there. In between breaths, that's the creator right there. The cause and effect right in between there, that's the fulcrum, that's the balancer. That's the thing that creates. Without it, it's just, nothing. In my opinion. I think.
Yeah, man.
But do you remember, did you ever read about Andrew Jackson? Being the only president who took a stand against the banks?
I have heard that.
Yeah, he was the only one he took what his quote was. It's a pretty good quote on banking, but they were pretty much taking over, and he swore to rout them out, to rout ye vipers out, and not let the banksters take over. And then once he left office, right back into place.
Yeah, there was, he wasn't that great of a guy either. He had slaves. I mean, at the time, I'm sure that his financial policy was something that concerned, the establishment or the order that had been created previously with the previous contracts. So that's why it's still pushed forward. That's why anything still does, is because, it doesn't matter left, right, red, blue. They're all on the same team. And when it comes game time, everybody's on the same team.
Yeah, usury.
Well,
interest.
Yeah.
Charging someone for nothing. Money making more money.
Right, and that's why we can't pay anything anymore, but we do have discharge, since you can't pay a debt with a debt.
Yeah, if I lend you $100 and then ask you for $50 interest, where's that money going to come from?
It's actually against the law to be forced to required to pay in any particular kind of coin or currency.
Say that again.
It's against public policy to be required to pay in any type or form of coin or currency of the United States, or in any amount of money measured thereby. That's HGR 192 also now, which was repealed. It's now Public Law 7310.
Have you ever had to deal with debt that was bought out by anybody? And
Yeah, just recently, actually.
So somebody called you, someone approached you about that?
No, it was just for me personally.
And what happened?
I sent them a few letters, and they sent me one back from their attorney, and I sent him a letter too, and I haven't heard anything since. And that was 2.5, 3 months ago. So I think remedy is there. I think the conditional acceptance and the process of forgiveness is the way to go. Contracts, man. Everything is commerce.
Everything is contracts. Yeah, court's a lot easier than they make it out to be.
Yeah, they can't do anything without you willfully agreeing. You know?
Right.
Or ignorantly agreeing. And that's the thing. Most people have gotten tricked to believe that they're the token on the Monopoly board instead of the player that controls the token.
Yeah, man. Last time I was in court, I just watched everyone go up there and the judge tell them, "You wouldn't."
Oh man, it's like a slaughterhouse. It's like watching. It's just a.
Charge you $700, and they'd be like, "Oh, thank you so much, Judge."
It's an ongoing train of revenue or revenue.
And there's people that try to explain where that money goes, but it goes to the treasury, it goes to police uniforms. I don't even think some of the state agencies get a lot of that money. I think they're burnt just as much as everybody else. You know, you ever go into a police station? It's like a fucking shithole. Yellow walls, linoleum floor. Prison's old. You know, let's refurbish these prison bars. So I've been noticing lately.
I just gotta say, fuck prison.
Oh yeah, man. Hey Justin, what something happened, man. I don't know what your story is fully, but I remember something nasty happened. You made it out alive, so that's a good thing.
Just a consequence to an action, I guess, the American way.
Yeah. How do you feel about it?
It is what it is. You know, I knew what I was doing. I could minimize it, but that would be lying. You know, because really, the only thing I've ever been convicted of is possession of something you could buy at any department store in America, pretty much. But you leave with it, and it's a felony. It's a controlled substance. Don't get the drug dealers, but they get the people that buy it.
How long were you gone?
It's called pseudoephedrine.
No, I mean, how long were you in for? How long did you go to prison?
I've almost spent 2 years behind bars total, not quite, like 19 months or something.
Damn.
But that's over with.
Like maximum, or you know.
No, I got really fortunate this last time. Got sent to a Freemason freaking boot camp for 4 months. But
are you an initiate now? Are you traveling, man?
Yeah. Yeah, there was several guys that actually had the
ring,
square and compass tattooed on them and shit. But you know, they were lower level guys. But
yeah, I know a guy around here. He always wears his hat.
But you know, it is what it is. It's not the land of the free. That's a lie.
No.
It's not the home of the brave. That's a lie.
Yeah, I gave up on that.
Fee and the home of the slave.
It's the land of the fee and the home of the slave. That's right.
Appreciating order followers. Not for me.
But you know what? That I wouldn't change nothing because that whole aspect brought me to who I am today.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, man, turn the negative into a positive.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's when I really started thinking about philosophy and psychology and why people do the things that we do, you know. Ultimately, it led me to spirituality, the unseen.
That's good, man. I'm glad to see you back. And thank you so much for having the hangout and
Yeah,
let me come on, speak with you and everybody else. Shout out to everybody. It is about 5 a.m. here. I do have to jet. So.
I appreciate you guys
All right.
coming on.
Jonathan, pleasure as always, my friend. Till next time.
The more a thing tends to be permanent, the more it tends to be lifeless.
I'll see you later, man.
Later, bud. Jonathan, you remember talking to me a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember you were standing in your garage with some type of baseball hat on, I think.
Yeah, man. We were talking about 9/11.
Yeah.
I think someone you were talking to hadn't heard or spoken to anybody who actually saw what happened firsthand.
Yeah.
And we're like, you saw it? I only saw one of the buildings.
Yeah, I actually held my own ground, and I consider like a win versus Red's rhetoric a couple of weeks ago. He couldn't address my points about 9/11.
What were you saying?
Just a few simple things that can't be refuted. I don't really want to go into it, but basically about the fact that it's never been reproduced in a simulation, you know, in a flight simulator.
I mean, what we saw physically happen to that building.
Well, I mean, just the fact that passenger planes can't fly at that altitude under control at 550 mile an hour. I just attacked the official report. So.
Yeah, you know, there's a guy out there. His name is Steve Diak, and maybe he's still doing it, but he was petitioning to get to rent out that test facility where they have a rail in a rocket car, and he wanted to put a wing, an exact replica of a wing, and slam it into the exact replica of the steel girders of the building, and that was it. And he couldn't get the money together to do it. But there was another guy who was he had more of a program together, but his proof was more about like fireproofing or something like that. What gets me is people that say they saw something, and these are the same people that will tell me, you know, the earth is flat and airplanes can't do that to buildings. You know, I'm it's difficult. It's hard to figure out what we're actually looking at. I mean, I know what I saw, and what I saw looked a lot like what we saw on TV. But the rest is just confusion.
Yep. Well, I think that pretty much sums it up for the night, man. I appreciate you coming on. Join in the future.
Awesome.
I don't host too many of them anymore because it's just hard to get a good combo going. But I think tonight was pretty good.
Let me turn the page of my script that YouTube thinks I'm talking from.
Actually, you can keep talking all you want, but I'm gonna mute for a second. I gotta use the restroom. Some other thing.
4 out.
You can invite people in if you want.
I don't know, where'd Snack go, man? He was here and then he was gone, and then
I shared controls with you, so.
Snack to the future. Haunted House was always one of those guys. I don't know how people can see it. I just don't know, you know? Back to the future, to the main office. Snack to the penis. Infinite Penis Society says, buy asshats. Buy asshats. I don't know, I guess they must be on sale. Haunted House, you were the guy with pants on his head that time. Underpants. Underpants. Panties. Panties. Snack to the panel. Snack panel. Oh, I see Getty. Getty. What a handsome guy that guy is. What a striking profile. Striking profile on that angular jaw. All right, I'm going to start reading live chat. Thonghead. Ips. Thank you, Ips, for Alan Parsons' project. Dug that one. Hello. Hello. Ron Burgundy. People hating on the genuine people. Genuine? Genuine people don't call themselves genuine. They call them genuine. Keep trolling Flat Earth. I'm trolling. Come on, man. We're trolling the bridge. Once we breach the bridge, we'll go to Flat Earth. They're all there. Come on, Watson. Oh yeah, yeah, we're trolling. Flat Earth. Come on. Jerks. What do you guys think you are? Of course my balls are the ball. Okay, well, how come boats fly off the side? I think Snacky's jumping on. Be my sidekick. Where's Getty? Getty. Gamer trolls. I'm a gamer troll? What's a gamer troll? Well, I wonder. I know it's flat because why else would I believe anything other than that? You talking to me? Of course it's flat. I'm not a gamer. I don't game. Yo, you game? I'm game. I don't game. Used to game. Back in the Load Runner days. Snacking on to that. Say, you might as well get a fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson on there. Boom. Get him, baby. Get him. It's all right, right? I like corn. Zingers. Welcome to the Infinite Plane Society. Have a seat. Internet Plane Society is not the devil, nor does he believe in the devil. Haunted hates flat earthers. Come on. Listen to the guy. Listen to him go. He hates him. You know? Calls them flatties. Calls them flatards. Calls them flat pants. Ron Burgundy. Ron Burgundy. That movie wasn't that funny. That Ron Burgundy movie. John Watson is always there when YouTube is there. It's like they go together like frickin' frack. So did anybody see that expose on that poor young man from Ohio? All he was doing was trying to apply to a job. All he was doing. Regulatory compliance position. That guy's got no more future. Poor guy, he's going to live a life of internet debauchery, shutting people's gatherings down. So what do we think he was thinking? Because they got my picture. Uh-oh. That's not me. That's not me. I didn't confirm my ball credentials. My ball credentials are very private. I don't tell anybody about my ball credentials. Get one snack. If you can't do your crimes and squalling, where can you do them? Hey, look at this. Look at the time wasting they're doing. Can anyone see this? It's time wasting. I want my money back. I want my money. Henry, I want my money. Maury, Henry, I want my money. What's mine is mine. You got your money. He got your. Tommy got his money. I want my money. How could the earth be flat if the sun is a sphere? How could the earth be flat if fucking... Look at the sky. Come on, gravity? Hello? Gravity. It's the gravitation. Yo, Kyrie. Earth is flat, right? Yo, man, you are messing with the disrespectionation, my perspectivization on the feeling. I got to be questioning it.
Hello, hello, hello. Anybody hear me?
Terrarium.
Hello.
What's terrarium?
Hello, Haunted. Hello,
What's up?
Justin. I'm all right, guys. How are you doing? Sorry to interrupt you there. Just continue.
I needed it.
Let me catch up.
Hey, everybody. You remember when Haunted House threatened his mom with the hammer and then fucking took a baseball bat to her face? Oh, my God. Who does he think? He's in Chicago? Call the operator. Say, look, pizza. Facing. You had it here? I'm sorry. What's up?
Sorry, Haunted. What have we met? Have we spoken before?
I don't know. Maybe on one of the British hangouts.
Maybe. Don't recognize your voice.
I think I called you Harvey Keitel.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, I remember you now. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Yeah. So what's going on, guys? What are you talking about?
I don't know. I was when I came on early, these guys were rapping about religion, pretty hardcore, and I think we went religion, meaning of life, afterlife, and back to religion, and then beliefs, and then IPS was thrown up on the cross and forced to give his beliefs under duress.
All right.
At gunpoint. The gun was on fire too. So flaming bullets. What do you believe?
And so what did he say? What did he have to say for himself?
He said, "Remember what Reagan said in The Exorcist?" No, I'm only kidding. I just pictured that though, like his head's being. No, I don't know. That's a good question. I think he's just about figuring things out himself. You know, he's I didn't know there was such a big concern. He's pretty verbose on his videos. He pretty much explains it all. I don't know. I'm not really big on religion, to tell you the truth. I went to Catholic high school. Didn't do me any good.
Uh-huh.
You know, it was a lot of we read the Bible, learned about religious myth, analogies, how that all works. You know, these weren't the brothers in the school were no different than the teachers.
Yeah. So they were the Christian brothers.
Yeah, they were brother of the Irish Catholic Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Brother Edmund Rice.
Okay.
So this was it was you know, some people used to ask me, is any touching going on? You know, like, that's what we hear about. There were a few. There were a few guys who a little too much grabbing, you know, in a very volatile environment, you know, all guys, pubescent, friggin' puberty, pimply, hormonal kids. You know, there was one kid who was there who happened, it's not really, I should light of it, he was abducted in his school prior to that, but yeah, it's pretty disturbing stuff.
He was you cut out when you said what happened to him. You said he was abducted, or?
Yeah, he had a situation with one of the teachers. He turned out all right, but you know what I noticed in like all these videos coming out with pedophile this, pedophile that, Pizzagate this. Seems to be like the words are being used too often, to the point where they lose their, I guess, their meaning.
I think you're right about that. I've been following that whole thing myself, and I've got to say that people start to say, look, enough's enough, will you stop going on about it? I don't want to hear about it anymore. And I think that's the intention, is to desensitize people to it. And if you continuously present people with a problem and no solution, then eventually they just lose interest in it. And I think that's possibly the intention here.
Yeah, they don't want to hear about it either way. Like pedophilia, it's on and on and on. That word doesn't, to me, doesn't have as much power as it used to.
Exactly, it's overused, and I even feel like a little twinge. I feel ashamed to use the word now. I feel like it's such a cliche. It's so overused. It feels like strange to say it, you know?
Yeah, I've heard
strange situation.
Of pedophiles so many times. It's almost like, well, yeah, of course, that's normal. It should never be, ever looked at as a normal thing.
Yeah,
that's one of those things. You accuse someone of that, their life is over.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, but I do think that some of these cases are actually made up. Some of them are real, and some of them are definitely inserted into the media, and they're fabricated. And I wonder why they would do that if it's not to create a sort of foggy smokescreen of confusion, where we throw away the baby with the bathwater because we're so confused.
Yeah, I think they're putting everything out there, so it just becomes like a big pot of shit. They put it all out into the street to the point where you can't tell what's truth, what's not truth, what's deception. You're familiar with the Hampstead case?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Just thinking.
That's scary, man. I see guilt written all over that father. I mean, it was obvious to me.
It's very strange, that Hampstead thing, because I used to live in Hampstead, and Aaron Dover, who kind of broke the story, the Jewish guy that had to flee to Thailand.
Aaron Dover?
Aaron Dover, he's the guy that
did he just die?
Yeah.
That guy? Yeah.
Yeah, he's the same age as me, went to the same university as me, and he even had the same doctor as me. Right, we both lived in Hampstead. I mean, I never knew the guy until this came out, and now he's died supposedly. I mean, he said to me one time, he said, if I ever die of suicide, you'll know I was murdered.
I was thinking if he was here and someone else had died, he would be thinking that person faked their death, because he pretty much denied everything for fakery.
It's difficult to know what Aaron, whether he was. You see, look, that Hampstead, the parents, the mother and her partner, and then the guy Dearman, the father. Now, that interview with Dearman where he's all crying and blubbing.
Mm-hmm.
What channel who filmed it? Because it doesn't seem to have come out on mainstream TV. I can't figure out who filmed it and who did the interview. It looks like it's been inserted into them.
Are you talking about with the father and the woman?
Yeah.
Reporter? My question about that was how that woman sat there. I mean, well, it doesn't surprise me that you got to be cold as ice, as these newscaster women are, to even consider talking to that guy. But the mother of the children didn't seem right to me. When I found out that the children were in her custody, something didn't seem right. You know, the whole thing stinks.
Yeah.
And those kids they're so nonchalant about it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I can't find out who interviewed that guy Dearman, the father. Which TV company produced that interview? Where was it intended to be shown? It looks like it's just been made for disinformation purposes because it's just come out and you know what I mean? Who made it? Where was the studio?
I mean,
it wasn't BBC.
I don't remember seeing any credits when I watched it.
Exactly, and he is an actor. That's his job. You know that.
Yeah.
He's an actor, and I noticed a pattern. They're either Eastern European, Russian background, Jewish, or they're involved in acting. A lot of these people that are used in these fake stories. So the mother, she is Russian. Her partner Abraham, he's Jewish, and the father, Dearman, is an actor. So I put some of their videos, you know, Free the Hampstead 2 videos up on my channel, and I attracted a couple of comments from the parents, the woman and the guy, her partner Abraham, and they were just cut and paste comments, and I tried responding to the comments saying, you know, I'm glad to help out. I'll do anything I can to, you know, raise awareness of the story, and it was more cut and paste comments. And then I thought, oh, well, they're into they've got this business allegedly making hemp seed food and trying to sell it in North London. So I tried to look for the guy's company. I couldn't find it. It doesn't seem to exist. And if he's trying to make a business, he obviously wants to get his company known and advertised. It's not there. It doesn't seem to exist.
What do you think the angle would be to have an actor? Because he didn't use any acting skills. That's for sure. Like he wasn't making himself. He wasn't talking his way out of that story. He wasn't making me think he was innocent. That's for sure.
He's supposed to look guilty.
That he did an amazing job. He wouldn't have gotten an Oscar for that.
Yeah, supposed to look like a guilty guy.
Yeah,
who's putting on the crocodile tears to make himself, you know, not succeeding, so that you feel like you've figured it out.
He looked like
breadcrumbs leading you to the conclusion they want you to reach.
He looked like a natural. That's one thing in acting that you can't go with. Like you can't go full retard, like they say that. You can't go full anything, where the cinematic aspect is lost.
True.
You know, because people suspend their disbelief watching a movie, and then that confuses it.
Yeah.
You know,
that's true.
The method actors fall into that little gap there. But
yeah,
this guy was pulling Robbie Parker left and right, you know, with the breathing shit.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
The cops were very strange, it seemed. Okay, your father had a willy. And what did he do with the willy? All right, he took it in your bum. Yeah. All right, what? You know.
Oh.
No, there was one point where I think the cop paused out of shock. I mean, I think it happened just because that guy looks like such a piece of shit. And those kids know, you know, kids can't make that kind of shit up. You know, that seems like it was you know, or just the actions that the children describe are actions of an adult. You know, the submission and the permissiveness of it. like holding the kid down and holding babies up in the air. I mean, at the end of the day, they're describing something beyond heinous.
Yeah, that's all true.
Fucking heinous. How are those kids going to grow up normal?
There is, look, listen, there's definitely weird groups in Hampstead and that area. It's known for it. I mean, I lived there for like 15 years, man. One of my girlfriends, I didn't know when I met her. I actually met her on Hampstead Heath, and she was being hassled by some weirdo who she seemed to know. Anyway, years later, I found out that she'd been brought up in one of these families, and she didn't really tell me much about it, but she was groomed by her own family, you know, Kathy O'Brien style. And this is Hampstead. This is like, it's notorious for you know, that they got this big park up there, beautiful park, Hampstead Heath, and it's known that paedophiles and homosexuals, you know, go up there. And I tell you, another time there was a murder in the on the Heath, and it was all cordoned off. You know, the police were there. Next day, I was looking for it in the newspapers. It wasn't reported. This was a stabbing or something. So these things are going on up there, and they're being covered up by the police. I mean, Hampstead is a very weird place. It's a beautiful place, but it's very weird, you know.
Reminds me of Wicker Man.
Yeah, it's Wicker Man. I think Wicker Man is actually a pretty accurate documentary about Britain.
Yeah, the original movie was startlingly frightening. I mean, I don't know what it was, the dryness of it, but damn.
It seems over the top, but I'm telling you, that stuff does go on.
Yeah, I believe it. You know, in the 80s in this country, there was a lot of hysteria over kidnapping. When Adam Walsh was kidnapped, the John Walsh's son, John Walsh, would become the guy who did that TV show. He hosted Unsolved Mysteries, which then spawned like all those different hits, like Unsolved Murders. His son was the one that was kidnapped in 1983 and found decapitated in a river.
I remember that.
Bro, that guy eventually came forward to, I think it was like maybe 10 years ago.
The guy that did it.
Yeah. The guy that did it was like nearing his deathbed.
Right.
And he confessed to it. So at least I guess they got some closure out of it. But they made a TV movie out of that when it came out. And my grandmother scared the crap out of me. She told me about the kid's head. You know, she was always trying to scare us, like, don't go running off.
Yeah.
And I thought that was going to happen. Like, they told us at school, they said, look out for vans. You know, like, obviously don't talk to strangers. But they said, especially, well, look out for vans that taking kids.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of kids taken, you know. You go to a Walmart, the wall's filled with kids. Whether they're real,
yeah,
I don't know. But to be completely, I don't know, taken over or subdued by one or two other, three other people at that age, Jesus, you know,
there's a lot of weird stuff going on. I know that this Pizzagate thing, I mean, it looks a bit, the whole Pizzagate thing looks a bit strange to me. It's almost as if it's staged, you know, all the photos are just too in your face. You wonder if it's, but I know people work at the BBC or used to work at the BBC, and it is known that this stuff goes on. I mean, I heard about all sorts of intrigues with people who tried to expose it, you know. It does go on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Vatican covers it up. It's in the church. It's almost excused, you know. And these men that commit to a celibate life, Jesus, that's dangerous. Keeping a man down like they might as well, you know, make him a eunuch. Play it safe. And it's not the gay guys either. That's what a lot of people get confused with that. It's not the homosexual society that does it, because they're already free. You know, the worst is over for them. I don't see them as people willing to victimize other people. It's the ones who are closeted and are finding out or tortured their whole lives. They go after kids, boys or girls, doesn't even matter.
Hey, Haunted, you there, man?
Yeah.
Hey, I was just wondering, where are you on the pizza? Do you think the Pizzagate thing is staged?
You know, it's hard to say. Nobody's really come.
That art is hauntingly convincing to me.
Yeah, it's not pleasant stuff. There's definitely some subversive groups out there, whether they're to the point of actually doing these things to children. You know, Pizzagate came through mainstream media or media in general, so I have to question.
I mean, the murals that were like in Comet Pizza, the whole Comet Pizza, the whole
those guys creep me out
with the moons and stars and shit.
The guys down
like
at that
relating to Kemet, I think too.
The whole thing stinks, and I wouldn't put it past what's his face, Joe Biden.
Joe Biden's creepy, man. But and the Podesta thing with the you know, the Podesta connection and the art connection to that. Yeah, I mean, there's just a weird art scene, and then the was the spirit cooking thing too, like that's another art movement. Like these are all weird like art movements that are really convincing me for the most part that this shit's like, you know, that's strange.
I would have no problem
take a second to
that
think
it
about that.
actually happened. I have no problem believing that, and it sounds, you know, it sounds very plausible. I mean, of course, none of us can say whether 100% did, but these
it's gonna take somebody like coming out and talking about it, like that they were part of something like that, to really like flesh out the, no pun intended, the legitimacy of this, you know.
Yeah, parents are probably like cutting the kids up too, you know, like don't.
But I keep seeing videos that proclaim that there's a bunch of arrests that are going to be made, and yes, there have been many arrests that have happened, but I've blown the lid off this, and I don't know if it's something substantial, like if we're like if we're not being manipulated by the news. I mean, that should come out.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's. It's so unpleasant that I'm surprised the news hasn't picked up on it. You know, anything to sink the public's boat.
It's like the most ghastly thing I've ever heard. It's a little bit like understanding that Hansel and Gretel is a real story, in a sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's just the most ghastly side of like human. Oh.
Yeah, I can imagine what they do to animals. That even bothers me even more.
Oh yeah, well, there's like all these different shit. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm sure there's many crazy ass rituals that happen.
Have you seen the videos of those guys in England who pick up like internet pervs and they confront them in public? Usually it's like 4 or 5 guys, and they'll meet up with someone that they contacted online. Basically, they'll play like, I don't know, 8-year-old girl or boy, and then they'll find the guy. He'll meet me at the mall or something at 5 o'clock, and the dude shows up, and the guys are there. And they're like, I got your fucking pictures of your cock on my phone, man. Where are you going? Are you going anywhere? And the
I've
guy,
never seen the BBC version. I've only seen the American version. I forget what that's called. Catch a Predator.
No, this isn't like a syndicated kind of thing. This is like, this is just a bunch of guys who got together and did this, and they did it a bunch of times.
Okay, gotcha.
They caught some guys in. They caught one guy in a graveyard, and they didn't like beat him up. I swear to God, the guy looked like he was literally just died. So scared. One of them threw up. The other ones were like, "I'll do anything, please, please, please." And they're like, "No, you're not going anywhere." No, they call the cops, and it's just pathetic. It's really pathetic. And the people that they catch, they don't look like, you know, perverts. There's no like look to a pervert or pedophile or any of these people. They look like regular people, young guys.
Yeah.
Fucking sick.
Yeah.
They made a video in it was a documentary in this country about this girl who was abusing her younger sister. And the girl was like 10 years old. And what was done to her, she did to her sister. It's called Little Girl Lost. Really disturbing.
Yeah, probably not gonna watch that one, but yeah, man.
I know. I'd push his penis on the cement. It's you know,
it's just it's a like a systemic type of abuse, you know, that is self-propagating, right?
Yeah.
Like
I feel like it's a lot of
like
guys online that are into like tranny videos and stuff like that that can't stop talking about trannies. Like the Mr. 3000 dude, and everyone's like, "Yeah, trannies, all right, yeah, definitely a tranny. Next, the next one." It's like, what? That guy's obviously
honestly like looking into trannies is probably the least like fucking disturbing part of like researching anything. To be honest, like if you if at the end of the day, actually, if all you do is get into the truth movement and just check out trannies, like cash out and like, you know, like leave the casino, because it's only going to get more disturbing. If you think you did something,
I close my laptop. Madonna's a man. She is. Look at the hips. No. Like, oh my
it's all on
God.
the hips, baby.
I usually say it's all in the package.
It sounds crazy, that stuff. You know, they seem to take it too far. I mean, like Jungle Surfer, he's talking about everybody's a tranny. But, you know,
it's kind of like Mandela effect times like transsexuality, you know, like it's so wildfire. Like it's just like, okay.
You know, it reminds me of what Greg Hallett was saying about this going on in the royal family, that they interfere. They're not just trannies or transsexuals. They interfere with them when they're still in the womb by fucking around with the hormones to create these intersex people, and they have different grades of them depending on how far in the male direction or the female. And when I heard that from Greg Hallett, like I was interested, and it sounded very like a very developed science. You know, they got it very.
Who does it?
Well, he was saying that the royal family have always been into it. They produce these. You know, if you look at what's the name, Wallis Simpson, that married Edward the Seventh or whatever his name was, the king that abdicated just before the Second World War. He married this American woman, Wallis Simpson. She was a very strange looking woman. She didn't really have any waist. She had rather a sort of like odd looking, like masculine face. And Hallett reckons that she was an intersex, and she'd been created specifically as a sort of sex toy for these upper class weirdos. It sounds extraordinary, but I'm telling you, they are like that. You know, anybody who's been to you know, one of these boarding schools in the UK, they are perverts, these upper class people. I mean, there's a lot of rape and sodomy amongst the boys, you know, in boarding schools. It's routine. They are, as the whole class of them, that part of society are perverted. I've known a lot of these I don't know, or how what is it about these people that's different?
You know,
They're all perverts.
I knew this girl. She worked at Quick Check, and she was an average-looking girl. She had a very feminine face. She's small, looked very girlish to me, like curly hair. And one day, she was saying that she was going to quit, or she had to get a new job. And we were talking, and I don't know what it was. Maybe it's like the news or something like that. Something came up, and she said that she's a guy. She said, I was born a boy.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, get out of here. And for like a week, I was like, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Can't be, because she just looks too much like a girl.
Yeah.
And then the other girl that works there was like, oh, yeah. Oh, she told you? And I was like, whoa, holy shit. I didn't see that at all. Like in no way, shape, or form. And I think it was like a hormone issue, because she wasn't like trying to be someone else. She was like physically, I don't want to say confused, but her parts were mixed up, I guess. And she had surgery when she was younger. But it blew me away how I couldn't notice. I could not notice that. She looked exactly like a girl. He looked like a girl, but it was a boy. And
yeah, if they do early on, they can prevent the sort of, like secondary sexual characteristics, like I suppose like the big chin or the strong jaw or the bigger muscles. They can prevent that if they start fucking around with the hormones before puberty, so that they maintain a kind of sort of gentler, sort of slight physique, more like a girl.
Yeah, they would have a problem with me though, because I have I'm very chinny.
Muy macho.
I saw one of the operations once. I think it was on like Faces of Death or Traces of Death, and slid it down the middle, stick it in, and you see these muscle women, like the really big worked out chicks.
Yeah,
they have like I guess they take hormones, and it makes their clitoris turn into like a little penis, and they could push it out. Have you ever seen that?
Dude, I've seen that on a chick. Look, I mean, look, thing, right? I was living, like I was saying, I was living in Hampstead, living in Camden Town, and I was a musician, right, in my 20s and my early 30s, right? And I knew a lot of fucking these weird people, man, like Illuminati people. But the thing is, at the time, I didn't really know what it was all about. I didn't know any of this stuff. And I'm telling you, right, one girl was a breeder, providing kids for these fuckers, right? And she was I don't know if she'd had a lobotomy or what she was, but she was an nymphomaniac, and she was also been a in Paris, and she was used as a breeder, right? It's very weird, man. And another girl I knew, she was actually a girlfriend of mine. She'd been raised as a sex slave, and her contract would be like bought up by celebrities, right? I'm not kidding you, man. But at the time, I just thought, weird people, and I couldn't tie it all together. It didn't make any sense. But one girl, the one with like you're saying, with the weird clitoris, that girl was an nymphomaniac, and she was kind of handled by this guy who's so you get these wealthy guys, right, from public school backgrounds. That's like these private schools, these boarding schools, these establishment kind of people, and they have these sex slaves, nymphomaniac sex slaves, and these girls are usually raised that way. And then these rich guys, because they've got the money and they've got accommodation, and these girls are totally dependent on them. I mean, there's a guy called the Marquis of Bath. He's this aristocrat, and
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off. Thanks a lot. I'll talk to y'all later.
Oh,
Okay, dude. No problem. Catch you later.
See you later, Snacks.
There's this guy called the Marquis of Bath, and he's a aristocratic, basically sex fiend, right? He's like fucking Marquis de Sade kind of character. And he had sex. He's old now, but he's always had loads of these girls, sex slaves. He calls them wifelets. And I actually was friends with the family of one of the ex-slaves that he kept, and his sons were my friends because they were musicians. And it was all connected with like the Beatles, and they were all part of the crowd, you know, with Paul McCartney and that. The whole thing's strange, man. The aristocracy and these pop groups, they have a lot in common. They're all perverts. They're all into sex slaves. And it's all connected.
No, I believe it. It's like the height of dessert. You know, they just give them whatever they want. You know, I didn't know about that Jimmy Savile guy until this stuff kind of broke like maybe a year ago. His face, when I saw his face, I was like, I recognize that fucking face. Not that he molested me or anything, but I remember just something about him, that grin that he had. You know, he kind of looked like a Frankenstein version of Donovan. Yeah. You know, but
he
really
looks like the devil.
Yeah.
But he looks like a guy who's also he also
wants to, you know, he wants to give me those little boy, gimme, come over. You know, he just looks like he's gonna grab small children and like put them in his pocket.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean that was going on for years, and quite a few people tried to blow the whistle on that and raise awareness. And actually, I heard a story recently about two people that had alerted. They were working at the BBC, and they found a way. One of them was working in IT, and he accidentally intercepted some emails between Jimmy Savile and whoever else it was that he was, you know, conversing with about what they were going to get up to that evening with the children. And so this guy found a way of sending this email out to everybody in the department without it being traced to him, so that they could all find out what Savile was up to. Anyway, this guy was set up by the Secret Service, and they actually framed him for something else. And it was a very sophisticated and clever operation how they trapped him. And it's an amazing story. This story will never come out in the papers, but it's like something out of James Bond, because they actually put him and his friend who tried to circulate these emails. They actually put them in jail. They framed them because they were spying on their emails, because they were looking for something to incriminate them so that they could bust them. And they busted them for discussing they were going to get some cocaine and go to the nightclub. And they decided that, you know, that would be enough to get them in jail. So the Secret Service, who were working in the BBC, they had agents in there, managed to get them into jail, and they were actually busted out of jail by a general who is the father or the grandfather of this guy. Is a pop singer now. I can't remember his name. Jeremy Blunt or something. Anthony Blunt. He's an English pop singer. He's not very good. His father, who's a general, actually I don't know if he physically busted them out of jail or how he did it, but it was like something out of fucking James Bond. You'll never hear that in the papers. And one of them lives in India now. He had to flee the country, and the other one, he's got a job in broadcasting somehow. But
have you ever heard Ted Gunderson speak?
Yep. I have. Yeah. You reckon he was real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do, because he makes a rather perplexing comment in the beginning of one of his speeches where he mentions J. Edgar Hoover and how he was a nice guy and that he knew him and that a lot of the things they said about J. Edgar Hoover were wrong.
Really? Yeah.
Supposed cross-dresser and all that stuff. But his stories just, I have to go by what he's saying and the likelihood of the stories and the context.
Yeah.
It sounds plausible, and you can hear it in his voice that it sounds that he's been fighting against this, tracking these people, and that it's a huge operation.
Yeah.
It involves politicians, a lot of money, and a lot of smuggling or trafficking, so to speak, of these children. Like, that's how much they're worth.
That's where all the money comes from. That's how they get all their money. They're the most valuable fucking commodity out there.
Yeah.
Can you just hold the line a moment? I'm sorry, man. I just got to dash off.
So I'm seeing in the chat the most retarded looking argument conversation I've ever seen. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. No, you're a fucking idiot. I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? You're an idiot. I know you are, though. Yeah, but you're an idiot. Fuck you. And Mr. Poncho Pete swings in through the window. Hey, you guys. Ha. Mr. Puncho. Mr. Pincho. Mr. Pesto. The Earth's a spinning ball. Why aren't you proving it? All the unreliable stuff like theodolites, pendulums, vacuum chambers is all there to reinforce the globe. Check out reality, buddy. Get it? Jerk.
Yo.
Get it, YouTube. Hey, man.
Sorry, did I miss something?
I'm just doing a little chat commentary here.
Are we alive now? Are we on air?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm going to have to be a little bit careful about what I say now.
Mr. Poncho Pete just swung through the window, and I think he landed on Sloth swings through the window. Baby roof. Haunted house sounds remented.
So much fucking weird stuff, man. But it seems to be coming out somehow. I don't know who's putting it out.
Yeah, like it's like it trended or something like that. You know,
I don't know if it's a kind of controlled release, that they're going to release it and they're going to manage our perception of it as it comes out and get us to accept it or normalize it or what. I mean, I don't want to be too cynical about it. I like to think there are some decent people in there who are brave enough to sort of make an attempt.
It's kind of like Sandy Hook. Isn't it weird how you tell people that that was a complete hoax and nobody died, yet they're vehement about telling you people died. You know, it's like, oh, people died. It's not like they were grieving about it or anything. It's just, wait a minute. It's like, I'm telling you, nobody died. You should be happy. And, you know.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's like they want to believe that they died. It's like some sort of release or something. It's like they're sharing in the sacrifice.
They don't want to believe that life isn't as insane and dangerous as the news makes it, which I truly believe. Like, you mean it's not insane? Well, stick your head out the window. Crickets.
Yeah.
You know, it's fucking Sandy Hook. Oh my God. Every time I watch that or hear about it, it's so fucking... Don't you just want to slap the shit out of all those people? Like, just stand right in front of that couple, take the mother, and take her head and smack it into the guy's head. And, like, get the newscaster, tie her up to, like, a chair, make her watch. It's like put all those parents in a room and put the Pizzagate people in there with them. We go, here you go. Here's your dinner.
They're a weird bunch, man. But it's all the in that part of town that I was living, it's all like actors, musicians, and there's definitely, it's very controlled by like wealthy guys, establishment guys. They're controlling it. They got all them. They hold the purse strings, and they're using these poor people. These actors and musicians. They use them because they're so poor. They're desperate for any kind of financing or anything like that, accommodation, basic things, and they can use these people, and these people become their bitches. They become their sycophants, and they use them, and they just throw them away when they're done with them.
I was in Montreal once, and I had never seen that much homeless youth ever in any other state. Like the homeless kids, or the homeless people, I should say, were teens to early 20s. Pretty freaky. I mean, I've been to Toronto.
Yeah, runaways.
Yeah, that kind of vibe.
They scoop them up and they get them in these. I mean, I knew a couple of guys that were super wealthy and very well connected Illuminati guys, and they have dreadlocks, and they look, they wear this sort of like yoga pants, and they look like Mr. Alternative, Mr. Enlightened, sort of hippie mystic, and they have a house and they fill it with these runaway girls, and they're screwing all these girls. They're keeping them like a harem, and these girls are from these sort of middle class, lefty kind of new age family backgrounds. They're very confused, and it's a kind of free love thing that seems to have been cultivated to enable these rich guys who are posing as hippies to have access to all these messed up girls, and they use them like a harem. They're screwing them all the time, all of them.
Yeah, and the money's there, so the
money's there, and they've got nowhere to live. These kids, they have to move in with these people.
I'm sure it turns into a lifestyle, like where they provide for it, and that's it.
Yeah, they get food and accommodation, and in return they perform for them.
Yeah,
they use them, and then they've no compassion. These people have no mercy and no compassion for these people at all. They just use them ruthlessly. Very cool, cold people.
Yeah, it's like nothing to them.
Yeah,
I think it does affect them at some point, though. As cool, calm, and collected as these people are, I think that it catches up with them eventually.
Well, they all look pretty disgusting towards the end of their lives. You can tell their whole aura and their whole complexion looks disgusting.
I've noticed that too. Like, look at a lot of politicians, like a little old, their faces are all red. Their skin is awful.
Yeah.
And their faces just look deformed. Like, look at Hillary's face. Her legs, like, so bloated and cellulited. And she doesn't look overweight the way you're supposed to look overweight. She looks like they blew her up with air or something like that.
Yeah.
What an awful human being that woman is.
Yeah. If you look at pictures of Arthur C. Clarke, he just looks like your classic pervert.
I can't watch him speak.
And he was. I know somebody that knew Arthur C. Clarke, and I said, look, what are all these rumors about him being a pervert? It can't be true. I said, is it some kind of defamation campaign to put him down? And this guy said, no, he was a pervert.
He lived in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, he had access to all these poor street kids.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure the age, like in Thailand, a lot of those like lady boys. I just pictured Eric Dubé running around with lady boys. Yeah, a lot of these kids or guys or girls. It's the age limit a lot. Like, dangerously. I never thought of that. Arthur C. Clarke, he's just, to me, I can't look at the guy speak because he sounds like his throat is going to fall off. but I didn't know that.
Well, I didn't really want to believe it. I thought it looked like a defamation attempt, but apparently, according to this guy that knew him, it's true. And this guy thought it was all right, because this guy was a new age hippie guy, and he was all like, free love, do whatever you want. You know, he thought it was cool that he was shagging these little boys, and gee whiz, man.
Fuck. Yeah, you know, I forgot who it was. I showed someone the Biden video where it's just like you gotta like choke back the anger of watching that. Like the guy, like the parents tell the kid, like, no, here, let him do it. Like one kid like looks back like, Mom, what the hell? You know, this 6'4" fucking lurch. Oh, come here, man. Yeah.
They encourage their own kids. I mean, I remember one girl. She was a very beautiful. Where was she from now? She was from Brazil or Argentina. She was from a Jewish intellectual family. Her mother was a professor at university. You know, very like well connected, and she'd raised this girl to be into like sexual experimentation and like lesbian stuff. And this girl really, you could tell, when I met her, could tell she wasn't into it, but she was really trying, you know, because her mother was encouraging her to do it. And this girl was living in disgusting, in a squat, disgusting conditions. And all these girls were mixed up, you know, hippie kind of girls living in a squat, all really mixed up. And she introduced me to this other girl who was a very pretty Spanish girl. And she had the whole like lesbian outfit on and everything, the lesbian look. But she wasn't a lesbian. But this girl showed me she just visited some weird fucking shark type that day, and she'd been scarified. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Scarification.
Guard.
This beautiful girl was covered in slits all over her body that had been slit into her skin with a razor blade into patterns. It was like doing a tattoo, but they do it with scarification. And these poor kids were fucked, and it was their parents and the older generation that were encouraging it. You know, these kind of liberal, Freudian style, intellectual parents they had were encouraging it.
You know, I had that fear when I was a kid, man, of like an adult, because I didn't like adults. You know, I didn't like teachers and shit like that. But being at that age, you know, you wonder if you could get out of it if they, you know, shut the door and decide to go about their way on you. And it makes me think of what people do to animals. You know, when they can't have it, they have the next best thing. You know, and I've seen the product of that, and it's the same idea. It's about like it's power, pretty much power. It's a power trip that they take control and they injure shit and they just destroy life.
Yeah.
You know, regardless of who it is.
They have to like corrupt anything that's natural. They have to distort it.
Yeah. Yep. They want to, like, what was it, Fight Club? I wanted to destroy something beautiful, he said.
Yeah. That's it. They're into that.
Yeah, because that's what they, you know, either these politicians or these people grew up in a certain way. Like, what about, what's his face? Byron. Didn't his son die?
Byron?
Joe Biden. Didn't his son die?
No, but a lot of them, they do have their firstborn kid, you know, dies. I know. I remember there were a lot of, it was Gordon Brown, Tony Blair. There was a whole list of British prime ministers, and I looked into it, and their first child had all died.
Yeah, Joe Biden's son, Beau Biden, dies at 46
Right.
2 years ago, and I wonder, you know, I bet he sacrificed them.
I think they do.
You know, he needed kids for the rest of his life, so you take my son.
Yeah, and the biggest sacrifice is your firstborn child, you know, and then you get the biggest reward for that.
Was that a budgie?
Yeah. Yeah, he hears me talking and he gets excited. He thinks, you know, he wants to join in.
Does he make more noise when you turn your back on him?
He doesn't. He doesn't. He'll make noise no matter what.
I knew someone who had a bird that spoke, and she also had two black labs that were really old and blind, and the dog, the bird would yell, would speak, "Want a chewy? Want a chewy? Want a chewy?" And the dogs would look around thinking they were going to get a chewy. The old lady. And they'd be walking around thinking they were going to get a treat. And I was laughing my ass off when I saw this. And then I went into the next room, and the bird was like, "Shut up!" I was like, "Oh shit!" But it sounded like an old lady choking, like, "Hi, hi."
The birds are actually. I think they must be able to hear what you're saying because they can. They're looking at us now. They're looking at me now. Yeah, they're very complex animals, these little birds. I mean, people say they've got tiny brain and everything, but I'm telling you, they're very sophisticated creatures, very complex.
Yeah, I thought about getting something like that, some kind of entertainment for my little guy, and I don't know what the hell it should be. I mean, not entertainment for him, but my brother used to have birds. He had birds, he had fish. Parents had 2 cats. I had a cat. Hopefully he's still alive. She took him. But I have a dog now. Any other pets and animals?
I actually haven't got any pets of my own, but everybody around me's got pets, and I kind of end up looking after them. So these ones live here. They're not actually mine.
So they don't want to get out?
No, they're quite happy. They fly around the room here.
That's what I figured.
Cage is open, and they just fly around the room, and they're very happy. They got plenty of space, and they like to be. You know, if people are here and they like society, they like to be involved in what's going on. So they're not. They don't get bored. You know.
Yeah, that's that electromagnetic thing, you know. That's that when you can tell someone's in the room. You know, my dog looks at me sometimes. I might have I'm sitting completely still. He'll just all of a sudden turn around as if I made a noise.
Uh-huh. They're very psychic animals.
Yeah, I always hope it's going to be like, you know, do you see ghosts? Is there a spirit?
Yeah, they probably can see ultraviolet spectrum or something.
I wish this, house was haunted. It's something to liven things up around here. I mean,
I think ghosts, they can sense when you want them to be there, and they disappear. They're only there when you don't want them there.
I know, right? The malevolent ones.
Yeah.
That's why it's funny. Somebody said, "Oh, you don't believe in God, huh? Well, how come you won't play with the Ouija board?" And I was like, "Well, I think that means you're focusing your intent on harming yourself." Because I won't. Because I think that's pretty much what you're asking for trouble. You're not asking for good things. You're asking for come fuck with us.
Yeah. I wouldn't do a Ouija board. I wouldn't. I've heard too many people say never do it.
Yeah, it's something about inviting things, like the black-eyed children and evil spirits, vampires. They want to be invited in, which explains a lot about consent and consenting to these things that happen to us. But the black-eyed children stories are pretty intense. David Weatherly tells some interesting ones.
I never got into that.
Yeah, they're just kids that appear at your front door, and they don't look at you. They keep their heads down, and they just ask, we need to come in. Our car broke down. It's an emergency. You gotta let it in. And they get really pushy, and you can't let them in. Apparently, if you let them in, then they'll never leave.
Yeah.
But they're very forced. Nobody ever lets kids in, but their eyes are blind.
That is the thing. That is the thing, and it's the same. That happened to me one time with the police, and it was a very strange situation. But basically, there was a helicopter above the house, and the police were at the door. I never saw them. They were banging on the door, wanting to come in, and there was a helicopter. I was on the phone. I was on the phone to someone, and I said, "Look, I'm going to have to cut the call short because." Hang on a minute. Sorry about that. Yeah, I said I have to cut the call short because I can't hear you. The helicopter's above the building. And next thing I knew, the door was being banged. It was the police. And I said I didn't open the door. Something said, don't open the door. Don't let them in. I said, what do you want, you know? And they said, we're looking for a missing person. I said, well, there's no missing persons in here. And he said, well, can we come in and look? And I said, we don't talk to the police. We don't want to talk to the police today. Thank you. It's not our policy. And he said, okay, and went away. And the helicopter continued to circle the building. It sounds extraordinary, but this actually happened. And guess when it happened? December 21st, 2012. Right? And then I stayed in the building for a while, didn't open the door, didn't look out the windows, didn't do anything. And eventually the helicopter went away. And then I opened the door, went outside, there was nobody there. And then somebody came back, somebody who'd been out, who was in the same house as me, came back and they said, I've just been rammed by a police van and they damaged my car. And I said, what happened? They said, well, they were zooming around the road. They came around the corner and slammed into my car. And they said they were running an exercise that day. This was December the 21st, 2012. It was very strange, man.
Yeah, that's when helicopters appear for no reason. That's always some kind of sign something's up, because there's no reason for helicopters to be anywhere, really. Not in at least suburbia.
It was just really weird, man. And the way I just knew inside that I should just be polite, but refuse them entry. And they were as meek and as humble as a little lamb when I told them no. It was like they had to play by the rules, and I'd done the right thing. I played it correctly, and they just went. It's like they needed my consent, and there was a rule that if I didn't give my consent, they didn't have any power. But, I mean, they didn't say, we're looking for so-and-so. They just said, we're looking for a missing person. Why the fuck would they have to come into my house to look for a missing person without even saying, have you seen so-and-so? They didn't say that. They didn't say who the missing person was. And there was nothing in the news about a missing person. There was nobody else had heard about this missing person, you know, in town, in the neighborhood. It was like it was for me. It was really weird.
Yeah, they were just trying to get some way to get you to kind of some way to trick you to get them in.
Yeah, but the weird thing was that the guy that I was on the phone to, we were talking about some pretty controversial stuff, and he was very scared that his phone, he said before that he was afraid that his phone line wasn't secure, that he was being monitored. And I thought, well, you know, okay, that may be the case, but what can we do? We've got to communicate. We can't just use telepathy. And it was during the phone call to that guy that this all happened. Very strange.
Yeah, these kids could be like under a deep spell or something like that. I mean, that is, if it's real, I don't know. It sounds like kind of like a story made up, but you know, when you listen to Weatherly talk about it, it sounds, I mean, it's plausible. What the hell's wrong with these kids?
It does sound made up, but it wasn't made up. I was there. I would never have believed it if it hadn't happened to me. I would have thought, you know, somebody's just fucking smoked too much spliff or something, and you know, but it was
It's
real,
crazy.
man. It happened like some weird fucking conspiracy thing that you hear on the internet. It just
Yeah,
fucking
it's
happened.
not some like urban legend conspiracy meets you meet, you know, you actually have
Sounded like it.
experience. Like I saw a floating orb above the mall. I was in the parking lot. I looked up and I was like, that thing can't be flying that way because it's not going fast. It's not, doesn't have an airfoil underneath it.
Yeah.
And it was just a ball with a light on it, about the height of an airplane. And it was just cruising.
Yeah.
That's it. And I was looking at it, I'm like, okay, I see that. It's right there. Nobody else is looking. But that's technically physically impossible. So I got it on film.
Uh-huh.
Still have it. It's an orb. It's a sphere.
Yeah.
Floating through the sky. How, you know, that's proof enough for me that, well, I already knew that there was technology. I think we all know that.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's, I don't know what the flat earther calls anti-grav. I know what I call it. Reverse magnetic.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
I heard once the opposite of gravity is radiation.
Uh-huh. Well, the thing with the anti-gravity technology, that stuff that I've looked into, it requires an enormous amount of power. You know, an aeroplane gets some of its lift, you know, from the wind, from the shape of it, but these things are generating all the lift from the anti-gravity drive they have, which means that they would have to carry an enormous amount of fuel on board because it's, you know, it's less efficient apparently. But somebody told me that the reason it's secret is because they don't carry fuel. They actually draw it from the surrounding environment. You know, it's kind of 0 point energy, and that's why it's kept secret, because if the anti-gravity came out, then everybody would soon cotton on that the free energy was available as well, and everybody would demand, you know, they'd demand to have access to free energy, which they can't have.
You know, I wish I could devote more time to like magnetic propulsion and magnetic energy, because I mean, magnets repel each other. So when you do something with that energy that pushes off each other, you pretty much have and hermetically seal it, you have an induction motor. If the armature has nowhere to spin, it'll just spin continuously. So you get it spinning once. With a capacitor, you just give it a charge and then it spins, and then there you go. You have a self propulsion in a way. Like look at roller coasters, modern roller coasters now. They can get up to like 130 miles an hour in seconds. And that rail gun, you know, that's just a taste, but that's the concept.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You know,
railgun.
He was fucking Ben Rich was his name. I think it was Ben Rich, the guy from Lockheed or JPL or something like that. He did an experiment where he got 2 really strong rare earth magnets and threaded the ring magnet. They were ring magnets. He threaded them and he put them on a piece of threaded rod, and he screwed them towards the center so they would eventually touch. He would then drop that object, the piece of threaded rod with the magnets, and it wouldn't fall as fast as the other object because it created its own magnetic field.
Uh-huh.
because the magnetics were trying to repel each other, but they couldn't. I'm thinking that on a larger scale.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
Definitely. Something.
No, I've seen somebody showed me a circuit they'd made, which was a free energy generator. I mean, I was always a bit skeptical about it because you see these things on YouTube, all these machines they've made that are free energy, and you think, well, it sounds wonderful, but there's so many engineers and electricians out there. You'd think they'd all have cottoned on and they'd all be making them and they'd be available by now. So something screwy about it. But this guy, he demonstrated it to me, and it's very fucking simple, actually, how it works. It was all off-the-shelf parts, and it generated a 1200 watts. He was using an inverter that if you go camping, you can fix an inverter to the cigarette lighter on your car.
Yeah.
And it'll make 1200 watts.
Produce alternating current from DC. That's
it, yeah. He was using one of those. He was going to scale it up so that he could power a home with it. And he said to me that it was actually permitted now, that he'd checked out the legal side and the government would allow people to generate 3.5 kilowatts in their house before they had to declare it. When you make any more than that, you're actually technically an energy provider, and you have to feed it into the grid, and you have to declare it and all this. But up to 3.5 kilowatts, he said it was all right. You were allowed to, and you wouldn't be stopped. So he'd obviously looked into the legal side of it. So these things are real.
3.5 kilowatts. I'm trying to get an idea of.
Yeah, it's not really.
Yeah, it's not that.
It's not enough, really.
All right.
You need,
yeah,
because when you switch on the electric shower or the immersion heater, it's going to use sort of 10,000. Kettle uses quite a lot. Microwave uses quite a lot.
Those inverters, they modify the sine wave. So they take the DC and turn it into AC. But I mean, this, when it comes to transformers, that's where the real genius is. From what you can do with electricity, because all you need to do is take a piece of iron and wrap copper around it. Now you have a conductor. You have a core that'll conduct. And because it comes out of the earth, you can build a transformer. And when they step down the electricity that comes from the telephone pole, that's what those big cylinders, those big cans are doing. They're pretty much stepping 480 down to 240 to your house, which then gets split to 120. Or for you guys, I don't know what it is. You guys are
240.
240. It's so much more efficient, 240. When you keep the voltage high and the amperage low, you create less heat. Because amperage is what kills people. Amperage is what creates heat. So here in America, we got 120 volts and a lot more amperage, which I usually rewire stuff. But I have no idea why that system isn't even in place.
Right. They're trying to bring it down here, actually. A lot of the new, because in Europe, it's slightly less voltage on the continent than it is in mainland Britain. We're normally 240 here, and I think it's like 180 or something on the continent. And they're trying to bring it down so that devices are able to be used on mainland Europe and in the UK as well, same device, So they're aiming for like 200.
Oh, you know what? I always felt like it was because of the metric system. Because the metric system makes more sense than the imperial system or SAE. So you guys were just making more sense than us over here with both things.
It's weird though that you say that it's more efficient. 240 is more efficient, and yet they seem to be trying to bring it down.
Yeah, voltage. Yeah, definitely. Voltage is just the movement of the current. The current is the actual, the meat. That's what does stuff. That's how electricity works. But to get it places, you need voltage.
Mm-hmm.
It's electromotive force. Whereas the current is the actual power. Actually, no, the power is rated in watts.
Uh-huh.
But when like the switch in the wall that clicks,
mm-hmm.
it's it's a ground fault circuit interrupter. When electricity, when it goes either up 0.6 amps or down, that thing has to flip. And apparently the guy who designed it took his son, I guess, to he was demoing it in front of friends or something before he made like a killing doing this. And his son was in a swimming pool, and he threw a hairdryer in the swimming pool or something like that, or he threw something in the pool,
mm-hmm.
and it did nothing because it shut right off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how quickly they were.
Yeah.
But that thing just burns a little bimetallic strip. It's all electricity, all of it. Light bulbs, tungsten, sun, fluorescence. Although I'd have to say fluorescent, there's something about fluorescent lights that resembles what we're seeing up in the sky, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's gas. It's gas that lights up.
Yeah.
From a charge.
Yeah, something like that, isn't it?
Kind of like lightning inside the long tube.
Yeah, like an induction light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. LEDs are just light emitting diodes. That's all it is. It's almost like information, which is why they're so easy to control. I don't want to say it's digital, but it doesn't produce any heat. They're a lot more efficient, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't produce the incandescence of a normal bulb, which wastes a lot of energy. It's all burned off, all that heat. Yeah, I have this theory that the sun isn't hot. I can't prove it, but I just have a feeling that it's not. That it's the radiation as it gets to us. That's what's warm.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be a transformer. It could be clear. It could be if you were launched up into the sun, you would just go right through it, like you would walk in front of light coming through the window. You can't feel it.
Yeah.
Maybe the sun and the moon are the same thing. One's on dim, the other one's on bright.
Yeah.
There's a person in the chat that doesn't agree with doesn't like the fact that we're talking about anything. Anthony Riley, Flat Earth Clown, writes, meanwhile, the real world moves forward while, guess who? Flat Earthers sit on their keyboards chatting shit. How about that one, huh? We know what it isn't, but we don't know what it is. Thanks, Tony Riley, FE Clown. Okay.
Yeah, there seems to be this force that moves through certain people that doesn't like any kind of natural discussion to take place. I noticed this when I was at school, when I was at university. It's the same thing with the flat Earth thing. I mean, flat Earth has been around for years, and it was in the last 2 years that it really took off. And it was a load of people that I'd never come across before just came out of the woodwork and took up the flat Earth thing and just really ran with it, and it really took off. They made a load of high quality videos, and none of the original flat earth crowd from like 6 years ago, they all dropped out. They all kind of got eclipsed by this new crowd, and it's taken on. See, like the flat earth things, I have a lot of questions about it. I don't really understand how the whole thing works, and the whole debate, the whole discussion seems to be managed at some level and kind of cultivated. It's not a natural discussion.
According to the flat earth credo, questioning your experiment, questioning your results, trying to prove yourself wrong is a scientific method.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of bad flat earth arguments out there, like the curvature argument, the 8 miles squared thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's helping. When people say, well, you can't even feel the world spinning.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really think we would feel it anyway. If 1,000 miles an hour and, going according to their dimension, 25,000 mile an hour, 25,000 mile wide ball circumference, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, isn't that fast? That would be like 25-inch balls, 1 inch per second. It'd be really slow, actually.
Well, the rotation is the RPM is very low, very slow, but the actual surface kind of ground speed at the equator is quite fast, isn't it? On a rotating 25,000 mile circumference globe.
You need like a reference, though. You need to if you had something, an object next to the Earth, then you could use it as a reference. Hey, we just passed, whatever, like a carousel.
This is it. There's no fixed reference point to measure things against. That's why it's so difficult.
17,000 miles per hour is not fast at all when you're in space. How would you even know you're moving?
Yeah.
How would you even know north, south, east, west? That's only an earthbound thing.
Yeah, there's no wind resistance. It's a vacuum, so
you can't know.
Nothing you can.
How do you direct yourself? Like, forward is not forward. Everything takes a shit. Like, there's no rhyme or reason. I guess you could use a gyro, like a gyroscope, to keep itself level, but on the International Space Station thing, it seems like the floor is the ceiling and the wall. It's all the same.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm going to go to sleep in the floor. Somebody else goes into the ceiling. Technically.
Yeah.
I don't really believe that what we see on screen is what is actually up in space or above us. I have seen a friend filmed it, and it looked like it was covered in like rhinestones. It was all glittering and shiny. A lot of light bouncing off of it. It was a really strange looking object. And it was moving. But who the hell knows what that could be?
Well, you saw this in the sky moving.
Yeah, he filmed it. This really bizarre looking.
There's bizarre stuff up there, man. Definitely, I've seen it. I don't know what the hell it is, because I've seen that sometimes the way it behaves. You could tell yourself, okay, this is like some sort of advanced drone or something. But sometimes the way it interacts with you, it doesn't seem like it's some kind of police spy drone. It seems to be intelligent, and it's somehow there for you. It's not just that you've managed to see. You managed to see something going by. It seems to have appeared specifically for you.
Like like there's something up there that they needed to provide an excuse for, kind of thing. But then again, we would have seen it before.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but we weren't looking for it before.
That also is true. I've seen some footage of people with UV goggles or like night vision.
Yeah.
Looking up into the sky, and it's like when
it's swarming.
Like when you turn a fan on and you crack the blinds a little bit. Like
yeah,
looks like shit everywhere.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. You see a lot of stuff up there moving about.
And those guys out in Mount Shasta, which is I believe in Washington State, which is a mountain by. There's a guy. His name's James Gallowland. He's kind of a UFO dude.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I know the guy.
And he has people up there, and they watch for these floating UFOs, and they appear and then they disappear, and then they glow really bright, and then they light up, and then they fly away.
That's it. Yeah, and they seem to interact with the people on the ground who are observing.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Seems like it, yeah.
Seems like it. And there's that other dude, Stephen Greer, who he claims he can call them. I can't stand that piece of shit, Stephen Greer. Disclosure. Yeah. You know, flat Earth is the disclosure that everyone was looking for, because people asked, "Are aliens real?" And the answer is probably not, because the Earth isn't what you thought it was. But they won't take that answer. When you see them when you listen to lectures, if someone like David Wilcock isn't talking about flat Earth, there's a reason for it. And the other one, Michael Tessarion, who claimed it's just a fad, and what's his name?
Corey Good.
Yeah, Corey Good. I got into him back in the day with Randy Kramer, the MyLab soldiers. Although the MyLab guys, I kind of believe some of their story, that they're just trained assassin types who were put through some mind control programming. But Corey Good claims that he's got a whole story, that guy. They made a TV show out of it. That the Blue Alien creatures and the Sphere Alliance and Solar Warden. Solar Warden is Earth's defense organization against these beings, and people just eat it up. I liked the story. I mean, I like sci-fi story, and it was interesting to listen to, but to take it on this guy's faith just because he's acting like someone who's been, mentally traumatized. But the other dude, Kramer, Randy Kramer, he had a really interesting story about Mars, that he was there for 17 years. He lived there. He trained there. Went over all the details. They had to go patrol, shoot, kill, fight reptoids. Reptilians, that they were different races of reptilians. They had to go and recover artifacts, alien artifacts on Mars. And he tells a story with a straight face, answers questions, goes through the whole thing. I think he truly believes that he was there. And
it's very strange, isn't it? And see, with this flat Earth thing, people tend to be very quick to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They say if it's a flat Earth, then there can't be any other planets, and therefore everything we've been told about space and all these UFO stories must be false. And it's kind of, it's a bit of a relief. It's like, yeah, now I don't have to waste my time listening to all that crap. I can just throw it all out.
Well, there's a dome. People who swear.
Yeah, it's a dome. We can't go up to space. I don't think there's any solid evidence of a dome.
Yeah.
I'm not satisfied with that. And yet people seem to be running ahead with that idea. It's like, hang on a minute. We haven't proved that at all. In fact, none of this has been proved. It's the actual empirical evidence is very circumstantial, and it's strange how people tend to sort of be running with this idea. I feel like I'm being railroaded into this new paradigm, and I would like to be a bit more cautious and have a proper kind of discussion and let the thing develop naturally. You know, but it seems to be there's a lot of like people just jumping on this idea and running with it. I wonder why. You know, what's the rush?
I think it's because the education of flat Earth is coming from YouTube, a source that is producing video, and it's producing these images where we see a rocket fly up into the air at 1,000,000 miles an hour and then stop, and then we hear a voice say, "It could have been water, or it could have been this," or, you know, you can hear water. It's like, no, hold on a second. You don't even know what you're looking at. All I know is it looked like a rocket, but the rest, who knows?
Exactly.
But they want it to be water. I can kind of see the whole idea of a like a wet atmosphere, like some kind of gel sort of thing happening up there. But I don't know. I don't know if is the moon the shape of a cookie? Like the way it looks sometimes, like it's not really flat, but it's just, I don't know. It's like it's got some thickness to it. Is it a half of a sphere? Is it a bowl? Is it a sphere? Is the sun a sphere? You know, we don't.
Those are very good questions. This seems to me, you know, you can fairly reasonably determine that there's no curvature on the Earth, but doesn't mean that there's not curvature in the sky, or there's not. You know, it's like the sky and the Earth are two different things. One of them is we can measure, we can actually touch it, walk around on it. The other one is totally inaccessible, and we can only really measure it in very indirect ways, the sky, you know. And we're also hampered by a lot of assumptions we make about it. You know, we've been told this and we've been told that. But what we see in the sky bears no resemblance to anything we see on the ground. So to think that we can use the same method to determine, you know, the shape or the shape of the sky and celestial objects, it's something funny about that.
Even measuring the ground, even measuring the Earth. You know, what you take a survey, you have to keep that accurate throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
But really, our vantage point is really not a good vantage point. We can't really see shit from where we are. And even when you're 22 miles up, you still can't see much. I think to get a real idea of what we're dealing with here, you got to be at least 3,000 feet.
To have any idea, really, you need to get up there, fly around, go to different altitudes, go to down, zoom over to Australia, have a look at it from there, take measurement. It's totally impossible. We've only got totally indirect ways of measuring things. It's like people say, "Oh yeah, we've got all this P900 data, and we've zoomed in on the lighthouse, and it shouldn't be visible, and it's still visible." Yeah, this is optical data. Okay, still indirect, because the optics can be distorted by the atmosphere, by the lens. Just because the optical data sort of supports the idea of it being flat doesn't mean
confirmation bias.
Yeah, because we're making assumptions, and we're also reliant on optical data, which we know can be distorted.
Absolutely, most of it is too, because the heat of the camera creates like a wave diffraction.
Right.
You know, as far as I can tell, it looks flat to me. It doesn't look like a sphere. But then again, what does a sphere look like?
Yeah.
I don't know what a sphere looks like from up. I don't know what a planet looks like. Nobody's even seen the entire. No one's even seen Australia, let alone the Earth. No one's ever looked down and seen an entire country.
Yeah.
That would take. Shit. How big is Australia?
It's like 10,000 miles across or something like that.
You would have to go
6,000.
about 5,000 to 7,000 miles up and look down to, I guess, see the front from left to right.
Can't do it.
And water is definitely flat. I've always clung to water as a definite proof. So far, I can't. I'm not going to say gravity is doing anything or the water sticking to a sphere, because that just doesn't make any sense.
Well, what would, I mean, it sounds like an obvious thing to try, but what would happen if you did a computer, like in these video games, they have a whole world, don't they, all mapped out, and it looks real when the little character's running around on the surface. Is that done on a flat plane, or do they actually model the whole curvature of the Earth into it, and the refraction through the atmosphere? How detailed is the modeling on one of these computer game?
I would look at Zelda, the new Zelda for the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah,
its graphics are pretty amazing. It's really, really cool. But I would assume that it's all flat, that it's just a flat map.
It only has to look right. It doesn't have to actually be right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it would make no sense to ever, there's no reason for anyone to think we live on a sphere, like, ever, unless you turn your TV on or you go to school and they tell you.
Yeah, you would never come to that conclusion if you weren't told it. It would never occur to you unless somebody told you.
It would be more ludicrous than flat Earth.
Yeah.
Like the difference between a round world saying it's flat versus a flat world saying it's round would be preposterous.
Yeah.
I think the backlash would be more if you said it was round to a flat Earth or to a flat society.
Yeah.
But it could be a flat space on a really big ball. Kind of like the Death Star.
Yeah, well, people say, look, it's a really big ball, and if you're an ant standing on a beach ball, you wouldn't know you're on a curved surface. Well, that's cool to say that, but why doesn't somebody model it up in the computer software and then zoom in on this thing and see if it looks the same as what we see out of our window? Seems like a very simple experiment.
I think Rory Cooper has, from the My Perspective channel. I think he did an AutoCAD thing where he demonstrated what it would look like coming off of a sphere.
Right.
And
what, the horizon's always below your feet level? Or
yeah,
down on the horizon?
The character he had in the video was too big. Like,
there you go. You see, they don't do it accurately. Why don't they do it accurately, man? It's weird.
And somebody, Mr. Clown, wrote Google Earth, and I was just telling someone this the other day. When you go to Google Earth, you're not getting a high altitude perspective. You're not going high up in the sky when you zoom out. All you're doing is shrinking the ball. You stay static.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be nice to have a program to see what it looks like from this altitude, but they couldn't do it because they can't get up that high. But we're used to this shrinking and expanding view, which is Google and the way our navigation systems work. That's why it never looks right. It never looks right when you see a ball Earth. It's like, how could they squeeze all that on that fucking little ball?
Yeah.
According to the balloon photography, the Earth is way bigger than we could imagine. I can't even see I've never even seen more than a skate over, or the outline of something like that.
Yeah, and also the higher you get up, the less clear your view of the ground is. I mean, it seems to you just, if you go to an you should theoretically be able to see the outline of Australia. By the time you get up there, you're looking through so many clouds and so much atmosphere that the ground is completely washed out. You can't see any details. It's like a self-sealing thing where you just, no matter what you do, you'll never be able to fucking get any clear idea what the hell you're looking at. The higher you go, you should be able to get a clearer look at the sky, but the higher you go, you're looking through more atmosphere, it gets washed out. You can't see any details. You know, you look at those balloon videos, look down at the ground, all you can see is like cloud. You can't really make out any proper details.
Yeah.
It's very strange. You know, in the Bible it says something like, nobody will be able to measure the earth. And it does seem to be that way, that it's set up so that you can't get a clear view of the whole thing.
Yeah, nobody's been high enough to, there's no...
Even if you got high enough, you wouldn't be able to see any surface details to make it worthwhile.
And when they show us these ridiculous pictures from the International Space Station or whatever, there's never any clouds. Or there's clouds, there's no airplanes. You know, at any given day, I got 6 airplanes flying over my head.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely not genuine footage, because you wouldn't be able to see any details, any continents, anything. Just be white cloud cover.
You know, and there's something vastly different from, you know, between looking at something with your eyes and looking at it on video. And it's the little details, like the depth, the contrasts, just the way your eyes gradually focus on something.
Depth of field and things like that.
Yeah. And the parallax too. If you have 2 spheres in front of you, one goes up, the other one goes down. You know, that's the way it works. That guy, my perspective, did a good example of that.
See, like I was saying, like people like My Perspective and Rory Cooper, I think they were around a few years ago, and they seem to have been eclipsed now. I don't know even if they're still making videos. Those guys are kind of phased out, and this whole new crowd has phased in and kind of muscled them out of the way.
Yeah, it seems less about the education of flat Earth and more about let's kill trolls.
Yeah, they've turned it into a big fight, big battlefield, big scrum, you know, big brawl.
We got to protect this thing from what?
From heretics.
I know, from the heretics. It's the Inquisition. You know, line them up. Jesus Christ, what's the worst thing anyone's ever did? I mean, I'm not going to side with people that disrupt other people that want to just talk. That's not cool, ever, in my book. But it's to a point where it's like, you got the message loud and clear.
You see what's going on in the chat now? They've turned it into a brawl.
I've been watching this at the corner of my eye. I can't believe that they're still responding to each other. It's like,
you got to wonder if these people are just delinquents or if they're paid to disrupt things and cause confusion.
I can't believe John Watson and YouTube are still, they're posting 3-line chat, 3-line comments, like every shot. It's like, no, you are. No, you are. You know, you are. Oh, yeah? Well, you are. No, you are. Poopy Pants and Ron Burgundy.
Yeah.
Ron Burgundy says, Poopy Pants 69 is a typical flatty retard. Physical violence is his best argument. That's coming from Ron Burgundy. Now, Poopy Pants will say, no, people can believe what they want. I was a baller, too. I'm just at my breaking point. Poopy pants.
It's very strange, man. Can you excuse me just a moment? I got to go and deal with some shit. Back in a minute.
Earth is a spinning ball because a load of stuff that can be faked. How does that work? How does it work? YouTube standing on the mountain, screaming at God. How does that work, God? I want to know. Oh. Poopy right. Poopy should seek medical attention. Blood in the stool. Jem, you threatened to post my kids' porno pics. Also, I got the video of you admitting it. Don't post his kids' porno pics. Captain Bullshit. Captain Bullshit. Infinite Gem Panda Society. Infinite Gem Pandas. Imagine that. Like in a field. Running through a field. Spanning time. Infinite Gem Pandas. What would that would sound like? And everyone jumped at the same time. Oh, here he comes. We will come with the facts. Water sticks to a spinning ball going 137 million miles an hour plus 60 gajillion equals 4,000 times 12. Seems legit, buddy. Not this guy. Hey, my name's YouTube. Not this guy. You gotta wake up earlier than that to slap me around and smack my balls. Poop, you're a pussy. I'm done. Listen, Poop, you're a pussy. Okay? I took you seriously, and now I don't take you seriously. Wisdom, you are a retard. So we got a poopy head and a retard. I am a poopy warrior. You Canadians don't know whether you're American or French or deformed half-breeds. Go. Go. Oh my God, there's a normal person in there, Marie. Oh my God, watch out. Earth spins with the orbit at 12 a.m. against the orbit at 12 p.m., causing a variable velocity. An object on the surface is not a fixed frame of reference. Hello? Hello? Twatson. My name's not Twatson, okay? It's Watson.
Yo, I'm back.
Is I gotta refocus. I just got sucked into the chat. Jonathan Doherty says, poop. Wambra. Wama. Kitty cat. Wambra Jodo. Like, I don't know if I can have a conversation with someone named Poopy.
Who are these people?
It's still going strong. I mean, 5. Wow.
I mean, I can understand. I can understand trolling and getting a little bit of satisfaction from winding people up and provoking them. Perhaps that's all it is. I've done a bit of trolling in my time. I'm up there with the best of them. But you grow out of it after a little while. I mean, the novelty wears off. But some people make a career out of it.
This seems like a fair fight that it's just going back and forth. I always a debate has to be one side has to be willing to change if proved incorrect. I think. Does anyone ever win a debate?
I don't think a debate is a very good way of settling anything, actually. I think that's a big fucking trap. Because all you're gonna decide is who's the best at debating. You're not gonna find. You could be right, but rubbish at rhetoric, and the other guy could be a master of rhetoric and completely wrong, and he'll beat you every time. You know, that's how politics works. That's why they teach rhetoric, and they don't teach truth.
Because he thinks he's winning usually wins too. That's one of the debating techniques. Constantly believe you're winning, and the other one will think that you're winning.
Yeah.
Mind games.
Yeah, appear confident.
Gem Panda Poopy. Gem Panda. What's a Gem Panda?
I do not know.
I was wondering what the hell a Gem Panda is. They're like a Star Bright? No, not you know those dolls that Care Bears. Care Bear, a Gem Panda. Mommy, I don't want a Care Bear. I wanted a Gem Panda. You already got a Gem Panda. And what's a Sperskimo? I guess like an Eskimo?
No idea. 36 people watching now. It's not bad.
36 people watching. It's 1, 2, let me see. How many people in 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 16 people in the chat, which means the 16 people at home with their legs crossed, holding their hands going, when are they going to go again? When are they going to start talking again? Where did you get terrarium from? Or terra firma?
Terrarium? Just terra firma, terrarium firma. It's this idea of that we're like a big experiment, isn't it? Or like we're God's pets or something.
There you go. I meant to get that book, Terra Firma. Yeah, I think it's Carpenter or Thomas Winship or something like that. Called Terra Firma. I have 2 Flat Earth books. I got Christine Garwood, Flat Earth, the History of an Infamous Idea, and Zetetic.
Okay.
There's 2 other ones. The Winship one and the Carpenter one are pretty good. And then there's this guy, Eric Dubé, who Eric said he had a TV show. He had an opportunity to be on it. Like he had to turn down a television program. And I was wondering why he thinks that happened. Because I can imagine Eric being on a TV show and them saying, yeah, we'll get to your flat earth thing in a minute. We just wanted to talk to you about this Hitler thing and the all the other stuff. Eric, I think he's gonna run into situations if he's thrown up there on the spot. Because they're going to take that and be like, hey, we're Jews. We run the media. You explain yourself, kid. Don't worry. We like you. But we're cutthroat too. But explain yourself.
Yeah, I don't get him, man. I don't get him at all, Eric. Strange guy, man. I mean, this whole thing about Hitler, it's a bit much. He seems to be arguing that Hitler was a cool guy because he was able to restore the German economy in like double quick time. And the thing with that is that, look, these guys, they know how to build an economy and they know how to destroy an economy. I mean, they're not idiots. These guys are masters of finance and everything they do is deliberate.
Yeah, it's all going to be financed.
So they don't. It's like farmers, It's like proof that the farmer is a good guy is that he looks after his cattle and gives them medicine and stuff when they need it. Proof that farmer is a bad guy is that he has them slaughtered at and makes money from it. It's like neither one proves neither is proof of the other, is it? You could use the same evidence to prove either point, is what I'm saying. Hitler was not a great guy because he fixed the economy. They know how to fix economies. They know how to destroy economies. It's not proof of anything in and of itself,
Yeah, nothing seems right about anything that happened in Germany during
No.
the 30s and the 40s.
Also, the displacement of the Jews was in no way going to affect the it was nothing to do with the fucking the displacing the European Jews was a way of getting them down into Israel, which they had been trying, the Zionist Federation had been trying to get this colony underway since the 1800s. And the Jews didn't want to go down to that fucking place because they were all settled in Europe. They had a nice community. They had, their shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the best way to do it is to force them out. And then, you create a push in Europe and you create a pull in Israel. So you give them an incentive to leave and you give them an incentive to go to the new place. So he was actually serving the Zionist Federation in that sense, because nobody wanted to fucking go to Israel. Why would they go there? They had no connection. They'd be surrounded by hostile Arabs. It's a fucking dreadful, fly-blown dust bowl of a place. It's a fucking desert. And they were Europeans. They didn't want to go down there. They couldn't even speak Hebrew. And yet, they tell us that these people were the Hebrew Israelites. There was not a single population, as far as I'm aware, in Europe or anywhere in the world where any of the Jews spoke Hebrew as a first language. And yet they've all got them down there. They've taught them in schools, and they're all talking Hebrew now. But that's only a 20th century thing.
Yeah, I think they spoke Jewish back then. It was a language like
Yiddish.
Not yet. Yeah, well, Yiddish
just means Jewish.
Yeah,
it's German. It's a dialect of German. It's nothing to do with Hebrew. It has a few Hebrew words in it, but the Hebrew language doesn't seem. The only place where I can find that they ever spoke Hebrew as an actual colloquial language is Ireland, because the Irish language is not identical with Hebrew, but it's like Italian and Latin. It's that kind of relationship,
Yeah.
It seems to me that Hebrew is actually a sacerdotal language. It's only ever used. It was only ever intended to be used, like Latin, for psalms and prayers and verses, scripture. It's a priestly language because it was designed. It's a very regular language, like Latin. It's not naturally developed.
Yeah,
it was derivative from Phoenician, basically.
Right. I was wondering about Gaelic.
Yeah, Phoenician is very similar to Gaelic. It's basically because the way that Gaelic is spelled, it's a strange way of spelling the words. It's got a very unique system. But if you actually compare the sounds of of Phoenician, what's left of it, because that's been erased deliberately, I believe. There's hardly any inscriptions. It's practically identical to Old Irish, the classical Irish. So they were definitely Irishmen, the Phoenicians.
And yeah, okay.
But I don't see any evidence of any Jewish community before the 20th century where they spoke Hebrew as a colloquial everyday language. It's like Latin. You won't find anywhere in the world where they speak Latin. You know, and people will say, okay, there's a population in the Alps where they speak Romansh, which is Latin. But if you look into it, it's not Latin. It's a Romance language. It's similar to Italian, it's similar to Latin, but it's not Latin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think Latin was ever spoken as an everyday language either. I think it's only ever been the priests that used it.
Yeah, I'm wondering why. I mean, everything comes from Latin.
If we say it comes from Latin, I think Latin is derivative, actually. I think it was deliberately designed to be mathematically perfect and perfectly regular.
Well, let's see. Latin was originally spoken in Latium in the Italian peninsula.
They say.
What's that?
They say. That's the received wisdom.
Through the power of the Roman Republic, it became the dominant language initially in Italy, subsequently throughout the Roman Empire. Vulgar Latin developed into the Romance languages such as Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, French, Romanian.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from Crapopedia.
Yeah, but the thing with all the existing Romance languages, they're all supposed to have come from a common ancestor, which is Latin. And yet, they all have more in common with each other than they do with their supposed shared ancestor. That's very strange to me. Because that's like concerted evolution. That's like they're all evolving to coalesce more or less on the same thing. And they're all diverging from their ancestral language and ending up reaching the same conclusion. That's very strange.
Like Portuguese in Portugal, Portuguese in Brazil. It's almost like Spanish, kind of like Italian. We have all kind of feed off one another. And even the guys that I used to work with, there's a easy, I can pick them apart, the South American guys and the Portuguese guys.
Uh-huh.
A lot of percussion in that language. Strange language. Strange words, at least. Sound.
Yeah.
You know, I have Portuguese family, and I just, like, as a kid, I remember hearing it. A lot of unexpected motion in what they're saying.
Emotion?
Motion in their mouths.
Ah.
Like it goes up and down a lot, and it's not very glottal. It's more a lot of air.
Yeah, there's a lot of these.
Whoosh, whoosh.
Yeah.
A lot of sh. Whoopsie.
But when you see it written down, it looks just like Spanish. But when you hear them speaking it, it sounds completely different. A few little changes can make it totally unintelligible. But when it's written, it looks, if you can read Spanish, you can read Portuguese pretty much once you get used to the
That's weird how they pronounce N. They pronounce N like M.
Yeah.
Bom dia. I was saying when I first said bom dia. Like no, they don't pronounce. They don't pronounce half the things that I would try to translate.
Yeah.
But you pick up the vernacular. I always found Welsh to be a interesting. Welsh is pretty much. I'm trying to think if it's a language that I'm thinking of. Welsh is in English, right?
No, it's not at all.
No, it's very different. All right.
It's very different, but actually, if you look into it, you see, like with Irish and Welsh, we're told, that obviously Irish and Welsh, if you examine them, they are, on the surface, they look quite different, but when you look into it, they actually got a lot in common, and it seems likely that they're dialects that have diverged from the same common ancestor. but people will have you believe that English derived from Anglo-Saxon, which came from German, right? It's this kind of German dialect. But I got to say that when I looked into Irish, I found a lot of commonality with English. And like I say, a few superficial changes can really throw you off, so that you don't, you have to really look into it to see that English and Irish are actually, I believe English and Irish are closer together than English is to German.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And English is supposed to be derived from Anglo-Saxon. Well, you can't go and find any population anywhere where they speak Anglo-Saxon. You've got to believe that the Anglo-Saxons were all over Europe, and then they settled in Britain, and then they just went extinct, and then English developed into modern English. And yet you can't find a single living population that actually still today speaks Anglo-Saxon. There's dialects that are sort of supposedly similar. It's like I was saying with Latin, they're not the same language. It's almost as if Anglo-Saxon has been made up in the same way that Latin and Hebrew was made up, to sort of fill a gap, to explain away something.
Yeah, I wonder why there isn't one universal language. Well, that we call music, but
I think they're deliberately.
They all speak the same way.
I think they're deliberately being made more divergent. Actually, I think it's an ongoing process. There's these. I can't remember what it's called now, but every language has a sort of a review every 100 years or so to sort of correct the spelling and sort of modernize it and sort of perfect the spelling so that it reflects the way the language is changing over the years. And supposedly English doesn't have one, but it actually does. It's the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the official spelling, of English. And if you track it back through time, the spellings of words have changed. So what I'm saying is it's actually an ongoing process, the divergence of the tongues. And it's deliberately done by these language academies or whatever can't remember what they're called. Every language has them.
English to me seems like the most backwards, well, not backwards, but inefficient language. So many words to say what it takes, I don't know, a Spanish person to say, and 60% less. Or no, maybe not 60, like maybe 30% less.
It's more efficient.
Yeah, Spanish would be more efficient than English. English, right, with they, their, they are, all that business.
Yeah, because you can put a lot of information across just in the ending of a word, can't you? With the conjugations with Spanish, yeah. Like Latin, like any of these, like German, there's the conjugations that contain a lot of information. But in English, you'd have to have like several words to get across that.
German, I've heard, is the most, I don't want to say efficient language. Again, I'm overusing the word efficient. It's the most accurate language I've heard.
Yeah.
To what words mean. That German language picks up the most. I guess would be the most descriptive.
Yeah, the most precise.
I don't know anyone who speaks German. I have one friend who speaks it fluent, but seems like a good language to know.
I like the way it sounds. I always wish I could speak it. When I hear people talking it, I think, yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah, I totally know what you mean. French, seems like you got a little awkward.
Oh, yeah.
Italian seems kind of crass now that I hear it. I have a customer who does Italian. He is Italian, old guy, and half the things he says are vowels.
Yeah.
F is A and E.
Yeah.
And you can tell a lot of it is slang. But it's also nice when a female speaks Italian. That's nice.
Yeah, it's a kind of musical sound, isn't it?
Chinese, however, is interesting to listen to because there's so much wordplay or so much tongue twisting with all that king chai shu, all that Xing and G's and Z's.
Yeah.
Kleibuchi. Japanese, a lot of K, a lot of Y.
Yeah, it's interesting, Japanese.
Korean is more a lot of that. Ama.
Korean's nice. It sounds to me, the accent sounds the same as Japanese, and they look like Japanese. But if you ever say that to a Korean person, they'd be horrified.
I know. Americans and Canadians.
Yeah.
They have a lot of that, like that. The way they express the ends of words.
The Canadians?
No, Koreans. Like how they
Koreans, yeah.
kind of pull 안녕 안녕하세요. 감사합니다. 차이윙송님 나와. 잠시만요. I just told myself audio recordings. Hello. Bye.
They're making good cars now.
Who's that? The Koreans?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kia.
I went out in a Kia, and I was very impressed, actually.
Kia and Hyundai.
Yeah.
I've got the Genesis line now. The Genesis, like luxury line.
Yeah,
Japanese.
They're the new Japan, aren't they?
Yeah. German cars are just, they have been total tank crap for a while now. I worked in German cars for a while. To watch BMWs fall apart in front of your face. To see one like 5 years old and everything's worn off inside the interior.
Yeah, it's true. You don't see very, very many old ones on the road, I gotta say.
No, and the mechanics that work for BMW, they don't, they just give, you know, I question them on what's wrong with these cars, and they just look at me like, you know, the fast ones go fast, and some of the trucks are okay, but they're not built to last. That's for sure. A lot of parts, a lot of friction, a lot of heat.
Yeah.
Ford's pretty much Mazda. Mazda's pretty much Ford. Mitsubishi, Mitsubishi decided to take away the Evo. Don't know why they did that.
Yeah, I had a Mitsubishi that was actually imported from Japan. I think the quality of the ones they make in Japan is much better than the ones that they make abroad.
I think that's a thing that all manufacturers have, like A, B, C list. Like you can buy tools at Home Depot or tools that the contractor supply. Total, you put them on a scale, completely different tools. And I got the guy from Klein Tools. I used to be an electrician, and I asked him, I'm like, is there a difference between like these linesman pliers and these? Like what? And he was like, no. And I was like, I'm just going to take that answer as a yes, and he was like, well, I didn't say anything. He was just insisting. He was hinting that their A line goes out to them. This is same price, but
yeah,
it's all crap. Everything's being made in China now. Back earlier, we were talking about trade routes and things where they're built. Back in the 50s, people would say, you know, oh, you see this tie, you know, it's imported. And that was a big deal. Now it's imported. It's technically crap.
Yeah.
And it's weird. You think well, if it's made in America, it's better. But why? That's not the mentality that they want to project. He's doing it the Chinese way, is just doing it fast and cheap.
Yeah, funny thing about that, I was importing. I was gonna import electronics from China. I ordered several samples from different factories, and what I found was that there's so many different little factories being set up in China, and the quality, is highly variable. Some of them are just shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Taiwan has better factories.
And I couldn't figure out how any of these factories are actually making money, because they'd all got the money to set up, and I couldn't figure out how they were actually making money. I figured it must be all financed from the government on grants and things like that. Enormous amount of money gone into it, but they weren't very good at doing business. They would put out some send me some shit samples, and I'd say, look, they'd say, what do you think of the samples? I'd say, well, they're terrible. You need to fix this, you need to fix that. And then they'd come back to me and they'd be like, okay, yeah, we'll look into that. How many would you like to buy? And I was like, no, dude, I'm telling you, you got to fix this first. You got to fix that first. This is no good. And they say, oh, that's great. We'll look into that. So do you want 1 million of them or 10 million? And it's like, what the fuck's going on here? This isn't how you do business. Some weird thing going on out there.
It's mandated by their government, because there's ISO factories. Like ISO is, I think, it's International Standards Organization, and it's like over like 200 countries, and they have like one person that goes there to coordinate, like, this is the ISO system, and it's partially private, partially public, but the government pretty much runs the quality management. And they get ratings like 9001, 9000. Because, I mean, I looked into all this after buying. I'm a big power tool junkie, and I wanted to know why certain tools looked certain ways and weighed certain things. And I found out a lot of them, like, I buy Bosch tools. Bosch tools built in Germany or Switzerland, now China.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of back in the day, Milwaukee tools were built here. Now they're made in China, strictly.
Sorry. No, you're all right. Let me just. So I'm gonna have to deal with something. I'll come back in a minute.
Yeah. Shout out to Jazzaconda. Hey, is that a Jazzaconda in your pants, or are you just glad to see me? Nope, that's an anaconda. Oh, that's nice. Oh, Ron Burgundy, be nice. Don't call YouTube a lying son of a bitch. My dog is barking. Let me on. Brew. Who's Brew? Bruh. Let me on. Bruh. Gem Handy. Has anyone seen the sunrise at night? Just go to the Morgal channel. Flat Earthers see whatever they want to see. LOL. LOL. Here comes LOL. LOL. Eat your law, or you don't get any. Lemma foul. I'm a broken record. I'm a broken record. Because it takes 100 repetitions to get you to understand anything. Whoosh. Duty brains. Wow. Let me in the hangout. What are you worried about? What are you worried about? I'm worried. Worried about the Jazzaconda. Worried about the Jazzaconda. Oh, that jazz. It's a Jazzaconda. Are you into Jazzaconda? And snakes, reptiles, and Duke Ellington? Poopy pants. Is that a dog in your icon? Is that a woof woof? Is that a woofy? All night party. Yeah. Wonder if I can share or share my screen. Down, 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 down. Mm-mm. Open with. Show view options. Oh, come on. Oh my god, the spinning ball of death. Fuck, 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 fuck. Shit. There we go. There we go. Here we go. Oh my lord. Oh my man. All right, where we at here? Yeah, where we at, Rico? Okay, it's all set up. Now it's video watching time. Who wants to watch a video? Me. Who's ready to watch a really cool video? I am. All right then. All right then, go. Go. This happened to me at work one day. You guys catching this? Okay, good. Whoops. That's my little buddy. Okay, wait for it. Here it comes. Uh-oh. Oh my God. I didn't mean it, Mr. B. I didn't mean for the mantis to eat your ass. Yikes. Ooh. Oh, eating all the brains. Oh, I gotta get that little piece right over there. Let me get all that. Get out of here, fly. Oh, the fly's getting some. This is gross. But it's nature. Nature. Oh, nature. Oh, he's got his head. Oh, my. The humanity. Oh, the humanity. Ned Stark. Wow, scrape it all out, B-brains. Wow, 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 wow. So that was a so that was my lunch break, and helped a little praying mantis have his lunch by accident. Didn't mean to do it, but I guess it's just God's way. Let's see how the argument is doing. Oh, Mr. Peter Shea is in the house. Hello. Ah, hello, Haunted. You think you know everything about 9/11, do you? Guess what? I was sitting at the pub and I saw it happen. And you know what the answer is? Nobody died. Hi. You think you saw 9/11, did you? You didn't see nothing. You don't know what you're looking at. You must have been looking at Pornhub. Your life's a CGI freak out. Where did Petey go? Show us a video of a sunset. Do you want the green flash with the sunset? All right. You want to watch the sunset green flash? Whoops. Over land. Time to snipe. You people. Link, I see the link. I sync a link. Oh, here we go. Green flash. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Wow, I can't believe you got going at it. Holy shit. Hey, who's Johnny? Where's Justin? Where is Justin? Who's Johnny? Where is Terrarium? See you later, Wombra. Wombra. Flat still Earth. Yeah, man, you can jump on. There's someone else in here. I don't know who it is. Terrarium kind of took off for a bit. Not sure if he's coming back, but there's that haunted house on the panel. What does he think he's doing? I'll kick his butt. I'll kick his butt face. Peach A is a transgender? What? No way. "9/11 gatekeeper." I'm keeping the I'm keeping the information for myself. I saw it go down, but I'll never tell. You'll never know. PJ saw 9/11 from Ireland, and he knows more than I do about what I saw with my own eyes. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think what I saw was Jewish. "Hey, haunted house, you fucking kike. I'll kick your ass. I'll stomp you, you fucking queer. You one of them Jew boys? Come on, I got some."
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, who's this?
This is Vladimir, or Vlad.
Vlad? Are you Flat Still Earth? Oh, hey, man. Going all right. Is a fierce religious debate. But speaking of religion, I'm being called Jewish in the chat. Jewish. I know. No one's flower. I know. I hate doing bad accent. Jay says, "I didn't know. No fucker. No fucker saw. No fucker saw 9/11. We were presented. I wasn't presented with a pre-prepared movie while 8 buildings were taken down behind the scenes." The scenes? What scenes? All I remember is waking up, hearing about a building on fire, looking out the window, seeing smoke, getting together with my girlfriend, going down the stairs, and in fact, yeah, I was actually, I'm going to 422 Ogden Ave. I'm going to go through this. Okay, here we go. To prove PJ wrong once and for all, share the screen. Bam. Okay. This is where I was. At that time, I lived at 422 Ogden Avenue in this apartment right here. Bam. Right up there. Right up. Nope, not wrong house. Sorry about that. He's lying. I lived right up here, 422. And if you notice, as I go down a little bit, see if I can show you what's between here. So this right here is south. And after hearing buildings were on fire, let me get back up to street view, or the non-street view. I was here. So we ran out of the house and went down a little bit to the overhang, which would be about five houses down. Let me turn this into... Okay, this parking garage. So this was my apartment. I looked out the back. Okay, keep your eye right here. And we saw smoke. Can't see the World Trade Center from the back of the window. So we walked down the sidewalk. Wanted to get a better view. Walked. And we got right here to this parking garage or parking enclave, whatever you want to call it. So look back down to the street. That is here. Let's see if I can get in there. I don't think it's going to let me show you. Well, you walk in here and you see, let me show you the top-down view. I know everyone's probably dizzy right now. Let me spin that around. So once again, this was where I lived. Walked down the street. Now, by the time I got to here and we got to this area right on the ledge, we looked out and saw one building, which means the building fell while we were in transit or walking, so to speak. Let me get this. Now, this is my vantage point from 422 Ogden. This is Hoboken. This is the Hudson River. The World Trade Center is right here. So I saw right over all those buildings, right into Battery Park. This is lower. Everyone sees that. This is a cliff here. It's like a palisade, they call it. So you look over Hoboken. The view is, and right after that, took a walk. I don't know what I can do here. I could do, I'll do like a directions thing here. Yeah, that's true. Right, you're right. Is there a measuring tool thing? Let me hit command. See, I have a whatchamacallit trackpad. Usually command. Well, this is 1,000 feet. Not that that's going to help really much. Well, I would say if that's 1,000 feet, that little thing right here in the bottom corner, we got 1, 2. Yes. I just want to give you guys a better, before I get into that, better idea of where, like what the layout of the land is here. Okay, so the building was here, I was here. Right across. And that's a clear shot. There's a park right about here, which we walked down to right after this happened. Everyone was like frozen in time at that point. Oh, fuck, what was their address? My friend lived 69 Palisade Ave, City. She lived right there. That's right in front of the park. God damn it, fucking spin around. One more. There you go. Go 3D again. Son of a bitch. Okay. This will show the park and most likely the skyline. Oh my God, it's not going to let me cross the fucking park. Okay, not a problem. Just going to scooch down a little bit more. You'll notice that this area right here, there you go. This will give you an idea of that building right there is that Freedom Tower thingy. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can see right over Hoboken here. No, it's not here. Oh, yeah, totally. So I wish I could get to like there we go. I mean, it actually looks further from here, but where I was, all the way up here, all these buildings you can see right through. When you walk down the street, there's cracks. These cracks, you can see the whole entire Manhattan skyline.